The Lord of the Rings full audio book. Welcome to The Lord of the Rings, the Fellowship of the Ring audio book, brought to you by Soulspeak Story. In this epic tale, J.R.R. Tolkien introduces us to Middle-earth, a world full of magic, mythical creatures, and unforgettable characters. Join Frodo Baggins and the brave fellowship as they set out on a perilous journey to destroy the One Ring and defeat the dark power of Sauron. Get ready to embark on a legendary adventure filled with courage, friendship, and the struggle between good and evil. Enjoy the first chapter of the Fellowship of the Ring. That night they heard no noises, but either in his dreams or out of them he could not tell which. Frodo heard a sweet singing running in his mind, a song that seemed to come like a pale light behind a grey rain curtain and growing stronger to turn the veil all to glass and silver until at last it was rolled back and a far green country opened before him under a swift sunrise. The vision melted into waking, and then there was Tom whistling like a tree full of birds, and the sun was already slanting down the hill, and through the open window outside everything was green and pale gold. After breakfast, which they again ate alone, they made ready to say farewell, as nearly heavy of heart as was possible on such a morning, cool, bright and clear under a washed autumn sky of thin blue. The air came fresh from the northwest. Their quiet ponies were almost frisky, sniffing and moving restlessly. Tom came out of the house and waved his hat and danced upon the doorstep, bidding the hobbits to get up and be off and go with good speed. They rode off along a path that wound away from behind the house and went slanting up towards the north end of the hill brow under which it sheltered. They had just dismounted to lead their ponies up the vast steep slope when suddenly Frodo stopped. "Goldberry," he cried, "my fair lady, clad all in silver green, we have never said farewell to her nor seen her since the evening." He was so distressed that he turned back, but at that moment a clear call came rippling down there on the hill brow. She stood beckoning to them. Her hair was flying loose, and as it caught the sun it shone and shimmered. A light like the glint of water on dewy grass flashed from under her feet as she danced. They hastened up the last slope and stood breathless beside her. They bowed, but with a wave of her arm she bade them look around, and they looked out from the hilltop over lands under the morning. It was now as clear and far seen as it had been veiled and misty when they stood upon the knoll in the forest, which would now be seen rising pale and green out of the dark trees in the west. In that direction the land rose in wooden ridges, green, yellow, russet under the sun, beyond which lay hidden the valley of the Brandywine. To the south, over the line of the Withy Windle, there was a distant glint like pale glass where the Brandywine River made a great loop in the lowlands and flowed away out of the knowledge of the hobbits. Northward beyond the dwindling downs the land ran away in flats and dwelling of grey and green and pale earth colors until it faded into a featureless and shadowy distance. Eastward the Barrow Downs rose ridge behind ridge into the morning and vanished out of the eyesight into a guess. It was no more than a guess of blue and a remote white glimmer blending with the hem of the sky, but it spoke to them out of memory in old tales of the high in distant music mountains. They took a deep draw of air and felt that a skip and a few stout rides would bear them wherever they wished. It seemed faint-hearted to go jogging aside over the crumpled skirts of the downs towards the road when they should be leaping as lusty as Tom over the stepping stones of the hills. Straight towards the mountains Goldberry spoke to them and recalled their eyes and thoughts. "Speed now, fair guests," she said, "and hold to your purpose north with the wind in the left eye and a blessing on your footsteps. Make haste while the sun shines." And to Frodo she said, "Farewell, elf friend." It was a merry meeting, but Frodo found no words to answer. He bowed low and mounted his pony, and followed by his friends jogged slowly down the gentle slope behind the hill. Tom Bombadil's house and the valley and the forest were lost to view. The air grew war between the green walls of hillside, and the scent of turf rose strong and sweet as they breathed. Turning back when they reached the bottom of the green hollow, they saw Goldberry, now small and slender like a sunlit flower against the sky. She was standing still watching them, and her hands were stretched out towards them. As they looked, she gave a clear call, and lifting up her hand she turned and vanished behind the hill, their way round along the floor of the hollow and round the green feet of a steep hill into another deeper and broader valley, and then over the shoulder of further hills, and down their long limbs and up their smoother sides again, up on new hilltops and down into new valleys. There was no tree nor any visible water. It was a country of grass and short springy turf, silent except for the whisper of the air over the hedges of the land and high lonely cries of strange birds as they journeyed. The sun mounted and grew hot each time they climbed the ridge. The breeze seemed to have grown less when they caught a glimpse of the country westward. The distant forest seemed to be smoking as if the fallen rain was steaming up again from leaf and root and mold. A shadow now lay around the edge of sight, a dark haze above which the upper sky was like a blue cap, hot and heavy. About midday they came to a hill whose top was wide and flattened like a shallow saucer with a green mounded rim. Inside there was no air stirring, and the sky seemed near their heads. They rode across and looked northwards, then their hearts rose, but it seemed plain that they had come further already than they had expected. Certainly the distances had now all become hazy and deceptive, but there could be no doubt that the downs were coming to an end. A long valley lay below them, winding away northwards until it came to an opening between two steep shoulders. Beyond there seemed to be no more hills. Due north they faintly glimpsed a long dark line. "That is a line of trees," said Mary, "and that must mark the road all along it. For many leagues east of the bridge there are trees growing. Some say they were planted in the old days." "Splendid," said Frodo. "If you make us good going this afternoon as we done this morning, we shall have left the downs before the sun sets and be jogging on in search for a camping place." But even as he spoke he turned his glance eastwards, and he saw that on the side the hills were higher and looked down upon them, and all those hills were crowned with green mounds, and on some were standing stones pointing upwards like jagged teeth out of green gums. That view was somehow disquieting. They turned from the sight and went down into the hollow circle. In the midst of it there stood a single stone, standing tall under the sun above, and at its hour casting no shadow. It was shapeless and yet significant, like a landmark or a guarding finger, or more like a warning. But they were now hungry, and the sun was still at the fearless noon, so they set their packs against the east side of the stone. It was cool, as if the sun had no power to warm it, but at that time it seemed pleasant there. They took food and drink and made as good a noon meal under the open sky as anyone could wish for. The food came from down Underhill. Tom had provided them with plenty for the comfort of the day. Their ponies under burden strayed upon the grass, riding over the hills and eating their fill. The warm sun in the wall, the fog was thick, cold and white, the air was silent, heavy and chill. Their ponies were standing crowded together with their heads down. The hobbit sprang to their feet in alarm and ran to the western rim. They found that they were upon an island in the fog. Even as they looked out in dismay towards the setting sun, it sank. Scent of turf lying a little too long, stretching out their legs and looking at the sky above their noses. These things are perhaps enough to explain what happened. However that may be, they woke suddenly and uncomfortably from a sleep they never meant to take. Going on the standing stone was cold, and it cast a long pale shadow that stretched eastward over them. The sun, a pale and watery yellow, was gleaming through the mist just above the west wall of the hollow in which they lay. North, south and east beyond before their eyes into a white sea, and a cold grey shadow sprang up in the east behind. The fog rolled up to the walls and rose above them, and as it mounted it bent over their heads until it became a roof. They were shut in a hole of mist whose central pillar was the standing stone. What don't know. They felt as if a trap was closing in about them, but they did not quite lose heart. They still remembered the hopeful view they had had on the line of the road ahead, and they still knew in which direction it lay. In Any case they now had so great a dislike for that hollow place above the stone that no thought of remaining there was in their minds. They packed up as quickly as their chilled fingers could work. Soon they were leading their ponies in single file over the rim and down the long northward slope of the hill down into a foggy sea. As they went down, the mist became colder and damper and their hair hung lank and dripping on their foreheads. When they reached the bottom it was so cold that they halted and got out cloaks and hoods, which soon became hued with grey drops. Then mounting their ponies they went slowly on again, feeling their way by the rise and fall of the ground. They were steering as well as they could guess for the gate-like opening at the far northward end of the long valley which they had seen in the morning. Once they were through the gap they had only to keep on in anything like a straight line, and they were bound in the end to strike the road. Their thoughts did not go beyond that, except for a vague hope that perhaps away beyond the downs there might be no fog. Their going was very slow to prevent their getting separated and wandering in different directions. They went in file with Frodo leading. Sam was behind him, and after him came Pippin and Merry. The valley seemed to stretch on endlessly. Suddenly Frodo saw a hopeful sign on either side. Ahead a darkness began to gloom through the mist, and he guessed that they were at last approaching the gap in the hills, the north gate of the Barrow Downs. If they could pass that, they would be free. Come on, follow me, he called back over his shoulder, and he hurried forward, but his hope soon changed to bewilderment and alarm. The dark patches grew darker, but they shrank, and suddenly he saw towering ominous before him and leaning slightly towards one another like the pillars of a headless door, two huge standing stones. He could not remember having seen any sign of these in the valley. When he looked out from the hill in the morning he had passed between them almost before he was aware, and even as he did so darkness seemed to fall around him. His pony reared and snorted, and he fell off. When he looked back he found that he was alone and the others had not followed him. Sam, he called. Pippin, Merry, come along, why don't you keep up? There was no answer. Fear took him and he ran back past the stones shouting wildly, Sam, Sam, Merry, Pippin. The pony bolted into the mist and vanished from some way off, or so it seemed. He thought he heard a cry. It was away eastward on his left. As he stood under the J.R.R stones staring and straining into the gloom, he plunged off in the direction of the and found himself going steeply uphill. As he struggled on he called again and kept on calling more and more frantically, but he heard no answer for some time, and then it seemed faint, and far ahead and high above him came the thin voice out of the mist, and then a cry that sounded like help, help, often repeated, ending with the last help that trailed off into a long wail. Suddenly cut short, he stumbled forward with all the speed he could towards the cries, but the light was now gone and clinging night had closed about him so that it was impossible to be sure of any direction. He seemed all the time to be climbing up and up. Only the change in the level of the ground at his feet told him where he last came into the top of a ridge or hill. He was sweating and yet chilled. It was wholly dark. Where are you? he cried out miserably. There was no reply. He stood listening. He was suddenly aware that it was getting very cold and that up here a wind was beginning to blow, an icy wind. A change was coming in the weather. The mist was flowing past him now in shreds and tatters. His breath was smoking and the darkness was less near and thick. He looked up at and saw with surprise that faint stars were appearing overhead amid the strands of hurrying cloud and fog. The wind began to hiss over the grass. He imagined suddenly that he caught a muffled cry, and he made towards it, and even as he went forward the mist was rolled up and thrust aside and the starry sky was unveiled. A glance showed him that he was now facing southwards and was on a round hill top which he must have climbed from the north out of the east. The biting wind was blowing. To his right there loomed against the westward stars a dark black shape. A great barrow stood there. Where are you? he cried again, both angry and afraid. Said a voice deep and cold that seemed to come out of the ground. I aiming for you, no, said Frodo, but he did not run away. His knees gave and he fell on the ground. Nothing happened and there was no sound. Trembling he looked up in time to see a tall dark figure like a shadow against the stars. It leaned over him. He thought there were two eyes, very cold, though lit with a pale light that seemed to come from some remote distance. Then a grip stronger and colder than iron seized him. The icy touch froze his bones, and he remembered no more. When he came to himself again for a moment he could recall nothing except a sense of dread. Then suddenly he knew that he was imprisoned, caught hopelessly. He was in a barrow. A barrow white had taken him, and he was probably already under the dreadful spells of the barrow whites, about which whispered tales spoke. He dared not move. Lay as he found himself flat on his back upon a cold stone with his hands on his breast. But though his fear was so great that it seemed to be part of the very darkness that was around him, he found himself, as he lay thinking about Frodo Baggins and his stories, and of their jogging along together in the lanes of the Shire and walking about the roads and adventures. There is a seed of courage hidden, often deeply it is true, in the heart of the fattest and most timid hobbit, waiting for some final and desperate danger to make it grow. Frodo was neither very fat nor very timid. Indeed, though he did not know it, Bilbo and Gandalf had thought him the best hobbit in the Shire. He thought he had come to the end of his adventure, and a terrible end, but the thought hardened him. He found himself stiffening as if for a final spring. He no longer felt limp like a helpless prey. As he lay there thinking, in getting a hold of himself, he noticed all at once that the darkness was slowly giving way. A pale greenish light was growing around him. It did not at first show him what kind of a place he was in, for the light seemed to be coming out of himself and from the floor beside him, and had not yet reached the roof or wall. He turned, and there in the cold glow he saw lying beside him Sam, Pippin and Merry. They were on their backs, and their faces looked deathly pale, and they were clad in white. About them lay many treasures of gold, maybe, though in that light they looked cold and unlovely. On their heads were circlets, gold chains were about their waists, and on their fingers were many rings. Swords lay by their sides, and shields were at their feet, but across their three necks lay one long naked sword. Suddenly a song began, a cold murmur rising and falling. The voice seemed far away and immeasurably dreary, sometimes high in the air and thin, sometimes like a low moan on the ground. Out of the formless stream of sad but horrible sounds, strings of words could now and again shape themselves, grim, hard, cold words, heartless and miserable. The night was railing against the morning of which it was bereaved, and the cold was cursing the warmth for which it hungered. Frodo was chilled to the marrow. After a while the song became clearer, and with dread in his heart he perceived that it had changed into a music incantation. The music he heard behind his head, a creaking and scraping sound. Raising himself on one arm he looked, and saw now in the pale light that they were in a kind of passage which behind them turned a corner. Round the corner a long arm was groping, walking on its fingers towards Sam, who was lying nearest, and towards the hilt of the sword that lay upon him. At first Frodo felt as if he had indeed been turned into stone by the incantation. Then a wild thought of escape came to him. He wondered if he put on the ring whether the Bart would miss him and he might find some way out. He thought of himself running free over the grass, grieving for Merry and Sam and Pippin, but free and alive himself. Gandalf would admit that there had been nothing else he could do, but the sea that had been awakened him was now too strong. He could not leave his friends so easily. He wavered, groping in his pocket, and then fought with himself again, and as he did so the arm crept nearer. Suddenly a resolve hardened in him, and he seized the short sword that lay beside him, and kneeling he stooped low over the bodies of his companions. With what strength he had he hewed at the crawling arm near the wrist, and the hand broke off, but at the same moment the sword splinted up to the hilt. There was a shriek, and the light vanished in the dark. There was a snarling noise. Frodo fell forward over Merry, and Merry's face felt cold all at once back into his mind, from which it had disappeared. With the first coming of the fog came the memory of the house down under the hill, and of Tom singing. He remembered the rhyme that Tom had taught them. In a small desperate voice he began Tom, and with that name his voice seemed to grow strong. It had a full and lively sound, and the dark chamber echoed as if to a drum and trumpet. Tom Bommel, Tom Badillo, by water, wood and hill, by the reed and willow, by fire, sun and moon, hearken now and hear us come. Tom Badile. For our need is near us. There was a sudden deep silence in which Frodo could hear his heart beating. After a long slow moment he heard plain but far away, as if it was coming down through the ground or through thick walls, an answering voice singing, "Is his boots are yellow, none has ever yet for his the F his SS are stronger and his feet are faster." There was a loud rumbling sound as of stones rolling and falling, and suddenly light streamed in real light, the plain light of day. A low door-like opening appeared at the end of the chamber beyond Frodo's feet, and there was Tom's head, hat, feather and all, framed against the light of the sun rising red behind him. The light fell upon the floor and upon the faces the three hobbits lying beside Frodo. They did not stir, but the sickly hue had left them. They looked now as if they were only very deeply asleep. Tom stooped, removed his hat, and came into the dark chamber singing, "Get out, you old wight, vanish in the sunlight, shriv like the cold mist, like the winds, go wailing out into the barren lands far beyond the mountains, come never here again, leave your barrow empty, lost and forgotten, be darker than the darkness where gates stand forever shut till the world is music mended." At these words there was a cry, and part of the inner end of the chamber fell with a crash. Then there was a long trailing shriek fading away into an unguessable distance, and after that silence. "Come, friend Frodo," said Tom, "let us get out on clean grass. You must help me bear them." Together they carried out Merry, Pippin and Sam. As Frodo left the barrel for the last time he thought he saw a severed hand wriggling still like a wounded spider in a heap of fallen earth. Tom went back in again, and there was a sound of much thumping and stamping. When he came out he was bearing in his arms a great load of treasure, things of gold, silver, copper and bronze, many beads and chains and jeweled ornaments. He climbed the green barrow and laid them all on top in the sunshine. There he stood with his hat in his hand and the wind in his hair, and looked down upon the three hobbits that had been laid on their backs upon the grass at the west side of the mound. Raising his right hand he said in a clear commanding voice, "Wake now, my merry lads, wake and hear me calling. Warm now be heart and limb, the cold stone is fallen, dark door is standing wide, dead hand is broken, night under night is flown, and the gates are open." To Frodo's great joy the hobbits stirred, stretched their arms, rubbed their eyes, and then suddenly sprang up. They looked about in amazement, first at Frodo and then at Tom, standing larger as life on the barrow top above them, and then at themselves. In their thin white rags, crowned and belted with pale gold and jingling with trinkets, what in the name of wonder, began Merry, feeling the golden cirret that slipped over one eye. Then he stopped and the shadow came over his face and he closed his eyes. "Of course I remember," he said, "the men of Corun came on us at night and we were worse." The spear in my heart, he clutched at his breast. "No," he said, opening his eyes, "what am I saying? I been dreaming." "Where did you get to, Frodo?" "I thought I was lost," said Frodo, "but I don't want to speak of it. Let us think of what we are to do now. Let us go on dressed up like this." "Sir," said Sam, "where are my clothes?" He flung his cirret, belt and rings on the grass and looked around helplessly as if he expected to find his cloak, jacket and breeches in other hobbit jegments lying somewhere to hand. "You won't find your clothes again," said Tom, bounding down from the mound and laughing as he danced around in the sunlight. One would have thought that nothing dangerous or dreadful had happened, and indeed the horror faded out of their hearts as they looked at him and saw the merry glint in his eyes. What do you mean?" asked Pippin, looking at him half puzzled and half amused. "Why not?" But Tom shook his head, saying, "You found yourselves again out of the deep water. Clothes are but little loss if you escape from drowning. Be glad, my merry friends, and let the warm sunlight hate now hard and lame. Cast off these cold rags, run naked on the grass while Tom goes a hunting." He sprang away downhill, whistling and calling. Looking down after him, Frodo saw him running away southwards along the green hollow. between their hill and the next still whistling and crying, hey now come now with the you wander up down near far here do you sharbies wise no swish tail and ben white socks my little lad and old fatty Lin, so he sang running fast tossing up his hat and catching it until it was hidden by a fold of the ground, but for some time his hey now hoy now came floating back down the wind which has shifted round towards the south. The air was growing very warm again. The hobbits ran about for a while on the grass as he told them, and they lay basking in the sun with the delight of those that have been wafted suddenly from bitter winter to a friendly clime, or of people that after being long ill and bedridden wake one day to find that they are unexpectedly well and the day is again full of promise. By the time that Tom returned they were feeling strong and hungry. He reappeared hat first over the brow of the hill, and behind him came in an obedient line 6 ponies, their own 5 and one more. The last was plainly old Fatty Lumpkin. He was larger, stronger, fatter and older than their own ponies. Mary, to whom the others belonged, had not in fact given them any such names, but they answered to their new names that Tom had given them for the rest of their lives. Tom called them one by one and they climbed over the brow and stood in the line. Then Tom bowed to the hobbits. Here, where are your ponies now? He said. They've more sense in some ways than you wandering hobbits have more sense in their noses, for they sniff danger ahead which you walk right into, and if they run to save themselves, then they run the right way. You must forgive them all, for though their hearts are faithful to face, fear of Barrow Wights is not what they were made for. See, here they come again, bringing all their burdens. Merry Sam and Pippin now clothed themselves in spare garments from their packs, and they soon felt too hot, for they were obliged to put on some of the thicker and warmer things that they had brought against the oncoming of winter. Where does that other old animal, that Fatty Lumpkin, come from? asked Frodo. He's mine, said Tom, my four-legged friend. Though I seldom ride him, and he wanders often far free upon the hillsides. When your ponies stayed with me they got to know my Lumpkin, and they smell him in the night and quickly ran to meet him. I thought he'd look for them and with his words of wisdom take all their fare away, but now my jolly Lumpkin old Tom's going to ride. Hey, he's coming with you just to set you on the road, so he needs a pony, for you cannot easily talk to hobbits that are riding while they're on your own legs trying to trot beside them. The hobbits were delighted to hear this and thanked Tom many times, but he laughed then and said that they were so good at losing themselves that he would not feel happy till he had seen them safe over the borders of his land. I've got things to do, he said, my making and my singing, my talking, my walking and my watching of the country. Tom can't be always near to open doors and willow cracks. Tom has his house to mind and gold berries waiting. It was still fairly early by the sun, something between 9 and 10. And the hobbits turned their minds to food. Their last meal had been lunched beside the standing stone the day before. They breakfasted now off the remainder of Tom's provisions meant for their supper, with additions that Tom had brought with him. It was not a large meal considering hobbits in their circumstances, but they felt much better for it. While they were eating, Tom went up the mound and looked through the treasures. Most of these he made into a pile that glistened and sparkled on the grass. He bade them lie there free to all finders, birds, beasts, elves, men and all kindly creatures, for so the spell of the mound should be broken and scattered, and no wight ever come back to it. He chose for himself from the pile a brood set with blue stones, many shaded like flax flowers or the wings of blue butterflies. He looked long at it as if stirred by some memory, shaking his head and saying at last, here is a pretty toy for Tom and for his lady. Far was she who long ago wore this on her shoulder. Goldberry shall wear it now, and we will not forget her. For each of the hobbits he chose a dagger, long leaf-shaped and keen, of marvelous workmanship, damasked with serpent forms in red and gold. They gleamed as he drew them from their black sheaths, wrought of some strange metal, light and strong, and set with many fiery stones. Whether by some virtue in these sheaths or because of the spell that lay on the mound, the blades seemed untouched by time, unrusted, sharp, glittering in the sun. Old knives are long enough as swords for hobbit people, he said. Sharp blades are good to have if sh folk go walk in east, south or far away into dark and danger. Then he told them that these blades were forged many long years ago by men of westernness. They were foes of the Dark Lord, but they were overcome by the evil king of Carn Doom in the land of Angmar. You now remember them, Tom murmured. Yet still some go wandering, sons of forgotten kings, walking in loneliness, guarding from evil things, folk that are heedless. The hobbits did not understand his words, but as he spoke they had a vision, as it were, of a great expanse of years behind them, like a vast shadowy plain over which there strode shapes of men, tall and grim, with bright swords, and last came one with a star on his brow. Then the vision faded and they were back in the sunlit world. It was time to start again. They made ready, packing their bags and adding their ponies, their new weapons they hung on their leather belts under their jackets, feeling them very awkward and wondering if they would be of any use. Fighting had not before occurred to any of them as one of the adventures in which their flight would land them. At last they set off, and then mounting they trotted quickly along the valley. They looked back and saw the top of the old mound on the hill, and from it the sunlight on the gold went up like a yellow flame. Then they turned the shoulder of the downs and it was hidden from view. Though Frodo looked about him on every side, he saw no sign of the great stone standing like a gate, and before long they came to the northern gap and rode swiftly through, and the land fell away before them. It was a merry journey, with Tom Bombadil trotting gay beside them or before them on Fatty Lumpkin, who could move much faster than his girth promised. Tom sang most of the time, but it was chiefly nonsense, or else perhaps a strange language unknown to the hobbits, an ancient language whose words were mainly those of wonder and delight. They went forward steadily, but they soon saw that the road was further away than they had imagined. Even without a fog, their sleep at midday would have prevented them from reaching it until the after nightfall on the day before. The dark line they had seen was not line of trees but a line of bushes, growing on the edge of a deep dike within a steep wall on the further side. Tom said that it had once been boundary of a kingdom, but a very long time ago. He seemed to remember something sad about it and would not say much. They climbed down and out of the dike and through a gap in the wall, and then Tom turned due north, for they had been bearing somewhat to the west. The land was now open and fairly level, and they quickened the pace, but the sun was already sinking low when at last they saw a line of tall trees ahead, and they knew that they had come back to the road after many unexpected adventures. They galloped their ponies over the last furlongs and halted under the long shadows of the trees. They were on the top of a sloping bank, and the road, now dim as evening, drew on, wound away below them. At this point it ran nearly from southwest to northeast, and on their right it fell quickly down into a wide hollow. It was rutted and bore many signs of recent heavy rain. There were pools and potholes full of water. They rode down the bank and looked up, then down. There was nothing to be seen. "Well, here we are again at last," said Frodo. "I suppose we haven't lost more than 2 days by my short cut through the forest, but perhaps the delay will prove useful. It may have put them off our trail." The others looked at him. The shadow of the fear of the Black Riders came suddenly over them again. Ever since they had entered the forest they had thought chiefly of getting back on the road, only now, when they lay beneath their feet, that they remember the danger which pursued them and was more than likely to be lying in wait for them upon the road itself. They looked anxiously back towards the setting sun, but the road was brown and empty. "Do you think," asked Pippin hesitatingly, "do you think that we may be pursued tonight?" "No, I hope not tonight," answered Tom Bombadil, "nor perhaps the next day, but do not trust my guess, for I cannot tell for certain. Out east my knowledge fails. Tom is not master of riders from the Black Land far beyond his country. All the same, the hobbits wished he was coming with them. They felt that he would know how to deal with Black Riders. If anyone did, they would soon now be going forward into lands wholly strange to them, and beyond all but the most vague and distant legends of the Shire. And in the gathering twilight they longed for home. A deep loneliness and sense of loss was on them. They stood silent, reluctant to make the final parting, and only slowly became aware that Tom was wishing them farewell and telling them to have a good heart and to ride on till dark without halting. "Tom will give you good advice till this day is over after that. 36. 57. Your own luck must go with you and guide you. 4 miles along the road you'll come upon the village Bree under Bree Hill with doors looking westward. There you'll find an old inn that is called the Prancing Pony Bar. Lemon Buter is the worthy keeper. There you can stay in the night and afterwards the morning will speed you upon your way. Be bold but weary, keep up your merry hearts and ride to make your fortune. They begged him to come, at least country ends here he will not pass the borders. Tom has his house to mind and Goldberry's music waited. Then he turned, tossed up his hat, leaped on Lumpkin's back and rode up over the bank and away singing into the dusk. The hobbits climbed up and watched him until he was out of sight. I'm sorry to take leave of Master Bombadil, said Sam. He's a caution and no mistake. I reckon we may go a good deal further and see not better nor queerer, but I won't deny I'll be glad to see his prancing pony he spoke of. I hope it'll be like the Green Dragon the way back home. What sort of folk are they in Bree? There are hobbits in Bree said, as well as big folk. I dare say it will be home-like enough. The pony is good in by all accounts. My people ride out there now and again. It may be all we could wish, said Frodo, but it is outside the Shire all the same. Don't make yourselves too much at home, and please remember all of you that the name of Baggins must not be mentioned. I am Mr. Underhill. If any name must be given. They now mounted their ponies and rode off silently into the evening. Darkness came down quickly as they plodded slowly downhill and up again until at last they saw lights twinkling some distance ahead. Before them rose Bree Hill, barring the way, a dark mass against misty stars, and under its western flank nestled a large village. Towards it they now hurried, desiring only to find a fire and a door between them and the night music. Bree was the chief village of the Bree land, a small inhabited region like an island in the empty lands round about. Besides Bree itself there was Staddle on the other side of the hill, Combe in the deep valley a little further eastward, and arched on the edge of the Chetwood lying round Bree Hill and the villages was a small country of fields and tamed woodland only a few miles broad. The men of Bree were brown-haired, broad and rather short, cheerful and independent. They belonged to nobody but themselves, but they were more friendly and familiar with hobbits, dwarves, elves and other inhabitants of the world around them than was or is usual with big people. According to their own tales, they were the original inhabitants and were the descendants of the first men that ever wandered into the west of the middle world. Few had survived the turmoils of the elder days, but when the kings returned again over the great sea they had found the Breen still there, and they were still there now. When the memory of the old kings had faded into the grass in those days, no other men had settled dwellings so far west or within a 100 leagues of the Shire, but in the wildlands beyond Bree there were mysterious wanderers. The Bree folk called them rangers and knew nothing of their origin. They were taller and darker than the men of Bree and were believed to have strange powers of sight and hearing and to understand the languages of beasts and birds. They roamed at will southwards and eastwards even as far as the Misty Mountains, but they were now few and rarely seen. When they appeared they brought news from afar and told strange forgotten tales which were eagerly listened to, but the Bree folk did not make friends of them. There were also many families of hobbits in the Bree land, and they claimed to be the oldest settlement of hobbits in the world. Long before even the Brandywine was crossed and the Shia colonized, they lived mostly in Staddle, though there were some in Bree itself, especially on the higher slopes of the hill above the houses of the men. The big folk and the little folk, as they called one another, were on friendly terms, minding their own affairs and their own ways, but both rightly regarding themselves as necessary parts of the Bree folk. Nowhere else in the world was this peculiar but excellent arrangement to be found. The Bree folk, big and little, did not themselves travel much, and the affairs of the four villages were their chief concern. Occasionally the hobbits of Bree went as far as Buckland or the East Farthing, but though their little land was not much further than a day's riding east of the Brandywine Bridge, the hobbits of the Shire now seldom visited it. An occasional bucker and an adventurous Tuuk would come out to the and for a night or two, but even that was becoming less and less usual. The Shia hobbits refer to those of Bree and to any others that live beyond the borders as outsiders, and took very little interest in them, considering them dull and uncouth. There were probably many more outsiders scattered about the west of the world in those days than the people of the Shire imagined. Some doubtless were no better than tramps ready to dig a hole in any bank and stay only as long as it suited them. But in the Brand at any rate the hobbits were decent and prosperous, and no more rustic than most of their distant relatives inside. It was not yet forgotten that there had been a time when there was much coming and going between the Shire and Bree. There was Bree blood in the Brandy Buck. By all accounts the village of Bree had some 100 stone houses of the big folk, mostly above the road, nestling on the hillside with windows looking west. On that side, running in more than half a circle down the hill and back to it, there was a deep dike with a thick hedge. On the inner side over this the road crossed by a causeway, but where it pierced the hedge it was barred by a great gate. There was another gate in the southern corner where the road ran out of the village. The gates were closed at nightfall, but just inside them were small lodges for the gatekeepers. Down on the road where it swept to the right to go round the foot of the hill there was a large inn. It had been built long ago where the traffic on the roads had been far greater, for Bree stood at an old meeting of ways. Another ancient road crossed the east road just outside the dike at the western end of the village, and in former days men and other folk of various sorts had travelled much on it. Strangers' news from Bree was still a saying in the east faring, descending from those days when news from the north, south and east could be heard in the inn, and when the Shia hobbits used to go more often to hear it. But the northern lands had long been desolate, and the north road was now seldom used. It was grass grown, and the Bree folk called it the Greenway. The inn of Bree was still there, however, and the innkeeper was an important person. His house was a meeting place for the idle, talkative and inquisitive among the inhabitants, large and small, of the 4 villages, and a resort of rangers and other wanderers, and for such travellers, mostly dwarves, as still journeyed on the east road to and from the mountains. It was dark and white stars were shining when Frodo and his companions came at last to the Greenway crossing and drew near the village. They came to the west gate and found it shut, but at the door of the lodge beyond it there was a man sitting. He jumped up and fetched a lantern and looked over the gate at them in surprise. "What are you all, and where are you come from?" he asked gruffly. "We are making for the inn here," answered Frodo. "We are journeying east and cannot go further tonight." "Hit thh in what's more out of the sh by their dogs," said the gatekeeper softly, as if speaking to himself. He stared at them darkly for a moment and slowly opened the gate and let them ride through. "We don't often see CSH folk riding on the road at night," he went on, as they halted for a moment by his door. "You'll pardon my wondering what just takes you away of Bree. What may your names be, might I ask?" "Our names and our business are our own, and this does not seem like a good place to discuss them," said Frodo, not liking the look of the man or the tone of his voice. "Your business is your own, no doubt," said the man, "but it's my business to ask questions after nightfall. We are hobbits of Buckland, and we have a fancy to travel and stay at the inn here, but in merry I'm Mr. Brandybuck. Is that enough for you?" The pre-folk used to be fair-spoken to travelers, or so I've heard. All right," said the man, "I'm at no offense, but you'll find that maybe more folk than old Harry at the gate will be asking you questions. There's queer folk about. If you go onto the pony you'll find you not the only guests." He wished them good night, and they said no more, but Frodo could see in the lantern light that the man was still eyeing them curiously. He was glad to hear the gate clang behind them as they rode forward. He wondered why the man was so suspicious, and whether anyone had been asking for news of a party of hobbits. Could it have been Gondal? He might have arrived while they were delayed in the forest in the downs, but there was something else in the look and the voice of the gatekeeper that made him uneasy. The man stared after the hobbits for a moment, and then he went back into his house. As soon as his back was turned, a dark figure climbed quickly in over the gate and melted into the shadows of the village street. The hobbits Rode up a gentle slope passing a few detached houses and drew up outside the inn. The houses looked large and strange to them. Sam stared up at the end with its 3 stories and many windows and felt his heart sink. He had imagined himself meeting giants taller than trees and other creatures even more terrifying sometime or other in the sea of his journey, but at the moment he was finding his first sight of men in their tall houses quite enough, indeed too much for the dark end of a tiring day. He pictured black horses standing all saddled in the shadows of the yard and black riders peering out of dark upper windows. "We surely aren't going to stay here for the night, are we, sir?" he exclaimed. "If there are hobbit folk in these parts, why don't we look for some that would be willing to take us in? It would be more homelike." "What's wrong with the inn?" said Frodo. "Tom Bombadil recommended it. I expect it's more homelikey enough inside even from the outside." The inn looked a pleasant house to familiar eyes. It had a front on the road and 2 wings running back on land partly cut out of the lower slopes of the hill, so that at the rear the second floor windows were level with the ground. There was a wide arch leading to a courtyard between the 2 wings, and on the left under the arch there was a large doorway reached by a few broad steps. The door was open and light streamed out of it. Above the arch there was a lamp, and beneath it swung a large signboard. A fat white pony reared up in its hind legs. Over the door was painted in white letters, "The Prancing Pony" by Beeman Butterbur. Many of the lower windows showed lights behind thick curtains. As they hesitated outside in the gloom, someone began singing a merry song inside, and many cheerful voices joined loudly in the chorus. They listened to this encouraging sound for a moment and then got off their ponies. The song ended and there was a burst of laughter and clapping. They led their ponies under the arch, and leaving them standing in the yard they climbed up the steps. Frodo went forward and nearly bumped into a short fat man with a bald head and a red face. He had a white apron on and was bustling out of one door and in another carrying a tray laden with full mugs. "Can we have a minute, if you please?" shouted the man over his shoulder, and vanished into a babble of voices and a cloud of smoke. In a moment he was out again, wiping his hands on his apron. "Good evening, little master," he said, bending down. "What may you be wanting?" "Beds for 4 and stabling for 5 ponies, if it can be managed." "Are you Mr. Butterbar?" "That's right, Barley Man's my name." "Barley Man Butterbar, at your service." "You're from the Shire, eh?" he said, and then suddenly he clapped his hands to his forehead as if trying to remember something. "Hobbits," he cried. "Now what will that remind me of?" "I ask your name, Sir?" "Mr. Chook and Mr. Brandybuck," said Frodo. "And this is Sam Gamgee." "My name is Underhill." "There now," said Mr. Butter, snapping his fingers. "It's gone again, but it'll come back when I have time to think. I'm run off my feet, but I'll see what I can do for you. We don't often get a party out of the show nowadays, and I should be sorry not to make you welcome, but there is such a crowd already in the house tonight as hasn't been for long enough. It never rains but his pours as 51. 36. "We Chambry, hey no," he shouted. "Where are you, you WLLY-footed snow coach?" "No coming, sir, coming." A cheery-looking hobbit bobbed out of the door, and seeing the travelers stopped short and stared at them with great interest. "Where's Bob?" asked the landlord. "Don't you know?" "Well, find him double sharp. I haven't got 6 legs, no 6 eyes neither. Tell Bob there's 5 ponies that have to be stable. He must find room somehow." Nobbed off with a grain and a wink. "Well, now what was I going to say?" said Mr. Butter, tapping his forehead. "One thing drives out another, so to speak. I'm that busy tonight my head's going round. There's a party that came up the Greenway from down south last night, and that was strange enough to begin with. Then there's a traveling company of BS going west come this evening, and now there's you. If you weren't hobbits, I'd if we could house you, but we've got a room or 2 in the north wing that were be special for hobbits when this place was built, on the ground floor, as they usually prefer round windows and all as they like it. I hope you'll be comfortable." "So You'll be wanting supper I don't doubt as soon as may be this way now. He led them a short way down a passage and opened the door. Here is a nice little parlor, he said. Oh, I hope it will suit. Excuse me now, I'm that busy, no time for talking. I must bet trotting it's hard work for two legs, but I don't get dinner. I'll look in again later. If you want anything ring the handbell and no will come. If you don't come ring and shout. Off he went at last and left him feeling rather breathless. He seemed capable of an endless stream of talk however busy he might be. They found themselves in a small and cozy room. There was a bit of bright fire burning on the hearth, and in front of it was some low and comfortable chairs. There was a round table already spread with a white cloth, and on it was a large handbell but knob. The hobbit servant came bustling in long before they thought of ringing. He brought candles and a tray full of plates. Will you be waned anything to drink, masters, he asked, and shall I show you the bedrooms while your supper is got ready? They were washed and in the middle of good deep mugs of beer when Mr. Butterbar and Nob came in again. In a twinkling the table was laid. There was hot soup, cold meats, a blackberry tart, new low slabs of butter and half a ripe cheese. Good plain food, as good as the Shire could show, and homely enough to dispel the loss of Sam's misgivings. Already much relieved by the excellence of the beer, the landlord hovered around for a little and then prepared to leave them. I don't know whether you'd care much to join the company when you have said, he said, standing at the door. Perhaps you would rather go to your bed. Still, the company would be very pleased to welcome you if you had a mind. We don't get outsiders, travelers from the I would say, begging your pardon, often, and we like to hear of news or any story or song you have in mind. What as you please, ring the bell if you like anything. So refreshed and encouraged they feel at the end of their supper, about 3/4 of an hour steady going, not hindered by unnecessary talk, that Frodo, Pippin and Sam decided to join the company. Mary said it would be too stuffy. She sit here quietly by the fire for a bit. Perhaps go out later for as of a mind your P's and Q's, and don't forget that you're supposed to be escaping in secret and are all still on the high road and not very far from the Shire. All right, said Pippin, mind yourself, don't get lost, and don't forget that it's safe for roars. The company was in the big common room of the inn. The gathering was large and mixed, as Frodo discovered when his eyes got used to the light. This came chiefly from the blazing log fire, for the 3 lamps hanging from the beams were dim and half-veiled in smoke. Bimman and Bba were standing near the fire talking to a couple of dwarves and 1 or 2 strange-looking men. On the benches were various folk men of Bree, a collection of local hobbits sitting chattering together, a few more dwarves and other fag figures difficult to make out away in the shadows and corners. As soon as the Shire hobbits entered there was a chorus of welcome from the Bree-landers. The strangers, especially those that had come up the greenway, stared at them curiously. The landlord introduced the newcomers to the Bree folk so quickly that though they caught many names they were seldom sure who the names belonged to. The men of Bree seemed all to have rather botanical, and to the Shia folk rather odd names, like Rush, Light, Goat, Leaf, Heather, Toes, Apple, Door, Thistlewool and Ferny, not to mention Butterbar. Some of the hobbits had similar names. The mugworts, for instance, seemed numerous, but most of them had natural names such as Banks, Brockhouse, El Hole, Sand, He and Tennel, many of which were used in the There were several Underhills from Staddle, and as they could not imagine sharing a name without being related, they took Frodo to their hearts as a long-lost cousin. The Bree hobbits were in fact friendly and inquisitive, and Frodo soon found that some explanation of what he was doing would have to be given. He gave out that he was interested in history and geography, at which there was much wagging of heads. Although neither of these words were much used in the Bree dialect, he said that he was thinking of writing a book, and at which there was silent astonishment, and that he and his friends wanted to collect information about hobbits living outside the Shire, especially in the eastern lands. At this a chorus of voices broke out. If Frodo had really wanted to write a book and had had many ears, he would have learned enough for several chapters in a few minutes, and if that was not enough, he was given a whole list of names beginning with Old Bimmen here, to whom he could go for further information. But after a time, as Frodo did not show any of writing a book on the spot, the hobbits returned to their questions about doings in the Shire. Frat did not prove very communicative, and he soon found himself sitting alone in a corner listening and looking around. The men and dwarves were mostly talking of distant events and telling news of a kind that was becoming only too familiar. There was trouble away in the south, and it seemed that the men who had come up the Greenway were on the move, looking for lands where they could find some peace. The brief were sympathetic, but plainly not very ready to take a large number of strangers into their little land. One of the travelers, a squint-eyed, ill-favored fellow, was foretelling that more and more people would be coming north in the near future. If R is in found for them, they'll find it for themselves. They've a right to live same as other folk, he said loudly. The local inhabitants did not look pleased at the prospect. The hobbits did not pay much attention to all this, and it did not at the moment seem to concern hobbits. Big folk could hardly beg for lodgings in Hobbit HS. They were more interested in Sam and Pippin, who are now feeling quite at home, and were chatting gay about events in the Shire. Pippin roused a good deal of laughter with an account of the collapse of the roof of the town hall in Michel Delvingwell. Whitford, the mayor and the fattest hobbit in the West Farthing, had been buried in SH and came out like a floured dumpling. But there were several questions asked that made Frodo a little uneasy. One of the Bree-landers, who seemed to have been in the SH several times, wanted to know where the Underhills lived and who they were related to. Suddenly Frodo noticed that a strange-looking, weather-beaten man sitting in the shadows near the wall was also listening intently to the hobbit talk. He had a tall tankard in front of him and was smoking a long-stemmed pipe, curiously carved. His legs were stretched out before him, showing high boots of supple leather that fitted him well but had seen much wear in when now caked with mud. A travel-stained cloak of heavy dark green cloth was drawn close about him, and in spite of the heat of the room he wore a hood that overshadowed his face, but the gleam of his eyes could be seen as he watched the hobbits. "Who is that?" Frodo asked when he got a chance to whisper to Mr. Butterbar. "I don't think you introduced him," said the landlord in an answering whisper, cocking an eye without turning his head. "I don't rightly know. He's one of the wandering folk rangers we call him. He sandal and talks not, but what he can tell a rare tale when he has the mind. He disappears for a month or a year, and then he pops up again. He was in and out pretty often last spring, but I haven't seen him about lately. What his right name is I've never heard, but he's known around here as Strider. Goes about at a great pace on his long shanks, though he don't tell nobody what cause he is to hurry. But there's no accounting for east and west, as we say. Bree, meaning the rangers and the Shire folk. Begging your pardon, funny you should ask about him." But at that moment Mr. Butterbar was called away by a demand for more ale, and his last remark remained unexplained. Frodo found that Strider was now looking at him as if he had heard or guessed all that had been said. Presently, with a wave of his hand and a nod, he invited Frodo to come over and sit by him. As Frodo drew near, he threw back his hood, showing a shaggy head of dark hair flecked with grey, and in a pale stern face a pair of keen grey eyes. "I'm cold, Strider," he said in a low voice. "I'm very pleased to meet you, Master Underhill. If old Butterbg got your name right." "He did," said Frodo stiffly. He felt far from comfortable under the stare of those keen eyes. "Well, Master Underhill, said Strider, if I were you I would stop your young friends from talking too much. Drink, fire and a chance meeting are pleasant enough, but well, this isn't the sh there are queer folk about, though I say it as shouldn't you may think, he added with a re-smile, seeing Frodo's glance, and there have been even stranger travelers through Bree lately, he went on, watching Frodo's face. Frodo returned his gaze but said nothing, and Strider made no further sign. His attention seemed suddenly to be fixed on Pippin. To his alarm, Frodo became aware that the ridiculous young two, encouraged by his success with the fat mayor of Michel Delvig, was now actually giving a comic account of Bilbo's farewell party. He was already giving an imitation of the speech and was drawing near to the astonishing disappearance. F was annoyed. It was a harmless enough tale for most of the local hobbits, no doubt just a funny story about those funny people away beyond the river, but some old butterer, for instance, knew a thing or two and had probably heard rumors long ago about Bilbo's vanishing. It would bring the name of Baggin to their minds, especially if there had been inquiries in Bree after that name. Fro fidgeted, wondering what to do. Pippin was evidently much enjoying the attention he was getting and had become quite forgetful of their danger. Frodo had a sudden fear that in his present mood he might even mention the ring, and that might well be disastrous. You had better do something quick, whispered Strider in his ear. Fro jumped up and stood on a table and began to talk. The attention of Pippin's audience was disturbed. Some of the hobbits looked up at Frodo and laughed and clapped, thinking that Mr. Underhill had taken as much as was good for him. Frodo suddenly felt very foolish and found himself, as was his habit when making a speech, fingering the things in his pocket. He felt the ring on its chain, and quite unaccountably the desire came over him to slip it on and vanish out of the silly situation. It seemed to him somehow as if the suggestion came to him from outside, from someone or something in the room. He resisted the temptation firmly and clasped the ring in his hand as if to keep hold on it and prevent it from escaping or doing any mischief. At any rate, it gave him no inspiration. He spoke a few suitable words, as they would have said in the Shire. We are all very much grateful by the kindness of your reception, and I venture to hope that my brief visit will help to renew the old ties of friendship between the Shire and Bree. And then he hesitated and coughed. Everyone in the room was now looking at him. As shouted one of the hobbits. A song, shouted all the others. Come on now, I'll still sing us something that we haven't heard before. For a moment Frodo stood gaping, then in desperation he began a ridiculous song that Bilbo had been rather fond of, and indeed rather proud of, for he had made up the words himself. It was about an inn, and that is probably why it came into Frodo's mind just then. Here it is in full. Only a few words of it are now as a rule remembered. There is an inn, Emerald Inn, beneath an old J.R.R. hill, and there they brew a beer so brown that the man in the moon himself came down one night to drink his fill. The Asta has a tipsy cat that plays a 5-string fiddle, and up and down he runs his bow, now squeaking high, now purring low, now sewing in the middle. The landlord keeps a little dog that's mighty fond of jokes. When there's good cheer among the guests, he an ear at all the jests and laughs until he chokes. They also keep a horned cow as proud as any queen, but music turns her head like ale and makes her wave her tough tail and dance upon the green. And oh, the rows of silver dishes and the store of silver spoons. For Sunday there's a special pair, and these they polish up with care. On Saturday afternoons the man in the moon was drinking deep, and the cat began to wail. A dish and a spoon on the table, danced the cow in the garden madly, and the little dog chased his tail. The man in the moon took another mug and then rode beneath his chair, and there he dozed and dreamed of Ali till the sky and the stars were pale and dawn was in the air. Then the Asta said to his tipsy cat, the white horses of the moon, they neigh and champ their silver bits, but Their masters be and drowned his wits, and the sun will be rising soon. So the cat on his fiddle played hey did diddle a jig that would wake the dead. He squeaked and sawed quickened the tune, while the landlord shook the man in the moon. It's after 3, he said. They rolled the man slowly up the hill and bundled him into the moon, while his horses galloped up in rear, and the cow came capering like a deer, and a dish ran up with the spoon. Now quicker the fiddle, when diddle dum did the dog began to roar. The cow and the horses stood on their heads. The guests all bounded from their beds and danced upon the floor with a ping and a pong. The fiddle string broke, the cow jumped over the moon, and the little dog laughed to see such fun. And the Saturday dish went off at a run with the silver Sunday spoon. The round moon rolled behind the hill as the sun raised up her head. She hardly believed her fiery eyes, for though it was day, to her surprise they all went back to bed. There was loud and long applause. Frodo had a good voice, and the song tickled their fancy. Where's old Barley, they cried, he ought to hear this. Rob about to learn his see the fiddle, and we don't have a dance. They called for more ale and began to shout, let's have it again, master, come on now. Once more they made Fru have another drink and then begin his song again, while many of them joined in, for the tune was well known and they were quick at picking up words. It was now Frodo's turn to feel pleased with himself. He capered about on the table, and when he came a second time to the cow, jumped over the moon. He leapt in the air much too vigorously, for he came down bang into a tray full of mugs and slipped and rolled off the table with a crash, clut and bump. The audience all opened their mouths wide for laughter and stopped short in gaping silence, for the singer disappeared. He simply vanished as if he'd gone slap through the floor without leaving a hole. The local hobbits stared in amazement and then sprang to their feet and shouted for Bowman. All the company drew away from Pippin and Sam, who found themselves left alone in the corner, and darkly and doubtfully from the distance it was plain that many people regarded them now as the companions of a traveling magician of unknown powers and purpose. But there was one swarthy bander who stood looking at them with a knowing and half-mocking expression that made them feel very uncomfortable. Presently he slipped out of the door, followed by the squint-tight southerner. The two had been whispering together a good deal during the evening. Harry the gatekeeper also went out just behind them. Frodo felt a fool, not knowing what else to do. He crawled away under the tables to the dark corner by Strider, who sat unmoved, giving no sign of his thoughts. Frodo leaned back against the wall and took off the ring. How it came to be on his finger he could not tell. He could only suppose that he had been handling it in his pocket while he sang, and that somehow it had slipped on when he stuck out his hand with a jerk to save his fall. For a moment he wondered if the ring itself had not played him a trick. Perhaps it had tried to reveal itself in response to some wish or command that was felt in the room. He did not like the looks of the men that had gone out. Well, said Strider when he reappeared, why did you do that? Worse than anything your friends could have said. Now you have put your foot in it, or should I say your finger. I don't know what you mean, said Frodo, annoyed and alarmed. Oh yes you do, answered Strider, but we had better wait until the UO has died down. Then if you please, Mr. Baggins, I should like a quiet word with you. What about? asked Frodo, ignoring the sudden use of his proper name. A matter of some importance to us both, answered Strider, looking Frodo in the eye. You may hear something to your advantage. Very well, said Frodo, trying to appear unconcerned. I'll talk to you later. Meanwhile an argument was going on by the fireplace. Mr. Buter had come trotting in, and he was now trying to listen to several conflicting accounts of the event at the same time. I saw him, Mr. Buter said, a hobbit, or leastways I didn't see him, if you take my meaning. He just vanished into thin air, in a manner of speaking. You don't say, Mr. Bug, said the landlord, looking puzzled. Yes, I Do replied Mugwole, and I mean what I say once more, there's some mistake somewhere, said Butter, shaking his head. There was too much of that Mr. Underill to go vanishing into thin air or into thick air as more likely in this room. Well, where is he now, cried several voices. How should I know? He's welcome to go where he will so long as he pays in the morning. Where's Mr. to now? He's not vanished. Well, I saw what I saw and I saw what I didn't, said M. Ward obstinately, and they say there's some mistake, repeated Butterbur, picking up the tray and gathering up the broken crockery. Of course there's a mistake, said Fro. I haven't vanished, here I am. I've just been having a few words with Strider in the corner. He came forward into the firelight, but most of the company backed away even more protrude than before. They were not in the least satisfied by his explanation that he had crawled away quickly under the tables after he had fallen. Most of the hobbits and the men of Bree went off then and there in a huff, having no fancy for further entertainment that evening. 102 gave Frodo a black look and departed, muttering among themselves. The dwarves and the 2 or 3 strange men that still remained got up and said good night to the landlord, but not to Frodo and his friends. Before long no one was left but Strider, who sat on unnoticed by the wall. Mr. Butterbur did not see much put out. He reckoned very probably that his house would be full again on many future nights until the present mystery had been thoroughly discussed. Now what have you been doing, Mr. Underill, he asked. Fing my customers and breaking up my crocks. With your acrobatics. I'm very sorry to have caused any trouble, said Frodo. It was quite unintentional, I assure you. A most unfortunate accident. All right, Mr. Hill, but if you're going to do any more tumbling or conjuring or whatever it was, you'd best warn folk beforehand and warn me. We're a bit suspicious around here of anything out of the way uncanny, if you understand me, and we don't take to it all of a sudden. I should be doing anything of the sort again, Mr. Butter, I promise you. And now I think I'll be getting to bed. We shall be making an early start. Will you see that Alpes are ready by 8:00? Very good, but before you go I should like a word with you in private. Mr. Real, something has just come back to my mind that I ought to tell you. I hope that you'll not take it when I've seen a thing or two I'll come along in your room if you willing. Certainly, said Frodo, but his heart sank. He wondered how many private talks he would have before he got to bed, and what they would reveal. Were these people all in league against him? He began to suspect even old Butter's fat face of concealing dark designs. Frodo, Pippin and Sam made their way back to the parlor. There was no light. Merry was not there, and the fire had burned low. It was not until they had puffed up the embers into a blaze and thrown on a couple of that they discovered Strider had come with them. There he was, calmly sitting in a chair by the door. Hello, said Pippin. Who are you and what do you want? I am called Strider, he answered, and though he may have forgotten it, your friend promised to have a quiet talk with me. You said I might hear something to my advantage, I believe, said Frodo. What have you to say? Several things, answered Strider, but of course I have my price. What do you mean? asked Frodo sharply. Don't be alarmed, I mean just this. I will tell you what I know and give you some good advice, but I shall want a reward. And what will that be, pray? said Frodo. He suspected now that he had fallen in with the rascal, and he thought uncomfortably that he had brought only a little money with him. All of it would hardly satisfy a rogue, and he could not spare any of it. No more than you can afford, answered Strider with a slow smile, as if he guessed Frodo's thoughts. Just this: you must take me along with you until I wish to leave you. Oh, indeed, replied Frodo, surprised but not much relieved. Even if I wanted another companion I should not agree to any such thing until I knew a good deal more about you and your business. Excellent, exclaimed Strider, crossing his legs and sitting back comfortably. You seem to be coming to your senses again, and that is all to the good. You have been much too careless so far. Very well, I will tell you what I know and leave the reward to you. You may be glad to grant it when you have heard me. Go on then, said Frodo. What do you know? Too much, too many dark things, said Strider grimly. But as for your business, he got up and went to the door, opened it quickly and looked out, then he shut it quietly and sat down again. I have quick ears, he went on, lowering his voice, and though I cannot not disappear, I have hunted many wild and weary things, and I can usually avoid being seen if I wish. Now I was behind the hedge this evening, on the road west of Bree, when four hobbits came out of the downlands. I need not repeat all that they said to old Bombadil or to one another, but one thing interested me. Please remember, said one of them, that the name of Baggins must not be mentioned. I am Mr. Underhill. If any name must be given, that interested me so much that I followed them here. I slipped over the gate just behind them. Maybe Mr. Baggins has an honest reason for leaving his name behind, but if so, I should advise him and his friends to be more careful. I don't see what interest my name has for anyone in Bree, said Frodo angrily, and I have still to learn why it interests you. Mr. Strider may have an honest reason for spying and eavesdropping, but if so, I should advise him to explain it. Well answered, said Strider, laughing, but the explanation is simple. I was looking for a hobbit called Frodo Baggins. I wanted to find him quickly. I had learned that he was carrying out of the Shire a secret that concerned me and my friends. Now don't mistake me, he cried as Frodo rose from his seat, and Sam jumped up with a scowl. I shall take more care of the secret than you do, and care is needed. He leaned forward and looked at them. Watch every shadow, he said in a low voice. Black horsemen had passed through Bree on Monday. One came down the greenway, they say, and another appeared later coming up the greenway from the south. There was silence. At last Frodo spoke to Pippin and Sam. I ought to have guessed it from the way the gatekeeper greeted us, he said, and the landlord seems to have heard something. Why did he press us to join the company, and why on earth did we behave so foolishly? We ought to have stayed quiet in here. It would have been better, said Strider. I would have stopped your going into the common room if I could, but the innkeeper would not let me in to see you or take a message. Do you think he began? Frodo, no, I don't think any harm of old Bader, only he does not altogether like mysterious Weber of my sort. Fro gave him a puzzled look. Well, I have a rather rasky look, have I not, said Strider with a curl of his lip and a queer gleam in his eye, but I hope we shall get to know one another better. When we do, I hope you will explain what happened at the end of your song. For that little prank, it was sheer accident, interrupted Frodo. I wonder, said Strider. Accident? Then that accident has made your position dangerous. Hardly more than it was already, said Frodo. I knew these horsemen were pursuing me, but now at any rate they seem to have missed me and to have gone away. You must not count on that, said Strider sharply. They will return, and more are coming. There are others, I know their number. I know these riders. He paused and his eyes were cold and hard. And there are some folk in Bree who are not to be trusted, he went on. Bill Ferny, for instance, he has an evil name in Bryant, and queer folk call at his house. You must have noticed him among the company, a swarthy, sneering fellow. He was very close with one of the Southern Rangers, and they slipped out together just after. Why accident? Not all of those Southerners mean well, and as for Ferny, he would sell anything to anybody or make mischief for amusement. What will Ferny sell, and what has my accident got to do with him, said Frodo, still determined not to understand Strider's hints. News of you, of course, answered Strider. An account of your performance would be very interesting to certain people. After that they would hardly need to be told your real name. It seems to me only too likely that they will hear of it before this night is over. Is that enough? You can do as you like about my reward, take me as a guide or not, but I may say that I know the lands between the Shire and the Misty Mountains, for I have wandered over them for many years. I am Older than I look, I might prove useful. You'll have to leave the open road after tonight, for the horsemen will watch it night and day. You may escape from Bree and be allowed to go forward while the sun is up, but you won't go far. They will come on you in the wild, in some dark place where there is no help. Do you wish them to find you? They are terrible." The hobbits looked at him and saw with surprise that his face was drawn as if with pain, and his hands clenched in the arms of his chair. The room was very quiet and still, and the light seemed to have grown dim. For a while he sat with unseeing eyes, as if walking in distant memory or listening to sounds in the night far away. He cried after a moment, drawing his hand across his brow, "Perhaps I know more about these pursuers than you do. You fear them, but you do not fear them enough yet. Tomorrow you will have to escape if you can. Strider can take you by paths that are seldom trodden. Will you have him?" There was a heavy silence. Frodo made no answer. His mind was confused with doubt and fear. Sam frowned and looked at his master, and at last he broke out, "With your leave, Mr. Frodo, I'd say no. The Strider here, he warns that he say take care, and I say yes to that. But let's begin with him. He comes out of the wild, and I never heard no good of such folk. He knows something, that's plain, and more than I like, but it's no reason why we should let him go leading us into some dark place far from help, as he puts it." Pippin fidgeted and looked uncomfortable. Strider did not reply to Sam, but turned his keen eyes on Frodo. Frodo caught his glance and looked away. "No," he said slowly, "I don't agree. I think you are not really as you choose to look. You began to talk to me like the Bree folk, but your voice has changed. Still, Sam seems right in this. I don't see why you should warn us to take care and yet ask us to take you on trust. Why the disguise? Who are you? What do you really know about my business, and how do you know?" "A lesson in caution has been well learned," said Strider with a grim smile, "but caution is one thing, in wavering is another. You will never get to Rendell now on your own, and to trust me is your only chance. You must make up your mind. I will answer some of your questions if that will help you to do so, but why should you believe my story if you do not trust me already? Still, here it is." At that moment there came a knock at the door. Mr. Butterbur had arrived with candles, and behind him was Nob with cans of hot water. Strider withdrew into a dark corner. "I've come to bid you good night," said the landlord, putting the candles on the table. "Nope, take the water to the rooms." He came in and shut the door. "It's like this," he began, hesitating and looking troubled. "If I've done any harm, I'm sorry indeed, but one thing drives out another, and as you'll admit, I'm a busy man. But first one thing and then another this week have jogged my memory, as the saying goes, and not too late, I hope. You see, I was asked to look out for hobbits of the Shire, and for one by the name of Baggins in particular." "And what has that got to do with me?" asked Frodo. "Ah, you know best," said the landlord knowingly. "I won't give you away, but I was told that the Baggins would be gone by the name of Underhill, and I was given a description that fits you well enough, if I may say so." "Indeed, let's have it then," said Frodo, unwisely interrupting. "A stout little fellow with red cheeks," said Mr. Butterbur solemnly. Pippin chuckled, but Sam looked indent. "That won't help you much. It goes for most hobbit barley, he says to me," continued Mr. Butterbur with a glance at Pippin, "but this one is taller than some, unfairer than most, and he has a cleft in his chin." Perky chat with a bright eye, begging your pardon, but he said it, not me. "He said it, and who is he?" asked Frodo eagerly. "Ah, that was Gondal, if you know who I mean. A wizard they say he is, but he's a good friend of mine with Reno. But now I don't know what he'll have to say to me if I see him again. Turn all my hail sour on me into a block of wood. I shouldn't wonder he's a bit hasty. Still, what's done can't be undone." "Well, what have you done?" said Frodo, getting impatient with the slow unraveling of Butter's thoughts. "Where was I?" said the landlord, pausing and snapping his fingers. "Yes, old Gandalf 3 months back he walked right into my room without a knock. Barl, he says, I'm off in the morning, will you do something for me? You only to name it. I said I'm in a hurry, said he, and I've have no time myself, but I want a message took to the sire. Have you anyone you can send and trust to go? I can find someone. I said tomorrow maybe, or the day after. Make it tomorrow, he says, and then he gave me a letter. It's addressed plain enough, said Mr. Butterbur, producing a letter from his pocket and reading out the address slowly and loudly. He valued his reputation as a lettered man. Mr. Frodo Baggins, Hobbiton in the Shire. A letter for me from Gandalf, cried Frodo. Said Mr. Butter, then your right name is Baggin? It is, said Frodo. You had better give me that letter at once and explain why you've never sent it. That's what you came to tell me, I suppose, though you've taken a long time to come to the point. Poor Mr. Butterbar looked troubled. You're right, master, he said, and I beg your pardon, and I'm mortal afraid of what Gandalf will say if harm comes of it, but I didn't keep it back a purpose. I quitted my safe then. I couldn't find nobody willing to go to the show the next day nor the day after, and on for my own fall were to spare. So and then one thing after another drove it out of my mind. I'm a busy man, I'll do what I can and set matters right. If there's any help I can give, you've only to name it. Leaving the letter aside, I promise. Gandalf, no less. Barley, he says to me, this friend of mine from the Shire, he may be coming out this way before long. Him and another, he'll be calling himself Underhill. Mind that, but you need ask no questions, and if I'm not with him he may be in trouble and he may need help. Do whatever you can for him and I'll be grateful, he says. And here you are in troubles not far off seemingly. What do you mean? asked Fro. These black men, said the landlord, lowering his voice, they're looking for Bins. If they mean well, then I'm a hobbit. It was on Monday that all the dogs were yammering and all the geese screaming. Uncanny, I called it. Nope, he came in, told me that 2 black men were at the door asking for a hobbit called Fagin's nose. Hair was all stood on end. I did the black fellows be off and slam the door on them, but they been asking the same question all the way to Arquette, I hear, and that ranger Strider, he's been asking questions too. Tried to get in here to see you before you'd have it by sub. He did, said Strider, suddenly coming forward into the light, and much trouble would have been saved if you had let him in. Bam! And the landlord jumped with surprise. You, he cried, you're always popping up. What do you want now? He's here with my leave, said Frodo. He came to offer me his help. Well, you know your own business maybe, said Mr. Butterill, looking suspiciously as Strider. But if I was in your plight I wouldn't take up with the ranger. Then who would you take up with? asked Strider. A fat innkeeper who only remembers his own name because people shouted at him all day. They cannot stay in the pony forever and they cannot go home. They have a long road before them. Will you go with them and keep the black men off me? Leave I wouldn't do that for any money, said Mr. Butterill, looking really scared. But why can't you stay here quiet for a bit? Mr. Unhiro, what are all these queer going on, and what are these black men after, and where do they come from? I'd like to know. I'm sorry I can't explain it all, answered Frodo. I'm tired and very worried, and it's a long tale, but if you mean to help me I ought to warn you that you will be in danger as long as I am in your house. These black riders, I am not sure, but I fear they come from Mordor, said Strider in a low voice. From Ban? If that means anything to you, oh save us, cried Mr. Buter, turning pale. The name evidently was known to him. That is the worst news that has come to Bree in my time, it is, said Frodo. Are you still willing to help me? I am, said Mr. Butterill, more than ever, though I don't know what the likes of me can do against he faltered. Against the shadow in the east, said Strider quietly. Not much, Baman, but every little helps. You can let Mr. Underhill stay here tonight as Mr. Underhill, and you can forget the name of Baggins until he is far away. I'll do that, said Buter. Well, they'll find out he's here without help. From me I'm afraid it's a pity Mr. Binns drew attention to himself this evening to say no more. The story of that Mr. Bill's going off has been heard before tonight in Bree. Even our knob has been doing some guessing in his own slow pate. There are others in Bree quicker in the Yupik than he is. Well, we can only hope the riders won't come back yet, said Frodo. I hope not indeed, said Bee, but spooks are no spooks, they won't get in the pony so easy. Don't you worry till the morning. No, we'll say no word, no black man shall pass my doors while I can stand on my legs. Me and my folk will keep watch tonight, but you had best get some sleep if you can. In any case we must be called at dawn, said Frodo. We must get off as early as possible. Breakfast at 6:30 please. Right, I'll see to the orders, said the landlord. Good night, Mr. Baggins. Underhill, I should say good night now. Bless me, where's your Mr. Brandy book? I don't know, said Frodo with sudden anxiety. They had forgotten all about Merry and it was getting late. I'm afraid he is out. He said something about going for a breath of air. Well, you do want looking after, and no mistake, your party might be on a holiday, said Mr. Butterbur. I must go and bar the doors quick, but I'll see your friend is let in when he comes. I'll better stand up to look for him. Good night to you all. At last Mr. Butterow went out with another doubtful look at Strider and a shake of his head. His footsteps retreated down the passage. Well, said Strider, when are you going to open that letter? Freyr looked carefully at the seal before he broke it. It seemed certainly to be Gondal's inside. Written in the wizard's strong but graceful script was the following message: the prancing pony Bremia's day sh here 1418. Dear Frodo, bad news has reached me here. I must go off at once. You had better leave Ban soon and get out of the Shire before the end of July at latest. I will return as soon as I can, and I will follow you if I find that you are gone. Leave a message for me here if you pass through Bree. You can trust the landlord Butterer. You may meet a friend of mine on the road, our man lean, dark, tall, by some called Strider. He knows our business and will help you make for Rivendell. There I hope we may meet again. If I do not come, Elon will advise you. Yours in haste, Gaff. Postscript: do not use it again, not for any reason whatever. Do not travel by night. Postscript: may make sure that it is the real Strider. There are many strange men on the roads whose true name is Aragorn. Old that is gold does not glitter. Not all those who wander are lost. The old that is strong does not wither. Deep roots are not reached by the frost. From the ashes a fire shall be woken, a light from the shadow shall spring. Renewed shall be blade that was broken, the crownless again shall be king. I hope Butterbur into this promptly. A worthy man, but his memory is like a lumber room thing, wanted always buried. If he forgets I shall roast him. Farewell. Roa read the letter to himself and then passed it to Pippin and Sam. Really, old Butter has made a mess of things. He said he deserves roasting. If I had got this at once we might have all been safe in Rivendell by now. But what can have happened to Gandalf? He writes as if he was going into great danger. He has been doing that for many years, said Strider. Frodo turned and looked at him thoughtfully, wondering about Gandalf's second postscript. Why didn't you tell me you were Gandalf's friend at once? He asked. It would have saved time. Would any of you have believed me till now, said Strider. I knew nothing of this letter. For all I knew I had to persuade you to trust me without proofs if I was to help you. In any case I did not intend to tell you all about myself at once. I had to study you first and make sure of you. The enemy has set traps for me before now. As soon as I had made up my mind I was ready to tell you whatever you asked, but I must admit, he hated with a queer laugh, that I hoped you would take me for my own sake. A haunted man sometimes wearies of distrust and longs for friendship, but there I believe my looks are against me. They are at first sight at any rate, laughed Pippin with sudden relief after reading Gandalf's letter. But handsome is as handsome does, as we say in the SHNI. Dare say we shall all look much the same after lying for days in hedges and ditches. It would take more than a few days or weeks or years of wandering in the wild to make you look like Strider, he answered, and you would die first unless you are made of sterner stuff than you'd look to be. Pippin subsided, but Sam was not daunted, and he still eyed Strider dubiously. How do we know you are the Strider that Gondal speaks about, he demanded. You never mentioned Gandalf until this letter came out. You might be a play-acting spy for all I can see, trying to get us to go with you. You might have done the real Strider and took his clothes. What have you to say to that? That you are a stout fellow, answered Strider, but I am afraid my only answer to you, Sam Gamgee, is this: if I had killed the real Strider I could kill you, and I would have killed you already without so much talk. If I was after the ring I could have it now. He stood up and seemed suddenly to grow taller. In his eyes gleamed a light keen and commanding. Throwing back his cloak he laid his hand on the hilt of a sword that had hung concealed by his side. They did not dare to move. Sam sat wide-mouthed staring at him. Do maybe, but I am the real Strider, fortunately, he said, looking down at them with his face softened by a sudden smile. I am Aragorn, son of Arthur, and if by my life or death I can save you I will. There was a long silence. At last Spro spoke with hesitation. I believe that you were a friend before the letter came, he said, or at least I wish to. You have frightened me several times tonight, but never in the way the servants of the enemy would. Or so I imagine. I think one of his eyes would well seem fairer and feel fouler, if you understand. I see, laughed Strider. I look foul and feel fair. Is that it? All that is gold does not glitter. Not all those who wander are lost. Did the verses apply to you then? asked Frodo. I could not make out what they were about. But how did you know that they were in Gandalf's letter if you've never seen it? I did not know, he answered, but I am Aragorn and those verses go with that name. He drew out his sword, and they saw that the blade was indeed broken a foot below the hilt. Not much use is it, Sam, said Strider, but the time is near when it shall be forged anew. Sam said nothing. Well, said Strider, with Sam's permission we will call that settled. Strider shall be your guide. We shall have a rough road to tomorrow. Even if we're allowed to leave Bree unhindered, we can hardly hope now to leave it unnoticed, but I shall try to get lost as soon as possible. I know one or two ways out of Bray, and other than the main road. If once we shake off the pursuit we shall make for Weathertop, said Sam. What's that? It is a hill just to the north of the road, about halfway from here to Rivendell. It commands a wide view all around, and there we shall have a chance to look about us. Gondal will make for that point. If he follows us after with Took, our journey will become more difficult, and we shall have to choose between various dangers. When did you last see Gandalf? asked Frodo. Do you know where he is or what he's doing? Strider looked grave. I do not know, he said. I came west with him in the spring. I have often kept watch on the borders of the Shire in the last few years. When he was busy elsewhere he seldom left it unguarded. We last met on the 1st of May at Sarfor down the Brandywine. He told me that his business with you had gone well, and that you would be starting for Rivendell in the last week of September. As I knew he was at your side, I went away on a journey of my own, and that has proved ill, for plainly some news reached him and I was not at hand to help. I am troubled for the first time since I have known him. We should have had messages. Yet even if he would not come himself, when I returned many days ago I heard the ill news. The tidings had gone far and wide that Gandalf was missing and the horsemen had been seen. It was the elven folk of Gildor that told me this, and later they told me that you had left your home, but there was no news of your leaving Buckland. I have been watching the East Road anxiously. Do you think the Black Riders have anything to do with it? With Gandalf's absence, I mean, asked Frodo. I do not know of anything else that would have hindered him except the Enemy himself, said Strider, but do not give up hope. Gandalf is greater than you. Shia folk know as a rule you can only see his jokes and toys, but this business of ours will be his greatest task. Pippin yawned. I am sorry, he said, but I am dead tired. In spite of all the danger and worry, I must go to bed or sleep where I sit. Where is that silly fellow Merry? It would be the last THRW if we had to go out in the dark to look for him. At that moment they heard a door slam, then feet came running along the passage. Merry came in with a rush, followed by Nob. He shut the door hastily and leaned against it. He was out of breath. They stared at him in alarm for a moment before he gasped, I have seen them, Frodo, I have seen them. Black riders, cried Frodo. We're here in the village. I stayed indoors for an hour, then as you did not come back I went out for a stroll, and I'd come again while standing just outside the light of the lamp looking at the stars. Suddenly I shivered and felt that something horrible was creeping near. There was a sort of deeper shade among the shadows across the road just beyond the edge of the lamplight. I slid away at once into the dark without a sound. There was no horse. Which way did he go? asked Strider suddenly and sharply. Mary started looking at the stranger for the first time. Go on, said Frodo. This is a friend of Gav's. I will explain later. It seemed to make off up the road eastward, continued Mary. The first tried to follow. Of course it vanished almost at once, but I went round the corner and on as far as the last house on the road. Strider looked at Mary with wonder. You have a stout heart, he said, but it was foolish. I don't know, said Mary, neither brave nor silly. I think I could hardly help myself. I seemed to be drawn somehow. Anyway I went, and suddenly I heard voices by the hedge. One was muttering and the other was whispering or hissing. I couldn't hear a word that was said. I did not creep any closer because I began to tremble all over. Then I felt terrified and I turned back. I was going to bolt home when something came behind me and I fell over. I found him, sir, put a knob. Mr. Butterbar sent me out with a lantern. I went down to the west gate and then back up towards southern gate just nigh Bill Ferry's house. I thought I could see something in the road. I wouldn't swear to it, but it looked to me as if two men were stooping over something, lifting it. I gave a shout, but when I got up to the spot there was no signs of them, only Mr. Brandib lying by the roadside. He seemed to be asleep. I thought I'd fallen into deep water, he says to me. Then I shook him very queer he was, and as soon as I had roused him he got up and ran back here like a hare. I'm afraid that's true, said Mary, though I don't know what I said. I had an ugly dream which I can't remember. I went to pieces. I don't know what came over me. I do, said Strider. The Black Breath. The riders must have left horses outside and passed back through the south gate in secret. They will know all the news now, for they have visited Bill Ferny, and probably that southerner was a spy as well. Something may happen in the night before we leave. Bree, what will happen, said Mary. Will they attack the inn? No, I think not, said Rare. They are not all here yet, and in any case that is not their way. In dark and loneliness they are the strongest. They will not openly attack a house where there are lights and many people, not until they are desperate, not while all the leagues of J.R.R still lie before us. But their power is in terror, and already some in Bree are in their clutch. They will drive these wretches to some evil work very, and some of the strangers, and maybe the gatekeeper too. They had words with Hurry at the west gate on Monday. I was watching them. He was white and shaking when they left him. We seem to have enemies all around, said Frodo. What shall we do? Stay here and do not go to your rooms. They are sure to have found out which those are. The Hobbit rooms have windows looking north and close to the ground. We will all remain together and bar this window and the door. But first, no, and I will fetch your luggage. While Strider was gone, Frodo gave Merry a rapid account Of all that had happened since supper, Mary was still reading and pondering Gandalf's letter when Strider and Nob returned. "Will masters," said Nob, "I've ruffled up the clothes and put a bolster down the middle of each bed, and I made a nice imitation of your head with a brown woolen map. Mr. Bag Underhill, sir," he added with a grin. Pippin laughed very lifelike. He said, "But what will happen when they have penetrated the disguise?" "We shall see," said Strider. "Let us hope to hold the fort till morning." "Good night to you," said Nob, and went off. To take his part in the watch on the doors, their bags and gear they piled on the parlor floor. They pushed a low chair against the door and shut the window. Peering out, Frodo saw that the night was still clear. The sickle, the hobbit's name for the plough or great bear, was swinging bright above the shoulders of Bree Hill. He then closed and barred the heavy inside shutters and drew the curtains together. Strider built up the fire and blew out all the candles. The H lay down on their blankets with their feet towards the half, and Strider settled himself in the chair against the door. They talked for a little, for Mary still had several questions to ask. "Jumped over the moon," chuckled Mary as he rolled himself in his blanket. "Very ridiculous of you, Frodo, but I wish I'd been there to see the worries of Bree. We'll be discussing it 100 years hence." "I hope so, Estri." Then they all fell silent, and one by one the hobbits dropped off to sleep. As they prepared for sleep in the inner Bree, darkness lay on Buckland. A mist strayed in the dells and along the river bank. The house at Crick Hollow stood silent. Fatty Bjur opened the door cautiously and peered out. A feeling of fear had been growing on him all day, and he was unable to rest or go to bed. There was a brooding threat in the breathless night air. As he stared out into the gloom, a black shadow moved under the trees. The gate seemed to open of its own accord and close again without a sound. Terror seized him. He shrank back, and for a moment he stood trembling in the hall. Then he shut and locked the door. The night deepened. There came the soft sound of horses led with stealth. Along the lane outside the gate they stopped, and three black figures entered like shades of night, creeping across the ground. One went to the door, one to the corner of the house on either side, and there they stood as still as the shadows of stones, while the night went slowly on the house and the quiet trees seemed to be waiting breathlessly. There was a faint stir in the leaves, and a crowed far away. The cold hour before dawn was passing. The figure by the door moved in the dark without a moon or stars. A drawn blade gleamed as if a chill light had been unsheathed. There was a blow, soft but heavy, and the door shoot open. "In the name of Mordor," said a voice, thin and menacing. At the second blow the door yielded and fell back with timbers burst and lock broken. The black figures passed swiftly in. At that moment among the trees nearby a horn rang out. It rent the night like fire on a hilltop. "Awake, fear fire, CL awake." Fatty Booer had not been idle. As soon as he saw the dark shapes creep from the garden he knew that he must run for it or perish, and run he did, out of the back door, through the garden, and over the fields. When he reached the nearest house more than a mile away, he collapsed on the doorstep. "No, no, no, no," he was crying. "No, not me, I haven't got it." It was some time before anyone could make up what he was babbling about. At last they got the idea that enemies were in Buckland, some strange invasion from the old forest, and then they lost no more time. Fire! The brandy bucks were blowing the horn call of Buckland that had not been sounded for 100 years, not since the white wolves came in fell winter, when the brandy wine was frozen over. "Awake, awake!" Far away answering horns were heard. The alarm was spreading. Black fled from the house. One of them let F cloak on the step. As he ran in the lane the noise of hoofs broke out, and gathering to a gallop went hammering away into the darkness. All about Crick Hollow there was a sound of horns blowing and voices crying and feet running, but the black riders rode like a gale to the north gate. Let the little people blow, Sauron would deal with them later. Meanwhile they had another errand they knew now. that the house was empty and the ring had gone. They rode down the guards at the gate and vanished from the sh. In the early night Frodo woke from deep sleep suddenly as if some sound of presence had disturbed him. He saw that Strider was sitting alert in his chair. His eyes gleamed in the light of the fire which had been tended and was burning brightly, but he made no sign of movement. Frodo soon went to sleep again, but his dreams were again troubled with the noise of wind and of galloping hooves. The wind seemed to be curling round the house and shaking it, and far off he heard a horn blowing wildly. He opened his eyes and heard a crowing lustily in the yard. Strider had drawn the curtains and pushed back the shutters with a clang. The first grey light of day was in the room and a cold air was coming through the open window. As soon as Strider had roused them all, he led the way to their bedrooms. When they saw them, they were glad that they had taken his advice. The windows had been forced open and were swinging, and the curtains were flapping. The beds were tossed about and the bolsters slashed and flung upon the floor. The brown mat was torn to pieces. Strider immediately went to fetch the landlord. Poor Mr. Butterbur looked sleepy and frightened. He had hardly closed his eyes all night, so he said, but he had never heard a sound. Oh, never has such a thing happened in my time, he cried, raising his hands in horror. Guests unable to sleep in their beds and good boars ruined and all. What are we coming to? Dark times, said Strider, but for the present you may be left in peace. When you have got rid of us we will leave at once. Never mind about breakfast, a drink and a bite standing we'll have to do. We shall be packed in a few minutes. Mr. Butterbar hurried off to see that their ponies were got ready and to fetch them a bite, but very soon he came back in dismay. The ponies had vanished. The stable doors had all been opened in the night and they were gone. Not only Mary's ponies but every other horse and beast in the place. Frodo was crushed by the news. How could they hope to reach Rivendell on foot, pursued by mounted enemies? They might as well set out for the moon. Strider sat silent for a while, looking at the hobbits as if he was weighing up their strength and courage. Ponies should not help us to escape. Horsemen, he said at last thoughtfully, as if he guessed what Frodo had in mind. We should not go much slower on foot, not on the roads that I mean to take. I was going to walk. In any case it is the food and stores that trouble me. We cannot count on getting anything to eat between here and Rivendell. Except what we take with us. We ought to take plenty to spare, for we may be delayed or forced to go roundabout far out of the direct way. How much are you prepared to carry on your backs? As much as we must, said Pippin with a sinking heart, but trying to show that he was tougher than he looked. I can carry enough for two, said Sam defiantly. That's can't anything be done? Mr. Butterbur asked Frodo. Can't we get a couple of ponies in the village, or even one just for the baggage? I don't suppose we could hire them, but we might be able to buy them, he hayed doubtfully, wondering if he could afford it. Oh, I doubt it, said the landlord unhappily. The 2 or 3 riding ponies that there were in B were stabled in my yard. They're gone. As for other animals, horses, ponies for J.R.R. or what not, there are very few of them in Bree and they won't be for sale, but I'll do what I can. I'll root out Bob and send him round as soon as may be. Yes, said Strider reluctantly, you had better do that. I'm afraid we shall have to try to get one pony at least, but so ends all hope of starting early. Slipping away quietly, we might as well have blown a horn to announce our departure. That was part of their plan. No, out there is one crumb of comfort, said Mary, and more than a crumb. I hope we can have breakfast while we wait and sit down to him. Let's get hold of Nob. In the end there was more than 3 hours delay. Bob came back with the report that no horse or pony was to be got for love or money in the neighborhood except one. Bill Fernie had one that he might possibly sell, a poor old half-starved creature. He is, said Bob, but he won't part with it for less than thrice its Worth seeing how your place not if I knows Bill Ferry said Frodo isn't there some trick wouldn't the beast be back to him with all our stuff or helping tracking us or something I wonder said Strider but I cannot imagine any animal running home to him once it got away and fancy this is only an afterthought of kind Master Fur's just a way of increasing his profits from the affair the chief danger is that the poor beast is probably a death's door but there does not seem to be any choice. What does he want for it? Bill Ferny's price was 12 silver pennies and that was indeed at least 3 times the pony's value. In some parts it proved to be a bony underfed and dispirited animal but it did not look like dying just yet. Mr. Butterbur paid for it himself and offered Mary another 18p at some compensation for the lost animals. He was an honest man and well off as things were reckoned in Bree but 30 silver pennies was a sore blow to him and being cheated by Bill Ferry made it harder to bear. As a matter of fact he came out on the right side in the end. It turned out later that only one horse had been actually stolen, the others had been driven off or had bolted in terror and were found wandering in different corners of the Bree land. Mary's ponies had escaped altogether and eventually, having a good deal of sense, they made their way to the down in search of Fatty Lumpkin, so they came under the care of Tom Bombadil for a while and were well off. But when news of the events at Bree came to Tom's ears he sent them to Mr. Butterbur, who thus got 5 good beasts at a very fair price. They had to work harder in Bree but Bob treated them well, so on the whole they were lucky. They missed a dark and dangerous journey but they never came to Rivendell. However, in the meanwhile, for all Mr. Butterer knew, his money was gone for good or for bad and he had other troubles, for there was a great commotion as soon as the remaining guests were astir and heard the news of the raid on the inn. The southern travelers had lost several horses and blamed the innkeeper loudly until it became that one of their own number had also disappeared in the night, none other than Bill Ferny's squint-eyed companion. Suspicion fell on him at once. "If you pick up with a horse thief and bring him to my house," said Butterbar angrily, "you ought to pay for all the damage yourselves and not come shouting at me. Go ask Fle where your handsome friend is." But it appeared that he was nobody's friend and nobody could recollect when he had joined their party. After their breakfast the hobbits had to repack and get together further supplies for the longer journey. They were now expecting it was close on 10 o'clock before they had last got off, but that time the whole of Bree was buzzing with excitement. Frodo's vanishing trick, the appearance of the Black Horseman, the robbing of the stables, and not least the news that Strider the Ranger had joined the mysterious hobbits made such a tale as would last for many uneventful years. Most of the inhabitants of Bree and Staddle, and many even from Com and Arched, were crowded in the road to see the travelers start. The other guests in the inn were at the doors or hanging out of the windows. Strider had changed his mind and he decided to leave Bree by the main road. Any attempt to set off across country at once would only make matters worse. Half the inhabitants would follow them to see what they were up to, and to prevent them from trespassing they said farewell to Nob and Bob and took leave of Mr. Butter with many thanks. "Thank you very much. I hope we shall meet again someday when things are merry once more," said "I should like nothing better than to stay in your house in peace for a while." They tramped off, anxious and downhearted under the eyes of the crowd. Not all the faces were friendly nor all the words that were shouted, but Strider seemed to be held in awe by most of the banders, and those that he stared at shut their mouths and drew away. He walked in front with Frodo, next came Merry and Pippin, and last came Sam leading the pony, which was laden with as much of their baggage as they had heart to give it, but already it looked less dejected, as if it approved of the change in its fortunes. Sam was chewing an apple Thoughtfully he had a pocket full of them, a parting present from Nob and Bob, apples for walking and a pipe for sitting. He said, but I reckon I'll miss them both before long. The hobbits took no notice of the inquisitive heads that peeped out of doors or popped over walls and fences as they passed, but as they drew near to the further gate Frodo saw a dark, ill-kept house behind a thick hedge, the last house in the village. In one of the windows he caught a glimpse of a sow face with sly slanting eyes, but it vanished at once. So that's where the SN is hiding, he thought. He looks more like half a goblin over the hedge. Another man was staring boldly. He had heavy black brows and dark sconeful eyes, his large mouth curled in a sneer. He was smoking a short black pipe. As they approached he took it out of his mouth and spat. Morning, Longshanks, he said. Oh, fly found some friends at last. Stree nodded but did not answer. Morning, my little friends, he said to the others. I suppose you know who you've taken up with. Let's stick it, not Stree. That is, I've heard other names not so pretty. Watch out tonight, and me don't go we treating my poor old pony. He spat again. Sam turned quickly. And you, Fernie, he said, put your ugly face out of sight or it will get hurt. With a sudden flick, quick as lightning, an apple left his hand and hit Bill square on the nose. He ducked too late and curses came from behind the hedge. Waste of a good apple, said Sam regretfully, and strolled on. At last they left the village behind. The escort of children and stragglers that had followed them got tired and turned back at the south gate. Passing through, they kept on along the road for some miles. It bent to the left, curving back into its eastward lines as it rounded the feet of Bree Hill, and then it began to run swiftly downwards into wooden country. To their left they could see some of the houses and hobbit holes of Staddle on the gentler southeastern slopes of the hill. Down in deep hollow away north of the road there was wisps of rising smoke that showed where Colm lay. Arquette was hidden in the trees beyond. After the road had run down some way and had left Bree Hill standing tall and brown behind, they came to a narrow track that led off towards the north. This is where we leave the open and take to cover, said Strider. Not a shortcut, I hope, said Pippin. Our last shortcut through woods nearly ended in disaster. Haha, but you've not got me with you then, laughs Strider. My cuts short or long don't go wrong. He took a look up and down the road. No one was in sight, and he led the way quickly down towards the wooded valley. His plan, as far as they could understand it without knowing the country, was to go towards Arquette at first, but to bear right and pass it on the east, and then to steer as straight as he could over the wildlands to Weathertop Hill. In that way they would, if all went well, cut off a great loop of the road which further on bent southwards to avoid the midwater marshes. But of course they would have to pass through the marshes themselves, and Strider's description of them was not encouraging. However, in the meanwhile, walking was not unpleasant indeed. If it not been for the disturbing events of the night before, they would have enjoyed this part of the journey better than any. Up to that time the sun was shining clear but not too hot. The woods in the valley were still leafy and full of color and seemed peaceful and homesome. Strider guided them confidently among the many crossing paths. Although left to themselves they would soon have been at loss. He was taking a wandering course with many turns and doublings to put off any pursued, for we'll have watched where we left the road for certain, I said, though I don't think he will follow us himself. He knows the land around here well enough, but he knows that he is not a match for me in the wood. It is what he may tell others that I'm afraid of. I don't suppose they are far away. If they think we have made for Arquette, so much the better, whether because of stride of skill or for some other reason. They saw no sign and heard no sound of any other living thing all that day, neither two-footed except birds nor four-footed except one fox and a few squirrels. The next day they began to steer a steady course eastwards, and still all was quiet and peaceful. On the third day out from Bree they came out of the Chetwood. The land had been falling steadily ever since they turned aside from the road, and they now entered the wide flat expanse of country much more difficult to manage. They were far beyond the borders of the Bree land, out in the pathless wilderness and drawing near to the midwater marshes. The ground now became damp and in places boggy, and there they came upon Pools and wide stretches of reeds and rushes filled with the wobbling of little hidden birds. They had to pick their way carefully to keep both dry-footed and on their proper course. At first they made fair progress, but as they went on their passage became slower and more dangerous. The marshes were bewildering and treacherous, and there was no permanent trail even for rangers to find through their shifting quagmires. The flies began to torment them, and the air was full of clouds of tiny midges that crept up their sleeves, in breeches and into their hair. "I am being eaten alive," cried Pippin midwater. "There are more witches than water. What do they live on when they can't get Hobbit?" asked Sam, scratching his neck. "They spent a miserable day in this lonely and unpleasant country. Their camping place was damp, cold and uncomfortable, and the biting insects would not let them sleep. There were also abominable creatures haunting the reeds, and to so that from the sound of them were evil relatives of the cricket. There were thousands of them, and they squeaked all around neek break, increasingly all the night until the hobbits were nearly frantic. The next day, the 4th, was little better, and the night almost as comfortless, though the Nickas, as Sam called them, had been left behind. The still pursued them as Frodo lay tired but unable to close his eyes. It seemed to him that far away there came a light in the eastern sky. It flashed and faded many times. It was not the dawn, for that was still some hours off. "What is the light?" he said to Strider, who had risen and was standing gazing ahead into the night. "I do not know," Strider answered, "just too distant to make out. It is like lightning that leaps up from the hilltops." Frodo lay down again, but for a long while he could still see the white flashes, and against them the tall dark figure of Strider standing silent and watchful. At last he passed into an uneasy sleep. They had not gone far from the 5th day when they left the last straggling pools and reed beds of the marshes behind them. The land before them began steadily to rise again. Away in the distance eastward they could now see a line of hills. The highest of them was at the right of the line and a little separated from the others. It had a conical top slightly flattened at the summit. "That is where the top," said Strider. "The old road which we have left far away to our right runs to the south of it and passes not far from its foot. We might reach it by noon tomorrow if we go straight towards it." "I suppose we had better do so." "What do you mean?" asked Frodo. "I mean, when we do get there, it is not certain what we shall find. It is close to the road, but surely we were hoping to find Gandalf there." "Yes, but hope is paint. If he comes this way at all, he may not pass through Bree, and so he may not know what we are doing, and anyway, unless by luck we arrive almost together, we shall miss one another. There will not be safe for him or for us to wait there long. If the riders fail to find us in the wilderness, they're likely to make for Weathertop themselves. It commands a wide view all around. Indeed, there are many birds and beasts in this country that could see us as we stand there from that hilltop. Not all the birds are to be trusted, and there are other spies more evil than they are." The hobbits looked anxiously at the distant hills. Sam looked up into the pale sky, fearing to see hawks or eagles hovering over them with bright unfriendly eyes. "Oh, you do make me feel uncomfortable and lonesome, Strider," he said. "What do you advise us to do?" asked Frodo. "I think," answered Strider slowly, as if he was not quite sure, "I think the best thing is to go as straight eastward from here as we can, to make for the line of hills, not for Weathertop. There we can strike a path I know that runs at their feet. It will bring us to Weathertop from the north, and less openly. Then we shall see what we shall see." All that day they plodded along until the cold and early evening came down. The land became drier and more barren, but mists and vapors lay behind them on the marshes. A few melancholy birds were piping and wailing until the round red sun sank slowly into the western shadows. Then an empty silence fell. The hobbits thought of the soft light of a sunset glancing through the cheerful windows of Bajan Far away at the day's end they came to a stream that wandered down from the hills to lose itself in the stagnant marshland, and they went up along its banks while the night lasted. It was already night when at last they halted and made their camp under some stunted the trees by the shores of the stream. Ahead there loomed now against the dusky sky the bleak and treeless backs of the hills. That night they set a watch, and Strider it seemed did not sleep at all. The moon was waxing, and in the early night hours a cold grey light lay on the land. Next morning they set out again. Soon after sunrise there was a frost in the air, and the sky was a pale clear blue. The hobbits felt refreshed, as if they had a night of unbroken sleep. Already they were getting used to much walking on the short commons, shorter at any rate than what in the they could have thought, barely enough to keep them on their legs. Pippin declared that Frodo was looking twice the hobbit than he had been. Very odd, said Frodo, tightening his belt, considering there is actually a good deal less of me. I hope the thinning process will not go on indefinitely, or I shall become a wraith. Do not speak of such things, said Strider quickly and with surprising earnestness. The hills drew nearer. They made an undulating ridge, often rising almost to and here and there falling again to low cliffs or passes leading into the eastern land beyond. Along the crest of the ridge the hobbits could see what looked to be the remnants of green-brown walls and quays, and in the cliffs there still stood the ruins of old works of stone. By night they had reached the feet of the westward slopes, and there they camped. It was the night of the 5th of October, and they were 6 days out from Bree. In the morning they found, for the first time since they had left the Chetwood, a track plain to see. They turned right and followed it southwards. It ran cunningly, taking a line that seemed chosen so as to keep as much hidden as possible from view, both of the hilltops above and of the flats to the west. It dived into dells and hugged steep banks, and where it passed over flatter and more open ground on either side of it there were lines of large boulders and hun stones that screened the travelers almost like a hedge. I wonder who made this path and what for, said Merry as they walked along one of these avenues where the stones were unusually large and closely set. I'm not sure that I like it. It has a rather barrow whitish look. Is there any barrow on Weathertop? No, there is no barrow on Weathertop, nor on any of these hills, answered Strider. The men of the West did not live here, though in their latter days they defended the hills for a while against the evil that came out of Angar. This path was made to serve the forts along the walls, but long before, in the first day of the Northern Kingdom, they built a great watchtower on Weathertop. Amonul they called it. It was buried and broken, and nothing remains of it now but a tumbled ring like a rough crown on the old hill's head. Yet once it was tall and fair. It is told that Elendil stood there watching for the coming of Gil-galad out of the west in the days of the last alliance. The hobbits gazed at Strider. It seemed that he was learned in old law as well as in the ways of the wild. Who was Gil-galad? asked Merry. The rider did not answer and seemed to be lost in thought. Suddenly a low voice murmured, Gil-galad was an elven king. Of him the harper sadly sing the lost, whose realm was fair and free between the mountains and the sea. His sword was long, his lance was keen, his shine Har was seen. The countless stars of heaven's field were mirrored in his silver shield. But long ago he rode away, and where he dwelleth none can say, for into darkness fell his star in Mordor, where the shadows are. The others turned in amazement, for the voice was Sam's. Don't stop, said Merry. That's all I know, stammered Sam, blushing. I learned it from Mr. Bilbo when I was lad. He used to tell me tales like that, knowing how I was always one for hearing about elves. It was Mr. Bilbo has taught me my letters. He was mighty book learned, was dear old Mr. Bilbo, and he wrote poetry. He wrote what I've just said. He did not make it up, said Strider. It is part of the lay that is called the Fall of Gil-galad, which is an ancient time. H. Below must have translated it. I never knew that there was a lot more, said Sam. It's all about Mordor. I didn't learn that part. It gave me shivers. I never thought I should be going that way myself. Going to Mordor, cried Pippin. I hope he won't come to that. Do not speak that name so loudly, said Strider. It was already midday when they drew nearer the southern end of the path and saw before them, in the pale clear light of the October sun, a grey-green bank leading up like a bridge on the northward slope of the hill they decided to make for the top at once. While the daylight was broad, concealment was no longer possible, and they could only hope that no enemy or spy was observing them. Nothing was to be seen moving on the hill. If Gandalf was anywhere about, there was no sign of him. On the western flank of Weathertop they found a sheltered hollow, at the bottom of which there was a bow-shaped dell with grassy sides. There they left Sam and Pippin with the pony and their packs and luggage. The other three went on after half an hour's plodding climb. Strider reached the crown of the hill. Frodo and Merry followed, tired and breathless. The last slope had been steep and rocky. On the top they found, as Strider had said, a wide ring of ancient stonework, now crumbling or covered with agong grass, but in the center a sea of broken stones had been piled. They were blackened as if with fire. About them the turf was burned into the roots, and all within the ring the grass was scorched and shriveled as if flames had swept the hilltop, but there was no sign of any living thing standing upon the rim of the ruined circle. They saw all around below them a wide prospect, for the most part of lands empty and featureless except for patches of woodland away to the south, beyond which they caught here and there the glint of distant water. There ran like a ribbon the old road coming out of the west and winding up and down until it faded behind a ridge of dark land to the east. Nothing was moving on it. Following its line eastward with their eyes they saw the mountains. The nearer foothills were brown and somber. Behind them stood taller shapes of grey, and behind those again were high white peaks glimmering among the clouds. Well, here we are, said Merry, and very cheerless and uninviting it looks. There is no water and no shelter and no sign of Gandalf, but I don't blame him for not waiting. If he ever came here, I wonder, said Strider, looking around thoughtfully. Even if he was a day or two behind us at Bree, he could have arrived here first. He can ride very swiftly when need presses. Suddenly he stooped and looked at the stone on the top of the cage. It was flatter than the others and whiter, as if tea had escaped the fire. He picked it up and examined it, turning it with his fingers. This has been handled recently, he said. What do you think of these marks on the flat underside? From T.R.O. saw some scratches. There seems to be a stroke, a dot, and 3 more strokes, he said. The stroke on the left might be a gun with thin branches, said Strider. It might be a sign left by Gandalf, though one cannot be sure. The scratches are fine and they certainly look fresh, but the marks might mean something quite different and have nothing to do with us. Rangers use runes, and they come here sometimes. What could they mean? Even if Gondal made them, asked Merry. The first should say, answered Strider, that they stood for G3, and we assign that Gandalf was here on October the 3rd, that is 3 days ago now. It will also show that he was in a hurry and danger was at hand, so that he had no time or did not dare to write anything longer or plainer. If that is so, we must be wary. I wish we could feel sure that he made these marks, whatever they may mean, said Frodo. It would be a great comfort to know that he was on the way in front of us or behind us, perhaps, says Strider. For myself, I believe that he was here and he was in danger. There have been scorching flames here, and now the light that we saw 3 nights ago in the eastern sky comes back to my mind. I guess that he was attacked on this hilltop, but with what result I cannot tell. He is here no longer, and we must now look after ourselves and make our own way to Rivendell as best we can. How far is Rivendell? asked Merry, gazing around wearily. The world looked wild and wide from Withertook. I do not know if the road has ever been measured in miles beyond the Forsaken in a day journey east of Brianna or Strider. Some say it is so far and some say otherwise. It is a strange road and folk are glad to reach their journey's end, whether the time is long or short. But I know how long it would take me on my own feet with fair weather and no ill fortune. 12 days from here to the Ford of Bruinen, where the road crosses the loud water that runs out of Rivendell. We have at least a fortnight's journey before us, but I do not think that we shall be able To use the road a fortnight, said Frodo. A lot may happen in that time, it may, said Strider. They stood for a while silent on the hilltop near its southward edge. In that lonely place Rhoda for the first time fully realized his homelessness and danger. He wished bitterly that his fortune had left him in the quiet and beloved Shire. He stared down at the hateful road leading back westward to his home. Suddenly he was aware that two black specks were moving slowly along it, going westward and looking. Again he saw the three others were creeping eastward. To meet them he gave a cry and clutched Strider's arm. Look, he said, pointing downwards. At once Strider flung himself on the ground behind the ruined circle, pulling Frodo down beside him. Merry threw himself alongside. What is it? he whispered. I do not know, but I fear the worst, answered Strider slowly. They crawled up to the edge of the ring again and peered through a cliff between two jagged stones. The light was no longer bright, for the clear morning had faded, and clouds creeping out from the east had now overtaken the sun. As it began to go down they could all see the black specks, but neither Frodo nor Merry could make out their shapes for certain, yet something told them that there far below were black riders assembling on the road beyond the foot of the hill. Yes, said Strider, whose keener sight left him in no doubt, the enemy is here. Hastily they crept away and slipped down the north side of the hill to find their companions. Sam and Peregrine had not been idle. They had explored the small dell and surrounding slopes. Not far away they found the spring of clear water in the hillside, and near it footprints not more than a day or two old. In the dell itself they found recent traces of a fire and some signs of a hasty camp. There were some fallen rocks on the edge of the dell nearest to the hill. Behind them Sam came upon a small stone of firewood neatly stacked. Who's this? I wonder if old Gandalf has been here, he said to Pippin. Whoever it was put the stuff here meant to come back. It seems Ryder was greatly interested in these discoveries. I wish I had waited and explored the ground down here myself, he said, hurrying off the spring to examine the footprints. It is just as I feared, he said when he came back. Sam and Pippin have trampled the soft ground and the marks are spoiled or confused. Rangers have been here lately. It is they who left the firewood behind, but there are also several newer tracks that were not made by rangers. At least one set was made only a day or two ago by heavy boots. At least one, I cannot now be certain, but I think there were many booted feet. He paused and stood in ancient thought. Each of the hobbits saw in his mind a vision of the cloaked and booted riders. If the horsemen had already found the dell, the sooner Strider led them somewhere else the better. Sam viewed the hollow with great dislike now that he had heard news of their enemies on the road only a few miles away. Hadn't we better clear out quick, Mr. Strider? he asked impatiently. It is getting late and I don't like the hole. It makes my heart sing somehow. Yes, we certainly must decide what to do at once, answered Strider, looking up and considering the time and the weather. Well, Sam, he said at last, I do not like this place either, but I cannot think of anywhere better than we could reach before nightfall. At least we are out of sight for the moment, and if we moved we should be much more likely to be seen by spies. All we could do would be to go right out of our way back north on this side of the line of hills where the land is all much the same as it is here. The road is watched, but we should have to cross it if we tried to take cover in the thickness away to the south on the north side of the road beyond the hills. The country is bare and flat for miles. Can riders see? asked Merry. The first mean they seem usually to have used their noses rather than their eyes. Smelling? For us smelling is the right word, at least in the daylight, but you made us lie down flat when you saw them down below, and now you talk of being seen. If we move, I was too careless on the hilltop, answered Strider. I was very anxious to find some sign of Gandalf, but it was a mistake for three of us to go up and stand there for so long, for the black horses can see and the riders can use Men and other creatures as spies as we found at Bree, they themselves do not see the world of light as we do, but our shapes cast shadows in their minds which only the noon sun destroys, and in the dark they perceive many signs and forms that are hidden from us. Then they are most to be feared, and at all times they smell the blood of living things, desiring and hating it. Senses too there are other than sight or smell, we can feel their presence. It troubled our hearts as soon as we came here, and before we saw them they feel ours much more keenly also, he added, and his voice sang to a whisper. The ring draws them. Is there no escape then? Said Frodo, looking around wildly. If I move I shall be seen and haunted. If I stay I shall draw them to me. Stir laid his hand on his shoulder. There is still hope, he said. You are not alone. Let us take this wood that is set ready for the fire as a sign. There is little shelter or defense here, but fire shall serve for both. Sauron can put fire to his evil uses as he can all things, but these riders do not love it and fear those who wield it. Fire is our friend in the wilderness, maybe, muttered Sam, but is also a good way of saying here we are, as I can think of. Bar shouted. Down in the lower and most sheltered corner of the dell they lit a fire and prepared a meal. The shades of evening began to fall and it grew cold. They were suddenly aware of great hunger, for they had not eaten anything since breakfast, but they dared not make more than a frugal supper. The lands ahead were empty of all save birds and beasts, unfriendly places deserted by all the races of the world. Rangers passed at times beyond the hills, but they were few and did not stay. Other wanderers were rare and of evil sort. Trolls might stray down at times out of the northern valleys of the misty mountains. Only to the road would travelers be found, most often dwarves hurrying along on business of their own and with no help and few words to spare for strangers. I don't see how our food can be made to last, said Frodo. We've been careful enough in the last few days, and this supper is no feast, but we have used more than we ought if we have 2 weeks still to go. And perhaps more. There is food in the wild, say Strider, berry root and herb, and I have some skill as a hunter at need. You need not be afraid of starving before winter comes, but gathering and catching food is long and weary work, and we need haste. So tighten your belts and think with hope of the tables of Elon's house. The cold increased as darkness came on. Peering out from the edge of the dell they could see nothing but a grey land now vanishing quickly into shadow. The sky above had cleared again and was slowly filled with twinkling stars. Frodo and his companions huddled around the fire, wrapped in every garment and blanket they possessed, but Strider was content with a single cloak and sat a little apart, drawing thoughtfully at his pipe. As night fell and the light of the fire began to shine out brightly, he began to tell them tales to keep their minds from fear. He knew many histories and legends of long ago, of elves and men and the good and evil deeds of the elder days. They wondered how old he was and where he had learned all this. Law, tell us of Gil-galad, said Merry suddenly when he paused at the end of a story of the elf kingdoms. Do you know more of that old lay that you spoke of? I do indeed, answered Strider. So also does Frodo, for it concerns us closely. Mar and Pippin looked at Frodo, who was staring into the fire. I know only the little that Gandalf has told me, said Frodo slowly. Gil-galad was the last of the great elf kings of Middle-earth. Gil-galad is starlight in their tongue. With Elendil the elf friend he went to the land of No, said Strider, interrupting. I do not think that tale should be told now with the servants of the enemy at hand. If we went through to the house of Alan, you may hear it there told in full. Then tell us some other tale of the old days, begged Sam. A tale about elves before the Ving time. I would dearly like to hear some more about elves. The dark seems to press around so close. I will tell you the tale of Tyneville, said Strider, in brief, for it is a long tale which the end is not known, and there are none now except Elrond that remember it aright as it was told of old. It is a fair tale, though it is sad. as are all the tales of Middle-earth, and yet it may lift up your hearts. He was silent for some time, and then he began not to speak but to chant softly. The leaves were long, the grass was green, the hemlock umbel was tall and fair, and in the glade a light was seen of stars in shadow shimmering. Tel was down dancing there to music of a pipe unseen, and light of stars was in her hair and in her raiment glimmering there. Beren came from mountains cold and lost, he wandered under leaves, and where the Elven river rolled he walked alone, and sorrowing he peered between the hemlock leaves and saw in wonder flowers of gold upon her mantle and her sleeves, and her hair like shadow following enchantment healed his wee feet that over hills were doomed to roam. And forth he hastened strong in fleet, and grasped at moonbeams glistening through woven woods. In when home she slightly fled on dancing feet, and left him lonely still to roam in the silent forest. Listening he heard there off the flying sound of fleet as light as linden leaves, or music welling up underground in hidden hollows. Quavering now withered lay the hemlock leaves, and one by one with sighing sound whispering fell the beech's leaves in the wintry woodland. Wavering he sought her, ever wandering far, where leaves of years were thickly strewn by light of moon and ray of star. In frosty heavens shivering her mantle glinted in the moon, as on a hilltop high and far she danced, and at her feet was strewn a mist of silver quivering. When river passed she came again, and her song released the sudden spring like rising dark and falling rain and melting water. Bubbling he saw the elven flowers spring about her feet and healed again. He longed by her to dance and sing upon the grass untroubling. Again she fled, but swift he came. Tel Toel he called her by her elvish name, and there she halted listening. One moment stood she, and a spell his voice laid on her. Beren came, and doom fell onto Newell that in his arms lay glistening. As Beren looked into her eyes, within the shadows of her hair the trembling starlight of the skies he saw their mirror shimmering to Newell the elven fair, immortal maiden, elven wise. About him cast her shadowy hair and arms like silver glimmering. Long was the way that fate them bore, a stony mountains cold and grey, through fs of iron and darkling door, and woods of nightshade. Morris the sewering seas between them lay, and yet at last they met once more, and long ago they passed away in the forest singing sorrowless. The sighed and paused before he spoke again. That is called an Eno among the elves, but is hard to remember in our common speech. But this is but a rough echo of it. It tells of the meeting of Beren son of Barahir and Luin Tinuvil. Beren was a mortal man, but Lúthien was the daughter of Thingol, a king of elves upon Middle-earth when the world was young, and she was the fairest maiden that has ever been among all the children of this world. As the stars above the mists of the northern lands was her loveliness, and in her face was a shining light. In those days the great enemy of whom Sauron of Mordor was but a servant dwelt in Angband in the north, and the elves of the west coming back to Middle-earth made war upon him to regain the Sarl which he had stolen, and the fathers of men hated the elves, but the enemy was victorious, and Barahir was slain, and Ban, escaping through great peril, came over the mountains of terror and into the kingdom of Thingol in the forest of Nirth. There he beheld Lúthien singing and dancing in a glade beside the enchanted river Asalu, and he named her Uil, that is the nightingale in the language of the old. Many sorrows befell them afterwards, and they were parted. Long Uil rescued Beren from the dungeons of Sauron, and together they passed through great dangers, and cast down even the great enemy from his throne, and took from his iron crown one of the three Silmarils, brightest of old jewels, to be the bride price of Lúthien to Thingol her father. Yet at last Beren was slain by the wolf that came from the gates of Angband, and he died in the arms of Uil. But she chose mortality and to die from the world, so that she might follow him. And it is sung that they met again beyond the Thering seas, and after a brief time walking alive once more in the green woods together they passed long ago beyond the confines of this world. So it is that Lutheran and Yuviel alone of the elf kindred has died indeed and left the world, and they have lost her whom they most loved, but from her lineage of the elf lords of old descended upon men there live still those of whom Luthen was the foremother, and it is said that her line shall never fail. Elon of Rivendell is of that kin, for of Baron and Luthen was born D or thing go, and of him Fing the White whom Arundel wedded he that sailed his ship out of the mists of the world into the seas of heaven with the sorrel upon his brow. And of Andile came the kings of Numo, that is westernness. As Shria was speaking they watched his strange eager face dimly lit with the red glow of the wood fire. His eyes shone and his voice was rich and deep. Above him was a black starry sky. Suddenly a pale light appeared over the crown at further took behind him the waxing moon was climbing slowly above the hill that foreshadowed them, and the stars above the hilltop faded. The story ended. The hobbits moved and stretched. Look, said Merry, the moon is rising, it must be getting late. The others looked up. Even as they did so they saw on the top of the hill something small and dark against the glimmer of the moonrise. It was perhaps only a strange stone or jutting rock shown up by the pale light. Sam and Merry got up and walked away from the fire. Frodo and Pippin remained seated in silence. Strider was watching the moonlight on the hill intently. All seemed quiet and still, that Frodo felt a cold dread creeping over his heart now that Strider was no longer speaking. He huddled closer to the fire. At that moment Sam came running back from the edge of the dell. I don't know what it is, he said, but I suddenly felt afraid. I doesn't go outside the stee for any money. I felt that something was creeping up the slope. Did you see anything? asked Frodo, springing to his feet. No sir, I saw nothing, but I did not stop to look. I saw something, said Merry, or I thought I did, away westwards where the moonlight was falling on the flats beyond the shadow of the hilltops. I thought there were 2 or 3 black shapes. They seemed to be moving this way. Keep close to the fire with your faces outward, cried Strider. Get some of the longer sticks ready in your hands. For a breathless time they sat there silent and alert, with their backs turned to the wood fire, each gazing into the shadows that encircled them. There was no sound of movement in the night. Hoddo stirred, feeling that he must break the silence. He longed to shout aloud. Hush, whispered Strider. What's that? gasped Pippin. At the same moment, over the lip of the little dell on the side away from the hill, they felt rather than saw a shadow rise. One shadow, or more than one. They strained their eyes and the shadows seemed to grow. Soon there could be no doubt 3 or 4 tall black figures were standing there on the slope, looking down on them. So black were they that they seemed like black holes in the deep shade behind. Themo thought that he heard the faint hiss as a venomous breath and felt a thin piercing chill. Then the shape slowly advanced. Terror overcame Pippin and Merry, and they threw themselves flat on the ground. Sam shrank to Frodo's side. Frodo was hardly less terrified than his companions. He was quaking as if he was bitter cold, but his terror was swallowed up in a sudden temptation to put on the ring. The desire to do this laid hold of him, and he could think of nothing else. He did not forget the bar nor the message of gun love, but something seemed to be compelling him to disregard all warnings, and he longed to yield. Not with the hope of escape or of doing anything either good or bad. He simply felt that he must take the ring and put it on his finger. He could not speak. He felt Sam looking at him as if he knew that his master was in some great trouble, but he could not turn towards him. He shut his eyes and struggled for a while, but the resistance became unbearable, and at last he slowly drew out the chain and slipped the ring on the forefinger of his left hand. Immediately, though everything else remained as before, dim and dark, the shapes became terribly clear. He was able to see beneath their black wrappings. There were 5 tall figures, 2 standing on the lip of the dell, 3 advancing with their white faces burned, keen and merciless eyes. Under their mantle were long grey robes, upon their grey hairs were helms of silver, and their haggard hands were swords of steel. Their eyes fell on him and pierced him as they rushed towards him. Desperate, he drew his own sword, and it seemed to him that it flickered red as if it was a fire. 2 of the figures halted, the third was Taller than the others, his hair was long and gleaming. And on his helm was a crown. In one hand he held a long sword and in the other a knife. Both the knife and the hand that held it glowed in a pale light. He sprang forward and bore down on Frodo. At that moment Frodo threw himself forward on the ground, and he heard himself crying aloud. At the same time, struck at the feet of his enemy, a shrill cry rang out in the night, and he fell to pain like a dart of poisoned ice pierce his left shoulder. Even as he swooned he caught as through a swirling mist a glimpse of Strider, leaping out of the darkness with a flaming brand of wood in either hand. With a last effort, Frodo, dropping his sword, slipped the ring from his finger and closed his right hand tight upon it. Music. When Frodo came to himself, he was still clutching the ring desperately. He was lying by the fire, which was now piled high and burning brightly. His three companions were bending over him. "What has happened? Where is the Pale King?" he asked wildly. They were too overjoyed to hear him speak to answer for a while, nor did they understand his question. At length he gathered from Sam that they had seen nothing but the vague shadowy shapes coming toward them. To his horror, Sam found that his master had vanished, and at that moment a black shadow rushed past him and he fell. He heard Frodo's voice, but it seemed to come from a great distance or from under the earth, crying out strange words. They saw nothing more until they stumbled over the body of Frodo, lying as if dead, face downwards on the grass with his sword beneath him. Strider ordered them to pick him up and lay him near the fire. And then he disappeared. That was now a good while ago. Sam plainly was beginning to have doubts again about Stree, but while they were talking he returned, appearing suddenly out of the shadows. They started, and Sam drew his sword and stood over Frodo, but Ster knelt down swiftly at his side. "I am not a Black Rider, Sam," he said gently, "nor in league with him. I have been trying to discover something for other the movements, but I have found nothing. I cannot think why they have gone and do not attack again, but there is no feeling of their presence anywhere at hand." When he heard what Frodo had to tell, he became full of concern and shook his head inside. Then he ordered Pippin and Merry to heat as much water as they could in their small kettles, and to bathe the wound with it. "Keep the fire going well and keep Frodo warm," he said. Then he got up and walked away and called Sam to him. "I think I understand things better now," he said in a low voice. "There seem only to have been 5 of the enemy. Why they were not all there I do not know, but I don't think they expected to be resisted. They have drawn off for the time being, but not far. I fear they will come again another night if we cannot escape. They are only waiting because they think that their purpose is almost accomplished and that the ring cannot fly much further. I fear, Sam, that they believe your master has a deadly wound that will subdue him to their will. We shall see." Sam choked with tears. "Don't despair," said Strider. "You must trust me now. Your Frodo is made of sterner stuff than I had guessed, though Gondal hinted that it might prove so. He is not slain, and I think he will resist the evil power of the wound longer than his enemies expect. I will do all I can to help and heal him. Guard him well while I'm away." He hurried off and disappeared again into the darkness. Frodo, though the pain of his wound was slowly growing and a deadly chill was spreading from his shoulder to his arm inside, his friends watched over him, warming him and bathing his swound. The night passed slowly and wearily. Dawn was growing in the sky and the dell was filling with grey light when Strider at last returned. "Look," he cried, and stooping he lifted from the ground a black cloak that had lain there hidden by the darkness. A foot above the lower helm there was a slash. This was a stroke of Frodo's sword, he said, "the only hurt that it did to his enemy. I fear for it is unharmed, but all blades perish that pierce the dreadful king. More deadly to him was the name of Elberth, and more deadly to Frodo was this." He stooped again and lifted up a long thin knife. There was a cold gleam in it as Strider raised it. They saw that Near the end its edge was not watched and that point was broken off, but even as he held it up in the growing light they gazed in astonishment, for the blade seemed to melt and vanished like a smoke in the air, leaving only the hilt in Strider's hand. "Hallis," he cried, "it was this accursed knife that gave the wound. Few now have the skill in healing to match such evil weapons, but I will do what I can." He sat down on the ground and taking the dagger hilt laid it on his knees, and he sang over it a slow song in a strange tongue. Then setting it aside he turned to Frodo and in a soft tone spoke words the others could not catch. From the pouch at his belt he drew out the long leaves of a plant. "These leaves," he said, "I have walked far to find, for this plant do not grow in the bare hills but in the thickets away south in the road. I found it in the dark by the scent of its leaves." He crushed a leaf in his fingers and it gave out a sweet and pungent fragrance. "It is fortunate that I could find it, for it is a healing plant that the men of the West brought to Middle-earth. Ialas they name it, and it grows now sparsely and only near places where they dwelt are camped of old, and it is not known in the north except for some of those who wander in the wild. It has great virtues, but over such a wound as this its healing powers may be small." He threw the leaves into boiling water and bathed Frodo's shoulder. The fragrance of the steam was refreshing, and those that were unheard felt their minds calmed and cleared. The herb had also some power of the wound, for Frodo felt the pain and also the sense of frozen cold lessen in his side, but the life did not return to his arm and he could not raise or use his hand. He bitterly regretted his foolishness and reproached himself for weakness of will, for he now perceived that in putting on the ring he obeyed not his own desire but the commanding wish of his enemies. He wondered if he would remain maimed for life and how they would now manage to continue their journey. He felt too weak to stand. The others were discussing this very question. They quickly decided to leave Weathertop as soon as possible. "I think now," said Strider, "that the enemy has been watching this place for some days. If Gandalf ever came here, then he must have forced to ride away, and he will not return. In any case we are in great peril here after dark since the attack of last night, and we can hardly meet greater danger wherever we go." As soon as the daylight was full they had some hurried food and packed. It was impossible for Frodo to walk, so they divided the great part of their baggage among the four of them and put Frodo on the pony. In the last few days the poor beast had improved wonderfully. It already seemed fatter and stronger and had begun to show an affection for its new masters, especially for Sam. Bill's treatment must have been very hard, for the journey in the wild to seem so much better than its former life. They started off in a southerly direction. This would mean crossing the road, but it was the quickest way to more wooded country and they needed fuel, for J.R.R. said that Frodo must be kept warm especially at night, while fire would be some protection for them all. It was also his plan to shorten their journey by cutting across another great loop of the road east beyond Weathertop. It changed its course and took a wide bend northwards. They made their way slowly and cautiously around the southwestern slope of the hill and came in a little while to the edge of the road. There was no sign of the riders, but even as they were hurrying across they heard far away two cries, a cold voice calling and a cold voice answering. Trembling they sprang forward and made for the thickets that lay ahead. The land before them sloped away southwards, but it was wild and pathless. Bushes and stunted trees grew in dense patches with wide barren spaces in between. The grass was scanty, coarse and grey, and the leaves in the thickets were faded and falling. It was a cheerless land and their journey was slow and gloomy. They spoke little as they trudged along. Frodo's heart was grieved as he watched them walking beside him with their heads down and their backs bowed under their burdens. Even Strider seemed tired and heavy-hearted before the first day's march was over. Frodo's pain began to grow again, but he did not speak of it for a long time. 4 days passed without the ground or the scene changing much, except that behind them Weathertop slowly sank and before them the distant mountains loomed a little nearer. Yet since that far cry they had seen and heard no sound that the enemy has marked their flight or followed them. They dreaded the dark hours and kept watch in pairs by night, expecting that at any time to see black shapes stalking in the grey night dimly. lit by the cloud-veiled moon, but they saw nothing and heard no sound but the sight of withered leaves and grass. Not once did they feel the sense of present evil that had assailed them before the attack in the dell. It seemed too much to hope that the riders had already lost their trail again. Perhaps they were waiting to make some ambush in a narrow place. At the end of the 5th day the ground began once more to rise slowly out of the wild shallow valley into which they had descended. Strider now turned their course again northeastwards, and on the 6th day they reached the top of a long, slow climbing slope and saw far ahead a huddle of wooden hills. Away below them they could see the road sweeping round the feet of the hills, and to their right a grey river gleamed pale in the thin sunshine. In the distance they glimpsed yet another river in a stony valley half veiled in mist. "I'm afraid we must go back to the road here for a while," said Strider. "We have now come to the river Hallwell that the elves call Methil. It falls down out of the Eton moors, the Troll fells north of Rivendell, and joins the Loud Water away in the south. Some call it the Grey Flood. After that it is a great water before it finds the sea. There is no way over it below its sources in the Tin Moors except by the last bridge on which the road crosses." "What is that over the river that we can see far away there?" asked Mary. "That is Loud Water, the Bruin of Rivendell," answered Strider. "The road runs along the edge of the hills for many miles from the bridge to the fort of Bran, but I have not yet thought how we should cross that water one river at a time. We shall be fortunate indeed if we do not find the last bridge held against us." Next day early in the morning they came down again to the borders of the road. Sam and Strider went forward, but they found no sign of any travelers or riders here. Under the shadow of the hill there had been some rain. Strider judged that it had fallen 2 days before and had washed away all footprints. No horsemen had passed since then. As far as he could see they hurried along with all the speed they could make, and after a mile or two they saw the last bridge ahead at the bottom of a short steep slope. They dreaded to see black figures waiting there, but they saw none. Strider made them take cover in a thicket at the side of the road while he went forward to explore. Before long he came hurrying back. "I can see no sign of the enemy," he said, "and I wonder very much what that means, but I have found something very strange." He held out his hand and showed a single pale green jewel. "I found it in the mud in the middle of the bridge," he said. "It is a beryl, an elf stone. Whether it was set here or let fall by chance I cannot say, but it brings hope to me. I will take it as a sign that we may pass the bridge, but beyond that I dare not keep to the road without some clearer token." At once they went on again. They crossed the bridge in safety, hearing no sound but the water swirling against its 3 great arches. A mile further on they came to a narrow ravine that led the way northward through the steep lands on the left of the road. Here Strider turned aside, and soon they were lost in a somber country of dark trees winding among the fields of sullen hills. The hobbits were glad to leave the cheerless land and the perilous road behind them, but this new country seemed threatening and unfriendly. As they went forward the hills about them steadily rose. Here and there upon heights and ridges they caught glimpses of ancient walls of stone and the ruins of towers. They had an ominous look. Bro, who was not walking, had time to gaze ahead and to think. He recalled Bilbo's account of his journey and the threatening towers on the hills north of the road in the country near the Troll's World where his first serious adventure had happened. Frodo guessed that they were now in the same region and wondered if by chance they would pass near the spot. "Who lives in this land?" he asked, "and who built these towers? Is it troll country?" "No," said Strider, "trolls do not build. No one lives in this land. Men once dwelt here ages ago, but none remained now. They became an evil people as legends tell, for they fell under the shadow of J.R.R, but all were destroyed in the war that brought the North Kingdom to its end. But that is now so long ago that the hills Have forgotten them though a shadow still lies on the land. Where did you learn such tales if all the land is empty and forgetful? Asked Peregrine. The birds and beasts did not tell tales of that sort. The HS of Allel do not forget all things past. Strider, and many more things that I can tell are remembered in Rivendell. Have you often been to Rivendell? Said Frodo. I have, said Strider. I dwelt there once and still I return when I may. There my heart is, but it is not my fate to sit in peace even in the fair house of Elon. The hills now began to shut them in. The road behind held on its way to the river Bruin, but both were now hidden from view. The travelers came into a long valley, narrow, deeply clo dark and silent. Trees with old and twisted roots hung over cliffs and piled up behind two mounting slopes of pinewood. The hobbits grew very weary. They advanced slowly, for they had to pick their way through a pathless country encumbered by fallen trees and tumbled rocks. As long as they could they avoided climbing for Frodo's sake and because it was in fact difficult to find any way up out of the narrow dales. There had been 2 days in this country when the weather turned wet. The wind began to blow steadily out of the west and pour the water of the distant seas on the dark heads of the hills into fine drenching rain. By nightfall they were all soaked and their camp was cheerless, for they could not get any fire to burn. The next day the hills rose still higher and deeper before them, and they were forced to turn away northwards out of their course. Strider seemed to be getting anxious. They were nearly 10 days out from Rhodope and their stock of provisions was beginning to run low. It went on raining that night. They camped on a stony shelf with a rock wall behind them in which there was a shallow cave, a mere scoop in the cliff. Frodo was restless. The cold and wet had made his wound more painful than ever, and the ach and sense of deadly chill took away all sleep. He lay tossing and turning and listening fearfully to the stealthy night noises, wind and chinks of rock, water dripping, a crack, a sudden rattling fall of a loosened stone. He felt that black shapes were advancing to smother him, but when he sat up he saw nothing but the back of Strider sitting hunched up, smoking his pipe and watching. He laid down again and passed into an uneasy dream in which he walked on the grass in his garden in the Shire, but it seemed faint and dim, less clear than the tall black shadows that stood looking over the hedge. In the morning he woke to find that the rain had stopped. The clouds were still thick, but they were breaking and pale strips of blue appeared between them. The wind was shifting again. They did not start early. Immediately after their cold and comfortless breakfast, Strider went off alone, telling the others to remain under the shelter of the cliff until he came back. He was going to climb up if he could and get a look at the lie of the land. When he returned he was not reassuring. "We have gone too far to the north," he said, "and we must find some way to turn back southwards again. If we keep on as we are going we shall get up to the Indal far north of Rivendell, and that is troll country and little known to me. We could perhaps find our way through and come round to Rivendell from the north, but it would take too long. But I do not know the way and our food would not last, so somehow or other we must find the ford of Bruin." And the rest of that day they spent scrambling over rocky ground. They found a passage between two hills that led them into a valley running southeast, the direction that they wished to take, but towards the end of the day they found their road again barred by a bridge of high land. Its dark edge against the sky was broken into many bare points like teeth of a blunted saw. They had a choice between going back or climbing over it. They decided to attempt a climb, but it proved very difficult. Before long Frodo was obliged to dismount and struggle along on foot. Even so they often despaired of getting their pony up, of finding a path for themselves. Burdened as they were, the light was nearly gone and they were all exhausted. When at last they reached the top they had climbed onto a narrow saddle between two higher points, and the Land fell steeply away again. Only a short distance ahead Frodo threw himself down and lay on the ground shivering. His left arm was lifeless and his side and shoulder felt as if icy claws were laid upon them. The trees and rocks about him seemed shadowy and dim. "We cannot go any further," said Merry to Strider. "I'm afraid this has been too much for Frodo. I'm dreadfully anxious of him. What are we to do? You think they'll be able to cure him in Rival? If we ever get there we shall see. Honors Strider, there is nothing more that I can do in the wilderness, and it is chiefly because of this wound that I'm so anxious to press on. But I agree that we can go no further tonight." "What's the matter with my master?" asked Sam in a low voice, looking appealingly at Strider. "His wound was small and it's already closed. There's nothing to be seen but a cold white mark on his shoulder. Frodo has been touched by the weapons of the enemy," say Strider, "and there is some poison or evil at work that is beyond my skill to drive out. But do not give up hope." Sam. Night was cold up on the high ridge. They lit a small fire down under the gnarled roots of an old pine that hung over a shallow pit. It looked as if stone had once been carved there. They sat huddled together. The wind blew chill through the pass and they heard the treetops lower down moaning and sighing. Frodo lay half in a dream, imagining that endless dark wings were sweeping by above him and that on the wings rode pursuers that sought him in all the hollows of the hills. The morning dawned bright and fair. The air was clean and the light pale and clear in a rain-washed sky. Their hearts were encouraged, but they longed for the sun to warm their cold stiff limbs. As soon as it was light, Strider took Merry with him and went to survey the country from the height to the east of the pass. The sun had risen and was shining brightly when he returned with more comforting news. They were now going more or less in the right direction. If they went on down the further side of the ridge they would have the mountains on their left. Some hole ahead. Strider had caught a glimpse of the loud water again, and he knew that, though it was hidden from view, the road to the ford was not far from the river and lay on the side nearest to them. "We must make for the road again," he said. "We cannot hope to find a path through these hills, whatever danger may beset it. The road is our only way to the ford." As soon as they had eaten they set out again. They climbed slowly down the southern side of the ridge, but the way was much easier than they had expected, for the slope was far less steep on this side, and before long Frodo was able to ride again. Bill Ferny's poor old pony was developing an unexpected talent for picking out a path and for sparing its rider as many jolts as possible. The spirits of the party rose again. Even Frodo felt better in the morning light, but every now and again a mist seemed to obscure its sight and he passed his hands over his eyes. Pippin was a little ahead of the others. Suddenly he turned around and called to them. "There is a path here," he cried. When they came up with him they saw that he had made no mistake. There were clearly the beginnings of a path that climbed with many windings out of the woods below and faded away on the hilltop behind. In places it was now faint and overgrown or choked with fallen stones and trees, but at one time it seemed to have been much used. It was a path made by strong arms and heavy feet. Here and there old trees had been cut or broken down and large rocks clove or heaved aside to make a way. They followed the track for some while, for it offered much the easiest way down, but they went cautiously and their anxiety increased as they came into the dark woods and the path grew plainer and broader. Suddenly, coming out of a belt of fir trees, it ran steeply down a slope and turned sharply to the left around the corner of a rocky shoulder of the hill. When they came to the corner they looked around and saw that the path ran on over a level strip under the face of a low cliff overhung with trees. In the stony wall there was a door hanging crookedly ajar on one great hinge. Outside the door they all halted. There was a cave or rock chamber behind, but in the gloom inside nothing could be seen. Strider, Sam and Merry, pushing it with all their strength, managed to open the door a little wider, and then Strider and Merry went in. They did not go far, for on the floor lay many old bones and nothing else was to be seen near the entrance except some great empty jars and broken pots. "Surely this is a troll hole if ever there was one," said Pippin. "Come out, you two, and let us get away now. We know who made the path and we had better get off it quick." "There is no need, I think," said Strider. Coming out it is certainly a troll hole, but it seems to have been long forsaken. I don't think we need be afraid, but let us go on down warily and we shall see. The path went on again from the door, and turning to the right again across the level space plunged down a thick wooden slope. Pippin, not liking to show Strider that he was still afraid, went on ahead with Merry Sam, and Strider came behind, one on each side of Frodo's pony, for the path was now broad enough for 4 or 5 hobbits to walk abreast. But they had not gone very far before Pippin came running back, followed by Merry. They both looked terrified. "There are trolls," Pippin panted, "down in a clearing in the woods not far below. We've got to sight them through the tree trunks. They're very large. You will come and look at them," says Strider, picking up a stick. Frodo said nothing, but Sam looked scared. The sun was now high, and it shone down through the half-stripped branches of the trees and lit the clearing with bright patches of light. They halted suddenly on the edge and peered through the tree trunks, holding their breath. There stood the trolls, 3 large trolls. One was stupid in, and the other 2 stood staring at him. Strider walked forward, music unconcernedly. "Get up, old stone," he said, and broke his stick upon the stooping troll. Nothing happened. There was a gasp of astonishment from the hobbits, and then even Frodo laughed. "Well," he said, "we are forgetting our family history. These must be the very 3 that were caught by Gandalf coring over the right way to cook 13 dwarves in 1 hobbit. I had no idea they were anywhere near the place," said Pippin. He knew the story well. Frodo had told it often, but as a matter of fact he had never more than half believed it. Even now he looked at the stone trolls with suspicion, wondering if some magic might not suddenly bring them to life again. "You are forgetting not only your family history but all you ever knew about trolls," said Strider. "It is broad daylight with a bright sun, and yet you come back trying to scare me with a tale of live trolls waiting for us in this glade. In any case, you might have noticed that one of them has an old bird's nest behind his ear, and would be a most unusual ornament for a live troll." They all laughed. Frodo felt his spirits reviving. The reminder of Bilbo's first successful adventure was hardening. The sun too was warm and comforting, and the mist before his eyes seemed to be lifting a little. They rested for some time in the glade and took their midday meal right under the shadow of the troll's large legs. "Won't somebody give us a bit of a song while the sun is high?" said Merry when they had finished. "We haven't had a song or tale for days, not since Weathertop," said Frodo. The others looked at him. "Don't worry about me," he added. "I feel much better, but I don't think I could sing. Perhaps Sam could dig something out of his memory." "Come on, Sam," said Merry. "There's more stored in your head that you let on about." "Oh, I don't know about that," said Sam, "but how would the suit? It ain't what I call proper poetry, but you understand me, just a bit of nonsense. But these old images here brought it to my mind." Standing up with his hands behind his back as if he was at school, he began to sing to an old tune. Troll sat alone in a seat of stone and munched and mumbled. "A bare old bone, for many a year he had gnawed it near, for meat was hard to come by. Done by gum by, in a cave in the hills he dwelt alone, and meat was hard to come by. Up came Tom with his big boots on. Said he to Troll, 'Pray what is ya? For it looks like a shin on my Uncle Tim, as should be lee in graveyard, caveyard, paveyard. This many a year has Tim been gone, and I thought he were lying in graveyard.' My lad," said Troll, "this bone I stole, but what be bones that lie in a hole? Thy uncle was dead as a lump o' lee day. I found his chin bone, tin bone, thin bone. He can spare a share of a poor old troll, for he don't need his shin bone," said Tom. "I don't see why the likes of the without axe and leave she go making free with the shank of the shin on my father's skin. So high the old bone over our trover, though dead he be, it belongs to he. So had the o bone over for a couple of pins," says Trolling Gringe. "I'll eat the 2 and all thy shins. A bit of fresh meat will go down sweet. I'll try my Teeth on thee now, hey now, see now, I'm tired of knowing old bones and skins, I have mind to dine on thee now. But just as he thought his dinner was caught, he found his hands as hold of not before he could mind. Tom slipped behind and gave him the boot to ln him, wore him, darn him. A bump of the boot on his seat thought would be the way to ln him, but heather than the stone is the flesh and bone of a troll that sits in the hills alone, as well as your boot on the mountain's root for the seat of a troll. Don't feel it, he it otro. Laughed when he heard Tom gro, and he knew his toes could feel it. Tom's leg is game since home he came, and his bootless foot is lasting lame, but tro don't care, and he's still there with the bone he boned from his owner. Donor boner, true seat is still the same, and the bone that he boned from his owner. Hey, well, that's a warning to us all, laughed Mary. It is, as well as you use a stick but not your hands. Strider, why you come by that, Sam asked Pippin. I've never heard those words before, Sam mounted. Something inaudible, it's out of his own head, of course, said Frodo. I'm learning a lot about Sam Gamgee on this journey. First he was a conspirator, now he's a jester. He'll end up by becoming a wizard or a warrior. I hope not, said Sam. I don't want to be neither. In the afternoon they went on down the woods. They were probably following the very track that Gandalf, Bilbo and the dwarves had used many years before. After a few miles they came out on the top of a high bank above the road. At this point the road had left the hall well far behind in its narrow valley, and now clung close to the feet of the hills, rolling and winding eastward among the woods and heather-covered slopes towards the ford in the mountains. Not far down the bank Strider pointed out a stone in the grass. On it, roughly cut in, now much weathered, could still be seen dwarf runes and secret marks there, said Mary. That must be the stone that marked the place where the troll's gold was hidden. How much of it is left of Bilbo Shear, I wonder? Frodo Troll looked at the stone and wished that Bilbo had brought home no treasure more perilous or less easy to part with. None at all, he said. Bilbo gave it all away. He told me he did not feel it was really his, as it came from robbers. The road lay quiet under long shadows of early evening. There was no sign of any other travelers to be seen. As there was now no other possible course for them to take, they climbed down the bank and, turning left, went off as fast as they could. Soon a shoulder of hills cut off the light of the fast westering sun. A cold wind flowed down to meet them from the mountains ahead. They were beginning to look out for a place off the road where they could camp for the night, when they heard a sound that brought sudden fear back into their hearts, the noise of hooves behind them. They looked back, but they could not see far because of the many windings and rollings of the road. As quickly as they could they scrambled off the beaten way and up into the deep heather in bilberry patch and thick growing hazel. As they peered out from among the bushes they could see the road, faint and grey in the failing night, some 30 feet below them. The sound of hoops drew nearer. They were going fast with a light clip-pity clip, then faintly, as if it was blown away from them by the breeze, they seemed to catch a dim ringing as of small bells tingling. That does not sound like a Black Rider's horse, said Frodo, listening intently. The other hobbits agreed hopefully that it did not, but they all remained full of suspicion. They had been in fear of pursuit for so long that any sound from behind them seemed ominous and unfriendly. But Strider was now leaning forward, stooped to the ground with a hand to his ear and a look of joy on his face. The light faded and the leaves on the bushes rustled softly. Clearer and nearer now the bells jingled, and clip-pity-clip came the quick trotting feet. Suddenly into view below came a white horse gleaming in the shadows, running swiftly in the dusk. Its head stole, flickered and flashed as if it were studded with the gems like living stars. The rider's cloak streamed behind him and his hood was thrown back. His golden hair flowed shimmering in the wind of his speed. To Frodo it appeared that a white light was shining through the form and raiment of the rider as if through a thin veil. Strider sprang from hiding and dashed down towards the road, leaping with a cry through the heather. But even before he had moved it cold, the rider had reined his horse and halted, looking up towards the thicket where they stood. When he saw Rider he dismounted and ran to meet him, calling out. His speech and clear ringing voice left no doubt in their hearts. The rider was of elven folk. No others that dwelt in the wide world had voices so fair to hear, but there seemed to be a note of haste or fear in his call, and they saw that he was now speaking quickly and urgently to Strider. Soon Strider beckoned to them. The hobbits left the bushes and hurried down to the road. "This is Glorfindel, who dwells in the house of Elrond," says Strider. "Hail and well met at last," said the elf lord to Frodo. "I was sent from Rivendell to look for you. We fear that you were in danger upon the road." "Then Gondel has reached Rivendell?" cried Frodo joyfully. "No, we had not when I departed, but that was 9 days ago," answered Glendo. "Elon received news that troubled him. Some of my kindred journeying in your land beyond the Bandu learned that things were amiss and sent messages as swiftly as they could. They said that the 9 were abroad and you were astray, bearing a great burden without guidance, for Gondel had not returned. There are few even in Rivendell that can ride openly against the 9, but such as they were Elrond sent out northwest and south. It was thought that you might run far aside to avoid pursuit and become lost in the wilderness. It was my lot to take the road, and I came to the bridge to Mithil, and left a token there. Nigh on 7 days ago 3 of the servants of Sauron were upon the bridge, but they withdrew, and I pursued them westward. I came also upon 2 others, but they turned away southward. Since then I searched for your trail. 2 days ago I found it, and found it over the bridge, and today I marked where you descended from the hills again. But come, there is no time for further news. Since you are here, we must risk the peril of the road and go. There are 5 behind us, and when they find your trail upon the road, they will ride after us like the wind, and they are not all where the other 4 may be. I do not know. I fear that we may find the 4 is already held against us." While Glendel was speaking, the shades of evening deepened. Frodo felt a great weariness come over him. Ever since the sun began to sink, the mist before his eyes had darkened, and he felt that the shadow was coming between him and the faces of his friends. Now pain assailed him, and he felt cold. He swayed, clutching at Sam's arm. "My master's sick and wounded," said Sam angrily. "He can't go on riding at nightfall. He needs rest." Lendl caught Frodo as he sank to the ground, and taking him gently in his arms, he looked in his face with grave anxiety. Briefly Sturt told of the attack on their camp on the Weathertop, and of the deadly knife. He drew out the hilt which he had kept and handed it to the elf. Glendel shuddered as he took it, but he looked intently at it. "There are evil things written on this hilt," he said, "though maybe your eyes cannot see them. Keep it, Aragorn, till we reach the house of Elon, but be wary and handle it as little as you may. Alas, the wounds of this weapon are beyond my skill to heal. I will do what I can. All the more do I urge you now to go on without rest." He searched the wound on Frodo's shoulder with his fingers, and his face grew graver, as if what he learned disquieted him. But Frodo felt the chill lessen in his side and arm. A little warmth crept down from his shoulder to his hand, and the pain grew easier. The dusk of evening seemed to grow lighter about him, as if a cloud had been withdrawn. He saw his friends' faces more clearly again, and a measure of new hope and strength returned. "You shall ride on my horse," said Glorfindel. "I will shorten the stirrups up to the saddle skirts, and you must sit as tight as you can. But you need not fear, my horse will not let any rider fall that I command him to bear. His pace is light and smooth, and if danger presses too near, he will bear you away with a speed that even the black steeds of the enemy cannot rival." "Now will not," said Frodo. "I shall not ride him if I am to be carried off to Rivendell or anywhere else, leaving my friends behind in danger." Glendel smiled. "I doubt very much," he said, "if your friends would be in danger if you were not with them. The pursuit would follow you and leave us in peace. I think it is you, Frodo, and that which you bear that brings us all in peril." To that Frodo had no answer, and he was persuaded to mount Glorfindel's white horse. The pony was laden instead with a great part of the others' burdens, so that they now marched lighter and for a time made good speed. But the hobbits began to find it hard to keep up with the swift, tireless feet of the elf. On he led them into the mouth of darkness, and still on under the deep clouded night there was neither star nor moon. Not until the grey of dawn did he allow them to halt. Lion, Mary and Sam were by that time nearly asleep in their stumbling legs, and even Strider, seen by the sag of his shoulders to be wary. Frodo sat upon the horse in a dark dream, and they cast themselves down in the heather a few yards from the roadside and fell asleep immediately. They seemed hardly to have closed their eyes when Glorfindel, who had set himself to watch while they slept, awoke them again. The sun had now climbed far into the morning, and the clouds and mists of the night were gone. "Drink this," said Glorfindel to them, pouring for each in turn a little liquor from his silver-studded flask of leather. It was clear as spring water and had no taste, and it did not feel either cool or warm in the mouth, but strength and vigor seemed to flow into all their limbs as they drank it. Eaten after that draw the stale bread and dried fruit, which was now all they had left, seemed to satisfy their hunger better than many a good breakfast in the Shire had done. They had rested rather less than 5 hours when they took to the road again. Grendel still urged them on, and only allowed 2 brief halts during the day's march. In this way they covered almost 20 m before nightfall, and came to a point where the road bent right and ran down towards the bottom of the valley, now making straight for the Bruins. So far there had been no sign or sound of pursuit that the hobbits could see or hear, but often Glendel would halt and listen for a moment if they lagged behind. A look of anxiety clouded his face. Once or twice he spoke to Strider in the elf tongue, but however anxious their guides might be, it was plain that the hobbits could go no further. That night they were stumbling along, dizzy with weariness and unable to think of anything but their feet and legs. Frodo's pain had redoubled, and during the day things about him faded to shadows of ghostly grey. He almost welcomed the coming of night, for then the world seemed less pale and empty. The hobbits were still weary when they set out again. Early next morning there were many miles yet to go between them and the ford, and they hobbled forward at the best pace they could manage. "Our peril will be greater just here we reach the river," said Glorfindel. "Well, my heart warns me that the pursuit is now swift behind us, and other dangers may be waiting by the ford." The road was still running steadily downhill, and there was now in places much grass at either side, in which the hobbits walked when they could to ease their tired feet. In the late afternoon they came to a place where the road went suddenly under the dark shadow of tall pine trees, and then plunged into a deep cutting with steep moist walls of redstone. Echoes ran along as they hurried forward, and there seemed to be a sound of many footfalls following their own. All at once, as if through a gate of light, the road ran out again from the end of the tunnel into the open. There at the bottom of the sharp incline they saw before them a long flat mile, and beyond that the ford of Rivendell. On the furthest side was a steep brown bank threaded by a winding path, and behind that the tall mountains climbed shoulder above shoulder and peak beyond peak into the fading sky. There was still an echo as of following feet in the cutting behind them, a rushing noise as if a wind were rising and pouring through the branches of the pines. One moment Glorfindel turned and listened, then he sprang forward with a loud cry, "Fly, fly, the enemy is upon us!" The white horse leaped forward. The hobbits ran down the slope. Blinder and Strider followed as rear guard. They were only halfway across the flat when suddenly there was a noise of horses galloping out of the gate in the tree that they had just left. Rode a black rider. He reined his horse in and hailed, swaying in his saddle. Another followed him, and then another, and then again 2 more. "Ride forward, ride!" cried Garel to Frodo. He did not obey at once, for a strange reluctance seized him. Checking the horse to a walk, he turned and looked back. The riders seemed to sit upon their great steeds like threatening statues upon a hill, dark and solid, while all the woods and land above them receded as if into a missed. Suddenly he knew in his heart that they were silently commanding him to wait. Then at once fear and hatred awoke in him. His hand left the bridle and ripped the hilt of his sword, and with the red flash he drew it right on, cried Glendale, and in loud and clear he called to the horse in the elf tongue. At once the white horse sprang away and sped like the wind along the last lap of the road. At the same moment the black horses leaped down the hill in pursuit, and from the riders came a terrible cry such as Frodo had heard, filling the woods with horror in the east. Faring far away it was answered to the dismay of Frodo and his friends. Out from the trees and rocks away on the left 4 other riders came flying. 2 rode towards Frodo, 2 galloped madly toward the to cut off his escape. They seemed to him to run like the wind and to grow swiftly larger and darker as their courses converged with his. Frodo looked back for a moment over his shoulder. He could no longer see his friends. The riders behind were falling back. Even their great steed were no match in speed for the white elf horse of Glorfindel. He looked forward again and hope faded. There seemed no chance of reaching the ford before he was cut off by the others that had lay in ambush. He could see them clearly now. They appeared to have cast aside their hoods in black cloaks, and they were robed in white, and grey swords were naked in their pale hands. Helms were on their heads, their cold eyes glittered, and they called to him with fell voices. Fear now filled all Frodo's mind. He thought no long of his sword. No cry came from him. He shut his eyes and clanked to the horse's man. The wind whistled in his ears, and the bells upon the harness rang wild and shrill. A breath of deadly cold pierced him like a spear, as if with a last spurt. Like a flash of white fire the elf horse, speeding as if on wings, passed right before the face of the foremost rider. Frodo heard the splash of water. It foamed above his feet. He felt the quick heat and surge as the horse left the river and struggled up the stony path. He was climbing the steep bank. He was across the ford, but the pursuers were close behind. At the top of the bank the horse halted and turned about, mewing fiercely. There were 9 riders at the water's edge below, and Frodo's spirit quailed before the threat of their uplifted faces. He knew of nothing that would prevent them from crossing as easily as he had done, and he felt that it was useless to try to escape over the long uncertain path from the forward to the edge of Rivendell. If once the riders crossed, in any case he felt that he was commanded urgently to halt. Hatred again stirred in him, but he had no longer the strength to refuse. Suddenly the foremost rider spurred his horse forward. It checked at the water and reared up with a great effort. Frodo sat upright and brandished his sword. Go back, he cried. Go back to the land of Mordor and flow me no more. His voice sounded thin and shrill in his own ears. The riders halted, but Frodo had not the power of Bombardier. His enemies laughed at him with a harsh and chilling laughter. They called, "We will go back," he whispered. "Go back," they cried with deadly voices, and immediately their leader urged his horse forward into the water, followed closely by 2 others, by Alaray and Lucy. And the fear, said Frodo with a last effort, lifting up his sword, "You shall have neither the ring nor me." Then the leader, who was now half across the fold, stood up menacing in his stirrups and raised up his hand. Frodo was stricken dumb. He felt his tongue cleave to his mouth, and his heart laboring. His sword broke and fell out of his shaking hand. The elf horse reared and snorted. The thost of the black horses had almost set foot upon the shore. At that moment there came a roaring and a rushing, a noise of loud waters rolled many stones. Dimly Frodo saw the river below him rise, and down along its course there came a plumed cavalry of waves. White flames seemed to Frodo to flicker on their crest, and he half fancied what he saw amid the water: white riders upon white horses with frothing mess. The 3 riders that were still in the midst of the ford were overwhelmed. They disappeared, buried suddenly under Angry foe, those that were behind drew back in dismay. With his last failing senses Frodo heard cries, and it seemed to him that he saw beyond the riders that hesitated on the shore a shining figure of white light, and behind it ran small shadowy forms waving flames and flared red in the grey mist that was falling over the world. The black horses were filled with madness, and leaping forward in terror they bore their riders into the rushing flood. Their piercing cries were drowned in the roaring of the river as it carried them away. Then Frodo felt himself falling, and the roaring and confusion seemed to rise and engulf him together with his enemies. He heard and saw no more. Frodo woke and found himself lying in bed. At first he thought that he had slept late after a long unpleasant dream that still hovered on the edge of memory, or perhaps he had been ill, but the ceiling looked strange. It was flat and it had dark beams richly carved. He lay a little while longer looking at patches of sunlight on the wall and listening to the sound of waterfall. Where am I and what is the time? He said aloud to the ceiling. In the house of Elon, and it is 10 o'clock in the morning, said a voice. It is the morning of October the 24th. If you want to know, Gandalf cried. Frodo, sitting up. There was the old wizard sitting in a chair by the open window. Yes, he said, I am here, and you are lucky to be here too, after all the absurd things you have done since you left home. Frodo lay down, and again he felt too comfortable and peaceful to argue, and in any case he did not think he would get the better of any argument. He was fully awake now, and the memory of his journey was returning. The disastrous shortcut through the old forest, the accident at the prancing pony, and his madness in putting on the ring in the dell under the weathertop. While he was thinking of all these things and trying in vain to bring his memory down to his arriving in Rivendell, there was a long silence, broken slowly by the soft puffs of Gandalf's pipe as he blew white smoke rings out the window. Where is Sam? Frodo asked at length. Are the others all right? Yes, they are all safe and sound, answered Gandalf. Sam was here until I sent him off to get some rest about half an hour ago. What happened at the ford? Said Frodo. It all seemed so dim somehow, and it still does. Yes, it would. You are beginning to aid, answered Gandalf. The wound was overcoming you at last. A few more hours and you would have been beyond our aid, but you have some strength in you, my dear Hobbit, as you showed in the barrow. That was touch and go, perhaps the most dangerous moment of all. I wish you could have held out at Weathertop. You seem to know a great deal already, said Frodo. I have not spoken to the others about the barrow. At first it was too horrible, and afterwards there are other things to think about. How do you know about it? You have talked long in your sleep, Frodo, said Gandalf gently, and it has not been hard for me to read your mind and memory. Do not worry, though I said absurd just now. I did not mean it. I think well of you and of the others. It is no small feat to have come so far and through such dangers still bearing the ring. We should never have done it without Strider, said Frodo, but we needed you. I did not know what to do without you. I was delayed, said Gandalf, and that nearly proved our ruin, and yet I am not sure. It may have been better so. I wish you would tell me what happened. A hole in good time. You are not supposed to talk or worry about anything today by Elrond's orders, but talking would stop me thinking and wondering, which are quite as tiring, said Frodo. I'm wide awake now, and I remember so many things that weren't explaining. Why were you delayed? You ought to tell me that. At least you will soon hear all you wish to know, said Gandalf. We shall have a council as soon as you are well enough. At the moment I will only say that I was held captive. You cried. Frodo. Yes, I. Gandalf J.R.R. said the wizard solemnly. There are many powers in this world, for good or for evil. Some are great than I am against some I have not yet been measured, but my time is coming. The Morlord and his black riders have come forth. War is preparing. Then you knew of the riders already before I met them? Yes, I knew of them indeed. I spoke of them once to you. For the black riders, oh, the ring wraiths, the 9 servants of the Lord of the Rings, but I did not know that they had arisen again, or I should have fled with You at once. I heard news of them only after I left you in June, but that story must wait for the moment we have been saved from disaster by Aragorn. Yes, said Frodo, it was Strider that saved us, yet I was afraid of him at first. Z never quite trusted him. I think not, at any rate until we met Glorfindel. Gondel smiled. I have heard all about Sam. He said he has no more doubts now. Oh, I am glad, said Frodo, but I've become very fond of Strider. Well, fond is not the right word. I mean, he is dear to me, though he is strange and grim at times. In fact, he reminds me often of you. I didn't know that any of the big people were like that. I thought, well, that they were just big and rather stupid, kind and stupid like Butter, or stupid and wicked like Bill Ferry. But then we don't know much about men in the SH, except perhaps the Prolanders. You don't know much even about them if you think old Beeman is stupid, said Gandalf. He is wise enough on his own ground. He thinks less than he talks, and slower, yet he can see through a brick wall in time, as they say in Bree. But there are a few left in Middle-earth, like Aragorn, son of Aragorn. The race of kings from over the sea is nearly at an end, and maybe that this Wall of the Ring will be their last adventure. What do you really mean that Strider is one of the people of the old kings, said Frodo in wonder. I thought they had all vanished long ago. I thought he was only a ranger. Only a ranger, cried Gandalf. My dear Frodo, that is just what rangers are, the last remnant in the north of the great people, the men of the west. They have helped me before, and I shall need their help in the days to come. But we have reached Rivendell, but the ring is not yet at rest. I suppose not, said Frodo, but so far my only thought has been to get here, and I hope that I shall have to go any further. It's very pleasant just to rest. I have had a month of exile and adventure, and I find that has been as much as I want. He fell silent and shut his eyes. After a while he spoke again. I have been reckoning, he said, that I can't bring the total up to October the 24th. It ought to be the 21st. We must have reached the ford by the 20th. You have walked and reckon more than is good for you, said Gandalf. How do the side and shoulder feel now? I don't know, Frodo answered. They don't feel at all, which is an improvement. But he made an effort. I can move my arm again a little. Yes, it's coming back to life. It's not cold, he added, touching his left hand with his right. Good, said Gondel, it is mending fast. You will soon be sand again. Elon has cured you. He has tended you for days, ever since you were brought in. Days, said Frodo. Well, 4 nights and 3 days to be exact. The elves brought you from the ford on the night of the 20th, and that is where you lost count. We have been terribly anxious since Sam has hardly left your side day or night except to run messages. Elon is a master of healing, but the weapons of our enemy are deadly. To tell you the truth, I had very little hope, for I suspected that there was some fragment of the blade still in the closed wound, but it could not be found until last night. The Elrin removed a splinter. It was deeply buried, and it was working. Inwards Truto shuddered, remembering the cruel night Kn with notched blade that had vanished in Strider's hands. Don't be alarmed, said Gandalf. It is gone now. It has been melted, and it seems that hobbits fade very reluctantly. I have known strong warriors of the big people who would quickly have been overcome by that splinter which you bore for 17 days. What would they have done to me? asked Fro. What were the riders trying to do? They tried to pierce your heart with the moral knife which remains in the wound. If they had succeeded, you would have become like they are, only weaker, and under their command you would have become a wraith under the dominion of the Dark Lord, and he would have tormented you for trying to keep his ring. If any greater torment were possible than being robbed of it and seeing it on his hand. Thank goodness I did not realize the horrible danger, said Frodo faintly. I was mortally afraid, of course, but if I had not known more I would not have dared even to move. It is a marvel that I escaped. Yes, fortune of fate have helped you, said Gandalf, not to mention courage. For your heart was not touched and only your shoulder was pierced, and that was because you resisted to the last, but it was a terribly narrow shave, so to speak. You were in gravest peril while you wore the ring, for then you were in half the wraith world yourself, and they might have seized you. You could see them and they could see you. I know, said Frodo, they were terrible to behold, but why could we all see their horses? Because they are real horses, just as the black robes are real robes that they wear to give shape to their nothingness when they have dealings with a living. Then why do these black horses endure such riders? All other animals are terrified when they draw near, even the elf horse of Glendale. The dogs howl and the keys scream at them, because these horses are born and bred to the service of the Dark Lord and Mordor. Not all servants and chattels are wraiths. There are orcs and trolls, there are ws and werewolves, and there have been and still are many men, warriors and kings that walk alive under the sun and yet are under his sway, and their number is growing daily. What about Rivendell and the elves? Is Rivendell safe? Yes, at present, until all else is conquered. The elves may fear the Dark Lord and they may fly before him, but never again will they listen to him or serve him. And here in Rivendell there live still some of his chief foes, the elven wise lords of the Eldar from beyond the furthest seas. They do not fear the ring race, but those who have dwelt in the blessed realm live at once in both worlds, and against both the seen and the unseen they have great power. I thought that I saw a white figure that shone and did not grow dim like the others. Was that Glorfindel? Then yes, you saw him for a moment as Ear upon the other side, one of the mighty of the firstborn. He is an elf lord of a house of princes. Indeed, there is a power in Rivendell to withstand the might of Mordor for a while, and elsewhere are the powers still dwell. There is power too of another kind in the but all such places will soon become islands under siege if things go on as they are going. The Dark Lord is putting forth all his strength still, he said, standing suddenly up and sticking out his chin while his beard went stiff and straight like bristling wire. We must keep up our courage. You will soon be well if I do not talk you to death. You are in Rivendell and you need not worry about anything for the present. I haven't any courage to keep up, said Frodo, but I'm not worried at the moment. Just give me news of my friends until the end of the affair at the ford, as I keep on asking, and I shall be content for the present. After that I shall have another sleep, I think. But I'sh be able to close my eyes until you've finished the story for me. Gandalf moved his chair to the bedside and took a good look at Frodo. The color had come back to his face and his eyes were clear and fully awake and aware. He was smiling and there seemed to be little wrong with him, but to the wizard's eye there was a faint change, just a hint as it were of transparency about him, and especially about the left hand that lay outside upon the coverlet. Still, that must be expected, said Gan to himself. Here's not half through yet, and to what he will come in the end, not even Elon can Farrell, not too evil. I think he may become like a glass filled with a clear light for eyes to see that. Can you look splendid, he said aloud. I will risk a brief tale without consulting Elon, but quite brief, mind you, and then you must sleep again. This is what happened as far as I can gather. The ride made straight for you as soon as you fled. They did not need the guidance of their horses any longer. You had become visible to them, being already on the threshold of their world, and also the ring drew them. Your friends sprang aside off the road, or they would have been ridden down. They knew that nothing could save you if the white horse could not. The riders were too swift to overtake and too many to oppose on foot. Even Glendale and Aragorn together could not withstand all the nine at once. When the ring race swept by, your friends ran up behind close to the ford. There is a small hollow beside the road masked by a few stunted trees. There they hastily kindled fire, for Glendale knew that a flood would come down if the riders tried to cross, and then he would have to deal with any that were left on his side of the river. The moment the flood appeared, he rushed out, followed by Aragorn and the others with flaming brands caught between fire and water, and seeing an elf road revealed in his wrath, they were dismayed and their horses were stricken with madness. 3 were carried away by the first assault of the flood. The others were now hurled into the water by their horses and overwhelmed. And is that the end of the Black Riders? asked Frodo. No, said Gandalf, their horses must have perished and without them they are crippled, but the ring race themselves cannot be so easily destroyed. However, there is nothing more to fear from them at the present. Your friends cross after the flood has passed, and they found you lying on your face at the top of the bank with a broken sword under you. The horse was standing guard beside you. You were pale and cold, and they fear that you were dead or worse. Elon's folk met them carrying you slowly towards Rivendell. Who made the flood? Asked Frodo. Elon commanded. It answered Gandalf. The river of this valley is under his power, and it will rise in anger when he has great need to bar the forward. As soon as the captain of the ring race strode into the water, the flood was released. If I may say so, I added a few touches of my own. You may have not have noticed, but some of the waves took the form of great white horses with shining white riders, and there were many rolling and grinding boulders. For a moment I was afraid that we let loose too fierce a wrath, and the flood would get out of hand and wash you all away. There is great vigor in the waters that come down from the snows of the misty mountains. Yes, it all comes back to me now, said Frodo. The tremendous roaring, I thought I was drowning with my friends and enemies and all, but now we are safe. Gondal looked quickly at Frodo, but he had shut his eyes. Yes, you are all safe for the present. Soon there will be feasting and merrymaking to celebrate the victory at the ford of Bruin, and you will all be there in places of honor. Splendid, said Frodo. It is wonderful that Elon and Andal and great lords, not to mention Strider, would take so much trouble and show me so much kindness. Well, there are many reasons why they should, said Gandalf, smiling. I am one reason, the ring is another. You are the ring bearer, and you are the heir of Bilbo the ring finder. Dear Bilbo, said Frodo sleepily, I wonder where he is. I wish he was here and could hear all about it. It would have made him laugh. The cow jumped over the moon, and the poor old troll with that he fell fast asleep. Frodo was now safe in the last homely house east of the sea. That house was, as Bilbo had long ago reported, a perfect house. Whether you like food or sleep or storytelling or singing or just sitting and thinking best, or a pleasant mixture of them all merely to be, there was a cure for weariness, fear and sadness. As the evening drew on, Frodo woke up again, and he found that he no longer felt the need of rest or sleep, but had a mind for food and drink, and probably for singing and storytelling. Afterwards he got out of bed. That his arm was already nearly as useful again as it ever had been. He found laid ready clean garments of green cloth that fitted him excellently. Looking in a mirror, he was startled to see a much thinner reflection of himself than he remembered. It looked remarkably like the young nephew of Bilbo who used to go tramping with his uncle in the but the eyes looked out at him thoughtfully. Yes, you have seen a thing or two since you last peeped out of the looking glass, he said in his reflection, but now for a merry-making. He stretched out his arms and whistled a tune. At that moment there was a knock on the door, and Sam came in. He ran to Frodo and took his left hand awkwardly and shyly. He stroked gently, and then he blushed and turned hastily away. Hello, Sam, said Frodo. It's warm, said Sam, meaning your hand. Frodo, it has felt so cold through the long nights. But glory and trumpets, he cried, turning around again with shining eyes and dancing on the floor. It's fine to see you up and yourself again. Sir Gandalf asked me to come and see if you ready to come down, and I thought he was joking. I am ready, said Frodo. Let's go and look for the rest of the party. I can take you to them, sir, said Sam. It's a big house this, and very peculiar, always a bit more to discover, and no knowing what you'll find around a corner. And elves are elves here and elves there, some like kings, terrible and splendid, and some Mario's children. And the music and the singing, not that I have had the time and heart for much listening since we got here, but I'm getting to know some of the ways of the place. I know what you been doing, Sam, said Frodo, taking his arm, but you shall be merry tonight and listen to your heart's content. Come on, guide me around the corner. Sam led him along several passages and down many steps and out into a high garden above the steep bank of the river. He found his friend sitting in a porch on the side of the house looking east. Shadows had fallen in the valley below, but there was still a light on the faces of the mountains far above. The air was warm, the sound of running and falling water was loud, and the evening was filled with the great scent of trees and flowers, as if summer still lingered in Elon's gardens. "Hoey," cried Pippin, springing up, "here is our noble cousin. Make way for Frodo, Lord of the Ring." "Hush," said Gondal from the shadows at the back of the porch. "Evil things do not come into this valley, but all the same we should not name them. The Lord of the Rings is not Frodo, but the master of the Dark Tower of Mordor, whose power is again stretching out over the world. We are sitting in a fortress outside. It is getting dark. Gal has been saying many cheerful things like that," said Pippin. "He thinks I need keep it in order, but it seems impossible somehow to feel gloomy or depressed in this place. I feel I could sing if I knew the right song for the occasion. I feel like singing myself," laughed Frodo, "though at any moment I feel more like eating and drinking." "Ha, that will soon be cured," said Pippin. "You've shown your usual cunning in getting up just in time for a meal." "More than a meal, a feast," said Merry. "As soon as Gondal reported you were recovered, the preparations began." He had hardly finished speaking when they were summoned to the hall by the ringing of many music bells. The whole of Elon's house was filled with folk elves for the most part, though there were a few guests of other sorts. Elon, as was his custom, sat in a great chair at the end of the long table upon the and next to him on the one side sat Glorfindel and on the other side sat Gandalf. Frodo looked at them in wonder, for he had never before seen Elon, of whom so many tales spoke, and as they sat upon his right hand and his left, Glorfindel and even Gondal, whom he thought he knew so well, were revealed as lords of dignity and power. Gondal was shorter in stature than the other two, but his long white hair, his sweeping silver beard, and his broad shoulders made him look like some wise king of ancient legend. His aged face, under the great snowy brows of his dark eyes, was set like coals that could leap suddenly into a fire. Lendl was tall and straight, his hair was of shining gold, his face fair and young and fearless and full of joy. His eyes were bright and keen, and his voice like music. On his brow sat wisdom, and in his hand was strength. The face of Elon was ageless, neither old nor young, though in it was written the memory of many things, both glad and sorrowful. His hair was dark as the shadows of twilight, and upon it was set a circlet of silver. His eyes were grey as a clear evening, and in them was a light like the light of stars. Venerable he seemed as a king crowned with many winters, and yet hale as a tried warrior in the fullness of his strength. He was the Lord of Rindor, and mighty among both elves and men. In the middle of the table, against the woven cloths upon the wall, there was a chair under a canopy, and there sat a lady fair to look upon, and so like was she in form of womanhood to Elund that Rue guessed that she was one of his close kindred. Young she was, and yet not so. The braids of her dark hair were touched by no frost, her white arms and clear face were flawless and smooth, and the light of stars was in her bright eyes. Grey as a cloudless night, yet queenly she looked, and thought and knowledge were in her glance as of one who has known many things that the years bring. Above her brow her head was covered with a cap of silver lace netted with small gems glittering white, but her soft grey raiment had no ornament save a girdle of leaves wrought in silver. So it was that Frodo saw her whom few mortals had yet seen, Arwen, daughter of Elon, with whom it was said that the likeness of Luthien had come on earth again, and she was called Undumil, for she was the even star of her people. Long she had been in the land of her mother's kin in Laon, and was but late returned to Rivendell to her father's house, but her brothers El-Adon and El-Roer were now upon Eri, for they rode often far afield with the rangers of the north, forgetting never their mother's torment in the dens of the orcs. Such loveliness and living thing Frodo has never seen before nor imagined in his mind, and he was both surprised and abashed to find that he had a seat at Elon's table among all these folk so high and fair. Though he had a suitable chair and was raised upon several cushions, he felt very small and rather out of place, but that feeling quickly passed. The feast was merry and the food all that his hunger could desire. It was some time before he looked about him again or even turned to his neighbors. He looked at first to his friend Sam, had begged to be allowed to wait on his master, but he had been told that for this time he was a guest of honor. Frodo can see him now sitting with Pippin and Merry at the upper end of one of the side tables close to the die. He could see no sign of Strider next to Frodo. On his right sat a dwarf of important appearance, richly dressed. His beard, very long and forked, was white, nearly as white as the snow-white cloth of his garments. He wore a silver belt, and around his neck hung a chain of silver and diamonds. Frodo stopped eating to look at him. "Welcome and well met," said the dwarf, turning towards him. Then he actually rose from his seat and bowed. "Glowing at your service," he said, and bowed still lower. "Frodo Baggins, at your service and your fame," said Frodo, correctly rising in surprise and scattering his cushions. "Am I right in guessing that you are the glowing of one of the 12 companions of the great Thorin Oakenshield?" "Quite right," answered the dwarf, gathering up the cushions and courteously assisting Frodo back into his seat. "And I do not ask, for I have already been told that you are the kinsman and adopted heir of our friend Bilbo the Renowned. Allow me to congratulate you on your recovery." "Thank you very much," said Frodo. "You have had some very strange adventures." "Are here," said Gl. "I wonder greatly what brings 4 hobbits on so long a journey. Nothing like it has ever happened since Bilbo came with us, but perhaps I should not inquire too closely, since Eland and Gondal do not seem disposed to talk of this. I think we will not speak of it, at least not yet," said Frodo politely. He guessed that even in Elon's house the matter of the ring was not one for casual talk, and in any case he wished to forget his troubles for a time. "But I'm equally curious," he added, "to learn what brings so important a dwarf from the lonely mountain." Glyn looked at him. "If you've not heard, I think we not you'd speak of that either. Master Aaron will summon us all here long, I believe, and then we shall all hear many things, but there is much else that may be told." Throughout the rest of the meal they talked together, but Frodo listened more than he spoke, for the news of the Shire apart from the ring seemed small and far away and unimportant, while Gloin had much to tell of events in the northern regions of Wilderland. Frodo learned that Grimon, the old son of Bone, was now the lord of many sturdy men, and to their land between the mountains and Milkwood neither orc nor wolf dared to go. "Indeed," said Gloin, "if it were not for the Beornings, the passage from Tale to Rendell would long ago have become impossible. They are valiant men and keep open the high path in the fort of Cock, but their toes are high," he added with a shake of his head like be of old. "They are not over fond of dwarves, still they are trusty, and that is much in these days. No, are there any men so friendly to us as the men of Dale? They are good folk. The Bings, the grandson of Bar the Beeman, rules them. Bland, son of Bane, son of Bard, he is a strong king, and his realm now reaches far south and east of Esgros." "And what of your own people?" asked Frodo. "There is much to tell, good and bad," said Glyn, "yet it is mostly good. We have so far been fortunate, though we do not escape the shadow of these times. If you really wish to hear of us, I will tell you tidings gladly, but stop me when you are weary." Dwarves' tongues run on when speaking of their handiwork, they music say, and with that glow embarked on a long account of the doings of the dwarf kingdom. He was delighted to have found so polite a listener, but Frodo showed no sign of weariness and made no attempt to change the subject, though actually he soon got rather lost among the strange names of people in places that he had never heard of before. He was interested however to hear that Dne was still king on the mountain and was now old, having passed his 250th year, venerable and fabulously rich. Of the 10 companions who had survived the battle of 5 armies, 7 were still with him, Dwellin Gloindor, Nori Biffer Boffer, and Bomber Bombo was now so fat that he could not move himself from his couch to his chair and table, and it took 6 young dwarves to lift Music him. And what has become of Ben and Orion known as Frodo? A shadow passed over Glow's face. You do not know, he answered. It is largely on account of Barlin that I have come to ask the advice of those that dwell in Rivendell. But tonight let us speak of Maria. Things Loin began then to talk of the works of his people, telling Frodo about their great labors in Dale and under the mountain. We have done well, he said, but in metal work we cannot rival our fathers, many of whose secrets are lost. We make good armor and keen swords, but we cannot again make mail or blade to match those that were made before the dragon came. Only in mining and building have we surpassed the old days. You should see the waterways of Dale, Frodo, and the mountains and the pools. You should see the stone-paved rows of many colors and the halls and cavernous streets under the earth with arches carved like trees, and the terraces and towers upon the mountain sides. Then you would see that we have not been idle. I will come to see them if ever I can, said Frodo. How surprised Bba would have been to see all the changes in the desolation of Smaug. El looked at Fru and smiled. You were very fond of Bilbo, were you not? he asked. Yes, answered Frodo, I would rather see him than all the towers and palaces in the world. At length the feast came to an end. Elon and Arwen rose and went down the hall, and the company followed them in due order. The doors were thrown open and they went across a wide passage and through the other doors and came into a further hall. In it were no tables, but a bright fire was burning in a great hearth between the Cairn pillars upon either side. Frodo found himself walking with Gandalf. It is the whole of fire, said the wizard. Here you will hear many songs and tales if you can keep awake, but except on high days it usually stands empty and quiet, and people come here to wish for peace and thought. There is always a fire here and all year round. But there is little other light. As J.R.R. entered and went towards the seat prepared for him, Elish minstrels began to make sweet music. Slowly the hole filled, and Frodo looked with delight upon the many fair faces that were gathered together. The golden firelight played upon them and shimmered in their hair. Suddenly he noticed not far from the further end of the fire a small dark figure seated on a stool with his back propped against the pillar. Beside him on the ground was a drinking cup and some bread. Frodo wondered whether he was ill, if people were ever ill in Rivendell and had been unable to come to the feast. His head seemed sunk in sleep on his breast, and a fold of his dark cloak was drawn over his face. Elrond went forward and stood beside the silent figure. Awake, little master, he said with a smile. Then turning to Frodo he beckoned to him. Now at last the hour has come that you have wished for, Frodo, he said. Here is a friend that you have long missed. The dark figure raised its head and uncovered its face. Bilbo, cried Frodo with sudden recognition, and he sprang forward. Hello, Fro, my lad, said Bilbo. So you have got here at last. I had you would manage it well. Well, so all this feasting is in your honor, I hear. I hope you enjoyed yourself. Why weren't you there, cried Frodo, and why haven't I been allowed to see you before? Because you were asleep. I've seen a good deal of you. I've sat at your side with Sam each day, but as for the feast, I don't go in for such things much now, and I had something else to do. What are you doing? Why, sitting and thinking. I do a lot of that nowadays, and this is the best place to do it in as a rule. Wake up. Indeed, he said, cocking an eye on Elrond. There was a bright twinkle in it and no sign of sleepiness that Frodo could see. Wake up, I was not asleep, Master Elrond. If you all want to know, you have all come out of your feast too soon, and you have disturbed me in the middle of making up a song. I was stuck over a line or two and I was thinking about them, but now I don't suppose I shall ever get them right. There will be such a deal of singing that the ideas will be driven clean out of my head. I shall have to get my friend the Dunedain to help me. Where is he? Elon laughed. He shall be found, he said. Then you two shall go in a corner and finish your task, and we will hear it and judge it before we end our merry-making. Messengers were sent to find Bilbo's friend, though none knew where he was or why he had not been present at the music feast. In the meanwhile, Frodo and Bilbo sat side by side, and Sam came quickly and placed himself near them. They talked together in soft voices, oblivious of the mirth and music in the hall about them. Bilbo had not much to say for himself when he had left Hobbiton. He had wandered off aimlessly along the road or in the country on either side, but somehow he had steered all the time towards Rivendell. I got here without much adventure, he said, and after a rest I went on with the dwarves to Dale. My last journey I shan't travel again. Old Bar had gone away, then I came back here, and here I have been. I have done this and that. I have written some more of my book, and of course I make up a few songs. They sing them occasionally just to please me, I think, for of course they aren't really good enough for Rivendell, and I listen and I think time doesn't seem to pass here. It just is. How about a place altogether? I hear all kinds of news from over the mountains and out from the south, but hardly anything from the sh. I heard about the ring. Of course Gondel had been here often, not that he has told me a great deal. He has become closer than ever these last few years. The Dunedain has told me more. Fancy that ring of mine causing such a disturbance. It is a pity that Gandalf did not find out more sooner. I could have brought the thing here myself long ago without so much trouble. I've thought several times of going back to Hobbiton for it, but I am getting old. Gandalf and Elrond, I mean, they seem to think that the enemy was looking high and low for me and would make mincemeat of me if he caught me tottering about in the wild. And Gandalf said, the ring has passed on, Bilbo. It would not do good to you or to others if you tried to meddle with it again. Odd sort of remark, just like Gandalf, but he said he was going after you, so I let things be. I am frightfully glad to see you safe and sound. He paused and looked at Frodo doubtfully. Have you got it here? He asked in a whisper. I can't help feeling curious, you know. After all I've heard, I should very much like just to peep at it again. Yes, I've got it, answered Frodo, feeling a strange reluctance. It looks just the same as it ever did. Well, I should just like to see it for a moment, said Bilbo. When he had dressed, Frodo found that while he slept the ring had been hung about his neck on new chain, light but strong. Slowly he drew it out. Bilbo put out his hand, but Frodo quickly drew back the ring. To his distress and amazement, he found that he was no longer looking at Bilbo. A shadow seemed to have fallen between them, and through it he found himself eyeing a little wrinkled creature with a hungry face and bony groping hands. He felt a desire to strike him. The music in singing around them seemed to falter, and a silence fell. Bilbo looked quickly at Frodo's face and passed his hands across his eyes. Music, I understand now, he said. Put it away. I am sorry you've come in for this burden. Sorry about everything. Don't adventures ever have an end? I suppose not. Someone else always has to carry on the story. Well, it can't be helped. I wonder if it's any good trying to finish my book, but don't let's worry about it now. Let's have some real news. Tell me about the music. Frodo hid the ring away and the shadow passed, leaving hardly a shred of memory. The light and music of Rivendell was about him again. Bilbo smiled and laughed happily. Every item of news from The sh that Frodo could tell aided and corrected now and again by Sam was of the greatest interest to him, from the felling of the least tree to the pranks of the smallest child in Hobbit, and they were so deep in the doings of the forfarings that they did not notice the arrival of a man clad in dark green cloth. For many minutes he stood looking down at them with a smile. Suddenly Bilbo looked up. "Ah, there you are at last, Dunedain," he cried. "Strider," said Frodo, "you seem to have a lot of names." "Well, Strider is one that I haven't heard before anyway," said Bilbo. "What do you call him?" "That, for they call me that in Bree," said Strider, laughing, "and that is how I was introduced to him." And why do you call him Dunedain?" asked Frodo. "The Dunedain," said Bilbo, "he's often called that here, but I thought you knew enough Elvish at least to know Dunedain, man of the way, number Monorion. But this is not the time for lessons." He turned to Strider. "Where have you been, my friend? Why weren't you at the feast? The Lady Arwen was there." Rare looked down at Bilbo gravely. "I know," he said, "but often I must put mirth aside. Ella and Elroy here have returned out of the wild unlooked for, and they had tidings that I wish to hear at once." "Well, my dear fellow," said Bilbo, "now you've heard the news, can't you spare me a moment? I want your help in something urgent. Eden says the song of mine is to be finished before the end of the evening, and I am stuck. Let's go off in a corner and polish it up." St2 smiled. "Come on then, let's hear it." Frodo was left to himself for a while, for Sam had fallen asleep. He was alone and felt rather forlorn, although all about him the folk of Rivendell were gathered, but those near him were silent, intent upon the music of the voices and the instruments, and they gave no heed to anything else. Fra began to music. Listen, at first the beauty of the melodies and of the interwoven words in elven tongues, even though he understood them little, held him in a spell. As soon as he began to attend to them, almost it seemed that the words took shape, and visions of far lands and bright things that he had never yet imagined opened out before him, and the Firret whole became like a golden mist above seas of foam that sighed upon the margins of the world. Then the enchantment became more and more dreamlike, until he felt that an endless river of swelling gold and silver was flowing over him, too multitudinous for its pattern to be comprehended. It became part of the throbbing air around him, and it drenched and drowned him. Swiftly he sank under his shining weight into a deep realm of sleep. There he wandered long in the dream of music that turned into running water, and then suddenly into a voice. It seemed to be the voice of Bilbo chanting verses. Fainted first, and then clearer ran the words: "Arundel was a mariner that tiered in Arran. He built a boat of timber felled in Nimble to journey in her sails. He wove of silver, fair of silver were her lanterns made. Her prow was fashioned like a swan, and light upon the banners laid in panoply of ancient kings. It chained rings and armored him. His shining shield was scorched with runes toward all wounds and harm from him. His bow was made of dragon horn, his arrows shone of ebony, of silver was his Haben, his scabbard of Chelidon, his sword of steel was valiant, of adamant his helmet tall, an eagle plume upon his crest, upon his breast an emerald. Beneath the moon and under star he wandered far from northern strands, bewildered on enchanted ways beyond the days of mortal lands, from gnashing of the narrow ice where shadow lies on frozen hills, from nether heats and burning waste he turned in haste, and roving still on starless waters far astray, at last he came to night of naught and past and never sight he saw of shining shore, nor light he sought. The winds of wrath came driving him, and blindly in the foam he fled from west to east, all errandless. Unheralded he homeward sped. There flying wig came to him, and flame was in the darkness lit, more bright than light of diamond. The fire upon her cast in it the sorrel she bound on him, and crowned him with the living light. And dauntless with the burning brow he turned his prow, and in the night from other world beyond the sea there strong and free a storm arose, a wind of power intel by paths that seldom mortal Goes his boat bore with biting breath as might of death across the grey and long forsaken seas distressed from east to west he passed away through every night he back was borne on black and roaring waves that ran ere the leagues unlit and found it shores that drowned before the days began until he heard on strands of pearl where ends the world the music long wherever foaming billows roll the yellow gold and jewels won he saw the mountain silver rise where twilight lies upon the knees of valor. And Uller beheld afar beyond the seas a wanderer escaped from night to heaven white he came at last to elven home the green and fair where keen the air were pale as glass beneath the hill of Il Marin a glimmer in a valley share the lamp towers of Tiriana mirrored on the shadow me he carried there from errant tree and melodies they tore to him and sages ow him marvels told and harps of gold they brought to him they clothed him then in elven white and seven lights before him sent as through the Caken to hidden land for Laon he went he came into the timeless holes where shining fall in countless years and endless reigns the elder king in Il Marin on mountain sheer and words unheard were spoken then of folk of men and elven kin beyond the world where visions showed forbid to those that dwell therein a ship then knew they built for him of mithil and of elven glass with shining prow no shave and oar nor sail he bore on silver mast the sorrel as lantern light and banner bright with living flame to gleam thereon by Elberth herself was set who hither came, and wings immortal made for him and laid on him undying doom to sail the shoreless skies and came behind the sun and light of moon from ever Ev's softy hills where softly silver mountains fall his wings him bore a wandering light beyond the mighty mountain wall from world's end he turned away and yearned again to find afar his home through shadows journey and burning as an island star on high above the mists he came a distant flame before the sun a wonder ere the waking dawn where grey the northern waters run. And over middle earth he passed and heard at last the weeping of women and of elven maids in elder day in years of yore but on him mighty doom was laid till moon should fade an orbed star to pass and never more on hither shores where mortals are forever still a herald on an errand that would never rest to bear his shining lamp afar the flamier of westernness the chanting ceased Frodo opened his eyes and saw that Bilbo was seated on his stool in a circle of listeners who were smiling and applause. Applauding now we had better have it again said an elf Bilbo got up and bowed oh I am flattered Lindia he said but it would be too tiring to repeat it all not too tiring for you the elves answered laughing you know you are never tired of reciting your own verses but really we cannot answer your question at one hearing what cried Bilbo you can't tell which parts were mine and which were the done and ends it is not easy for us to tell the difference between two mortals said the elf nonsense Linder. Snorted Bilbo if you can't distinguish between a man and a hobbit your judgment is poorer than I imagined they're as different as peas and apples maybe the sheep other sheep no doubt appear different laughed Lindia or to shepherds but mortals have not been our study we have other business I won't argue with you said Bilbo I am sleepy after so much music and singing I'll leave you to guess if you want to he got up and came towards Frodo well that's over he said in a low voice it went off better than I expected I don't often get asked for a second hearing what did you think of it I'm not going to try and guess said Frodo smiling you needn't said Bilbo as a b of fact it was all mine except that Aragorn insisted on my putting in a green stone he seemed to think it important I don't know why otherwise he obviously thought the whole thing rather above my head and he said that if I had a cheek to make verses about a Andile in the house of Elon it was my affair I suppose he was right I don't know said Frodo it seemed to me to fit somehow though I can't explain I was half asleep when you began it seemed to follow on form something that I was dreaming about. I didn't understand that it was really you speaking until near the end. It is difficult to keep awake here until you get used to it, said Bilbo. Not that hobbits would ever acquire quite the elvish appetite for music and poetry and tales. They seem to like them as much as food. No more. They will be going on for a long time yet. What do you say to slipping off for some more quiet talk, can we, said Frodo. Of course, this is mere Bing, not business. Come and go as you like, as long as you don't make a noise. They got up and withdrew quietly into the shadows and made for the doors. Sam they left behind fast asleep, still with a smile on his face in spite of his delight in Bilbo's company. Frodo felt a tug of regret as they passed out of the Hall of Fire. Even as they stepped over the threshold, a single clear voice rose in music song and neon. Fro halted for a moment, looking back. Elon was in his chair and the fire was on his face like summer light upon the trees. Near him sat the Lady Arwen. To his surprise, saw that Aragorn stood beside her. His dark cloak was thrown back and he seemed to be clad in elven mail, and a star shone on his breast. They spoke together, and then suddenly it seemed to Frodo that Arwen turned towards him and the light of her eyes fell on him from afar and pierced his heart. He stood still, enchanted, while the sweet syllables of the elvish song fell like clear jewels of blended word and melody. It is a song of Elberth, said Bilbo. They will sing that and other songs of the blessed realm many times tonight. Come on. He led Frodo back to his own little room. It opened onto the gardens and looked south across the ravine of the Anan. There they sat for some time, looking through the window at the brightest stars above the steep climbing woods and talking softly. They spoke no more of the small news of the far away, not of the dark shadows and perils that encompassed them, but of the fair things they had seen in the world together, of the elves, of the stars, of trees, and the gentle fall of the bright year in the woods. At last there came a knock on the door. I'm begging your pardon, said Sam, putting in his head. Begging your pardon? I was just wondering if you'd been wanting anything. And begging yours, Sam Gamgee, replied Bilbo. I guess you mean that it is time your master went to bed. Well, sir, there is a council early tomorrow, I hear, and he only got up today for the first time. Quite right, Sam laughed. Bilbo, you can tr off and tell Gondal that he has gone to bed. Good night, Frodo. Bless me, but it has been good seeing you again. There are no folk like hobbits after all for real good talk. I'm getting very old and I begin to wonder if I should ever live to see your chapters of our story. Good night. I'll take a walk, I think, and look at the stars of Elberth in the garden. Sleep well. Music. Next day Frodo woke early, feeling refreshed and well. He walked along the terraces above the loud flowing Bruin and watched the pale cool sun rise above the far mountains and shine down slanting through the thin silver mist. The dew upon the yellow leaves was glimmering and the woven nets of Goso twinkled on every bush. Sam walked beside him, saying nothing but sniffing the air, and looking now and again with wonder in his eyes at the great heights in the east. The snow is white upon their peaks. On a seat cut in the stone beside a turn in the path they came upon Gandalf and Bilbo deep in talk. Hello, good morning, said Bilbo. Feel ready for the great council? I feel ready for anything, answer, said Frodo, but most of all I should like to go walking today and explore the valley. I should like to get into those pine up here. He pointed away far up the side of Rivendell to the north. You may have a chance later, said Gandalf, but we cannot make any plans yet. There is much to hear and decide today. Suddenly, as they were walking, a single clear bell rang out. That is the warning bell of the Council of Elrond, cried Gondal. Come along now, both you and Bilbo. I wanted Fro, and Bilbo followed the wizard quickly along the winding path back to the house behind them. Uninvited and for the moment forgotten, trotted Sam. Gandalf led them to the porch where Frodo had found his friends in the evening before. The light in the clear autumn morning was now glowing in the valley the noise of bubbling waters came up from the foaming, revered birds were singing, and a wholesome peace lay on the land to Frodo his dangerous flight, and the rumors of the darkness growing in the world outside already seemed only the memories of a troubled dream, but the faces that were turned to meet them as they entered the grave, Elon was there and several others were seated in silence about him. Frodo saw Glorfindel and glowing, and in a corner alone Strider was sitting clad in his old travel-worn clothes. Again Elon drew Frodo to a seat by his side and presented him to the company, saying, "Here, my friends, is the hobbit Frodo, son of Drogo. Few have ever come hither through greater peril or on an errand more urgent." He then pointed out the name those whom Frodo had not met before. There was a younger dwarf at Glow inside his son Gimli. Beside Glender there were several other counselors of Elon's household, of whom J.R.R was the chief, and with him was Galder, an elf from the Grey Havens who had come on an errand from in the shipwright. There was also a strange elf clad in green and brown, Legolas, a messenger from his father Thun, the king of the elves of northern Mirkwood, and seated a little apart was a tall man with a fair and noble face, dark-haired and grey-eyed, proud and stern of glance. He was cloaked and booted as if for a journey on horseback, and indeed though his garments were rich and his cloak was lined with fur, they were stained with long travel. He had a collar of silver in which a single white stone was set. His locks were shore about his shoulders. On a baldric he wore a great horn tipped with silver that now was laid upon his knees. He gazed at Rhoda and Bilo with sudden wonder. "Here," said Elrond, turning to Gandalf, "is Boromir, a man from the south. He arrived in the grey morning and seeks for counsel. I have bidden him to be present, for here his questions will be answered. Not all that was spoken and debated in the council need now be told. Much was said of the events in the world outside, especially in the south and in the wide lands east of the mountains. Of these things Frodo had already heard many rumors, but the tale of Glow was new to him, and when the dwarf spoke he listened attentively. It appeared that amid the splendor of their works of hand the hearts of the dwarves of the lonely mountain were troubled. "It is now many years ago," said Glyn, "that a shadow of disquiet fell upon our people. Whence it came we did not at first perceive. Words began to be whispered in secret. It was said that we were hemmed in a narrow place, and that greater wealth and splendor would be found in the wider world. Some spoke of Moria and the mighty works of our father that are called in our tongue Khazad-dûm, and they declare that now at last we have the power and numbers to return. Glow sigh more. Moria, wonders of the northern world. Too deep we delve there and woke the nameless fear. Long have his vast mansions laid empty since the children of Durin fled, but now we spoke of it again with longing and yet with dread, for no dwarf has dared to pass the doors of Khazad-dûm for many lives of kings save Thor only, and he perished at last. However, Ben listened to the whispers and resolved to go, and though Dne did not leave willingly, he took with him Ai and On and many of our folk, and they went away south. That was on 30 days ago. But a while we had news that it seemed good messages reported that Moria had been entered and a great work began there. Then there was silence, and no word has ever come from Moria since then. About a year ago a messenger came to Dne, but not from Moria, from Mordor, a horseman in the night who called D to his gate. The Lord say on the great. So he said, wish for our friendship rings he would give for it such as he gave of old. And he asked urgently concerning hobbits, of what kind they were and where they dwelt. For Zahn knows, said he, that one of these this was once known to you at a time. With this we were greatly troubled, and we gave no answer. And then his fell voice was lowered, and he would have sweetened it if he could, as a SW tone only, of your friendship sour asks this. He said that you should find this thief, that was his word, and get from him, willing or no, a little ring, the least of rings that once he stow. It is but a try that show on fancies. and an earnest of your good will find it, and the 3 rings that the dwarf Sas possessed of old shall be returned to you, and the realm of Moria shall be yours forever. Find only news of the thief, whether he still lives and where, and you shall have great reward and lasting friendship from the Lord. Refuse, and things will not seem so well. Do you refuse? At that his breath came like a hiss of snakes, and all that stood by shuddered. But D said, I say neither yea nor nay, I must consider this message and what it means under fair cloak. Consider well, but not too long, said he. The time of my thought is my own to spend, answered Dane, for the present it, and rode into the darkness. Heavy have the hearts of our chieftain been since that night. We needed not the fell voice of the messenger to warn us that his words held both menace and deceit, for we knew already that the power that was re-entered Mordor has not changed, and never it betrayed us of old. Twice the messenger has returned and has gone unanswered. The third and last time, so he says, is soon to come, before the end of the year. And so I have sent at last my Dane to warn Bilbo that he is sought by the enemy, and to learn if may be why he desires this ring, this least of rings. Also we crave the advice of Aragorn, for the shadow grows and draws nearer. We discover that messengers have come also to King Brandondale, and that he is afraid. We fear that he may yield. Already war is gathering on its eastern borders. If we make no answer, the enemy may move of his rule to assault King Brand and Dne. Also you have done well to come, said Elon. You will hear today all that you need in order to understand the purposes of the enemy. There is not that you can do other than to resist with hope or without it, but you do not stand alone. You will learn that your trouble is but part of the trouble of all the western world. The ring, what shall we do with the ring? The least of rings, the trifle that unfancies, that is the doom that we must deem, that is the purpose for which you are all called hither. Called, I say, though I have not called you to me. Strangers from distant lands, you have come and are here met in this very nick of time, by chance as it may seem, yet it is not so. Believe rather that it is so ordered, that we who sit here and none others must now find counsel for the peril of the world. Now therefore things shall be openly spoken that have been hidden for all but a few until this day at first, so that all may understand what is the peril. The tale of the ring shall be told from the beginning even to this present, and I will begin that tale, though others shall end it. Then all listened, while Elon in his clear voice spoke of Sauron and the rings of power and their forging in the second age of the world. Long ago a part of his tale was known to some there, but the full tale to none, and many eyes would turn to Elon in fear and wonder as he told of the elven smiths of Arran and their friendship with Moria, and their eagerness for knowledge by which Sauron ensnared them, for in that time he was not yet evil to behold, and they received his aid and grew mighty in craft, whereas he learned all their secrets and betrayed them, and for secretly in the mountain of fire the one ring to be their master. But Calary was aware of him and hid the 3 which he had made, and there was war, and the land was laid waste, and the gate of Moria was shut. Then through all the years that followed he traced the ring, but since that history is also recounted even as Elon himself set it down in his books of law, it is not here recalled, for it is a long tale full of deeds great and terrible. And briefly though Elon spoke, the sun rode up the sky, and the morning was passing. Here he ceased of Numer, he spoke its glory and its fall, and the return of the kings of men to Middle-earth out of the deeps of the sea, borne upon the wings of storm. Then Elendil Thiel and his mighty sons Isildur and Anarion became great lords, and the north realm they made in J.R.R, and the south realm in Gondor above the mountains of Anduin. But Sauron of Mordor assailed them, and they made the last alliance of elves and men, and the host of Gilgalad and Elendil were mastered in music. J.R.R. Thereupon Elon paused a while. Music inside, I remember well the splendor of their banners, he said. It recalled to me the glory of the elder days, and the host of Bararan. So many great princes and captains were assembled, and yet not so many, not so fair as when Tangar Rodn was broken, and the elves deemed that evil was ended forever. And it was not so, you remember, said Frodo, speaking his thought aloud in his astonishment. But I thought, he stammered as Elon turned towards him. I thought that the fall of Gilgalad was a long age ago. So it was indeed, answered answered Elon. Gravely, but my memory reaches back even to the elder days. Arundel was my sire, who was born in Gondolin before its fall, and my mother was Elwick, daughter of J.R.R, son of Lewin of Dorth. I have seen 3 ages in the west of the world, and many defeats and many fruitless victories. I was the herald of Gilgalad and marched with his host. I was at the battle of Darad before the Black Gate of Mordor, where we had the mastery for the spear of Gilgalad and the sword of Elendil. Ios and Neril none could withstand. I beheld the last combat on the slopes of Aod ruin, where Gilgalad died and Elendil fell and Neril broke beneath him, but Sauron himself was overthrown, and Isildur cut the ring from his hand and the hilt shard of his father's sword and took it for his own. At this the stranger Boromir broke in. So this is what became of the ring, he cried. If ever such a tale was told in the south, it has long been forgotten. I have heard of the great ring of him that we do not name, but we believe that it perished from the world in ruin of its first realm. Isildur took it, that is tidings indeed. Alas, yes, said Elon. Isildur took it as should not have been. It should have been cast then into Arad ruins, fire nigh at hand where it was made, but few marked what Isildur did. He alone stood by his father in that last mortal conquest by Gilgalad. Only Kaidan stood and I, but Isildur would not listen to our counsel. This I will have as a were-guild for my father and my brother, he said, and therefore whether we would or no he took it to treasure it, but soon he was betrayed by it to his death, and so it is named in the north Isildur. Bane, yet death maybe was better than what else might have befallen him. Only to the north did these tidings come, and only to a few. Small wonder it is that you have not heard them. Boromir, from the ruin of the Gladen fields where Isildur perished, 3 men only came ever back over the mountains after long wandering. One of these was Ofar, the esquire of Isildur, who bore the shards of the sword of Elendil, and he brought them to Valandil, the heir of Isildur, who being but a child had remained there in Rivendell. But Neril was broken and its light extinguished, and it has not yet been forged again. Fruitless did I call the victory of the last alliance, not wholly so, yet it did not achieve its end. Sauron was diminished but not destroyed, his ring was lost but not unmade, the dark tower was broken but its foundations were not removed, for they were made with the power of the ring, and while it remains they will endure. Many elves and many mighty men and many of their friends had perished in the war. Anarion was slain and Isildur was slain, and Gilgalad and Elendil were no more. Never again shall there be any such league of elves and men, for men multiply and the firstborn decrease, and the 2 kindreds were estranged, and ever since that day the race of number manner has decayed, and the span of their years has lessened. In the north, after the war and the slaughter of the Gladen fields, the men of westernness were diminished, and their city of Anum side Lake Evendim fell into ruin, and the heirs of Valandil removed and dwelt at Fornos on the 9 north towns, and that now too is desolate. Men call it Dead Men's Dyke, and they fear to tread there, for the folk of J.R.R dwindled and their foes devoured them, and their lordship passed, leaving only green mounds in the grassy hills. In the south the realm of Gondor long endured, and for a while its splendor grew, recalling somewhat of the might of Numenor. Here it fell high towers that people built, and strong places and havens of many ships, and the winged crown of the kings of men was held in awe by folk of many tongues. Their chief city was Elate, citadel of the stars, through the midst of which the river flowed, and Minas Ethel they built. Tower of the rising moon eastward upon a shoulder of the mountains of shadow, and westward at the feet of the white mountains Minas Honor they made. Tower of the setting sun, there in the courts of the king grew a white tree, from the seed of that tree which Isildur brought over the deep waters, and the seed of that tree before came from Era, and before that out of the uttermost west, in the day before days when the world was young, but the wearing of the swift years of Middle Earth. The line of Menel, son of Anarion, failed, and the tree withered, and the blood of the number Monorion became mingled with that of lesser men. Then the watch upon the walls of Mordor slept, and dark things crept back to Gorgoroth, and on a time evil things came forth, and they took Minas Ithil and abode in it, and they made it into a place of dread, and it is called Minas Morgul, the tower of sorcery. Then Moses Anur was named anew Minas Tirith, the tower of God, and these two cities were ever at war, but Osgiliath which lay between was deserted, and in its ruins shadows walk. So it has been for many lives of men, but the lords of Minas Tirith still fight on, defying our enemies, keeping the passage of the river from Argonath to the sea. And now the part of the tale that I shall tell is drawn to its close, for in the days of Isildur the ruling ring passed out of old knowledge, and the three were released from its dominion, but now in its latter day they are in peril once more, for to our sorrow the one has been found, others shall speak of his finding. For in that I played small part he ceased, but at once Boromir stood up tall and proud before them. Give me leave, Master Elrond, said he, first to say more of Gondor, for verily from the land of Gondor I am come, and it would be well for all to know what passes there, for few I deem know of our deeds, and therefore guess little of their peril if we should fail at last. Believe not that in the land of Gondor the blood of Númenor is spent, nor all its pride and dignity forgotten by our valor. The wild folk of the east are still restrained, and the terror of Mortal kept at bay, and thus alone our peace and freedom maintained in the lands behind us. Bulwark of the west, but if the passage of the river should be won, what then? Yet that hour maybe is not far away. The nameless enemy has arisen again. Smoke rises once more from a rod ruin that we call Mount Doom. The power of the Black Clan grows, and we are hard beset. When the enemy returned, our folk were driven from Elan, our fair domain east of the river, though we kept a foothold there and strength of arms. But this very year, in the days of June, sudden war came upon us out of Mordor, and we were swept away. We were outnumbered, for Mordor has allied itself with the Easterlings and the cruel Haradrim, but it was not by numbers that we were defeated. A power was there that we have not felt before. Some said it could be seen like a great black horseman, a dark shadow under the moon. Wherever he came a madness filled our foes, but fear fell on our boldest, so that horse and man gave way and fled. Only a remnant of our eastern force came back, destroying the last bridge that still stood amid the ruins of Osgiliath. I was in that company that held the bridge until it was cast down behind us. 4 only were saved by swimming, my brother and myself and 2 others, but still we fight on, holding all the west shores of Anduin, and those who shelter behind us give us praise. If ever they hear our name, much praise, but little help only from Rohan. Now will any men ride to us when we call in this evil hour? I have come on an errand over many dangerous leagues to Eland. 110 days I have journeyed all alone, but I do not seek allies in war. The might of Elon is in wisdom, not in weapons. It is said, I come to ask for counsel and the unraveling of hard words. For on the eve of the sudden assault a dream came to my brother in a troubled sleep, and afterwards a like dream came off to him again and once to me. In that dream I thought the eastern sky grew dark and there was a growing thunder, but in the west a pale light lingered, and out of it I heard a voice remote but clear, crying, seek for the sword that was broken in him. Laruz it dwells. There shall be counsels taken stronger than Morgul spells. There shall be shown a token that doom is near at hand. For a Sor Bane shall awaken, and the halfling forth shall stand. Of these words we could understand little, and we spoke to our father Denir, lord of Minthwise, in the lord of Gondor. This only would he say, that Imladris was of old the name among the elves, for a far northern dale where Elon the half-elven dwelt, greatest of lawmasters. Therefore my brother, seeing how desperate was our need, was eager to heed the dream and seek for Imladris, but since the way was full of doubt and danger, I took the journey upon myself. Loath was my father to give me leave, and long have I wandered by roads forgotten, seeking the house of Eland, of which many had heard but few knew where it lay, and here in the house of Alan Mo shall be made clear to you, said Aragorn. Standing up he cast his sword upon the table that stood before Elon, and the blade was in two pieces. Here is the sword that was broken, and who are you, and what have you to do with Minas Tirith, asked Boromir, looking in wonder at the lean face of the ranger and his weather-stained cloak. He is Aragorn, son of Arthas, said Elon, and he has descended through many fathers from Isildur Elendil, son of Minas Ethel. He is the chief of the Dunedain in the north, and few are now left of that bow. Then it belongs to you and not to me at all, cried Frodo in amazement, springing to his feet as if he expected the ring to be demanded at once. It does not belong to either of us, said Aragorn, but it has been ordained that you should hold it for a while. Bring out the ring, Frodo, said Gandalf solemnly. The time has come, hold it up, and then Boromir will understand the remainder of his riddle. There was a hush, and all turned their eyes on Frodo. He was shaken by a sudden shame and fear, and he felt great reluctance to reveal the ring, and a loathing of its touch. He wished he was far away. The ring gleamed and flickered as he held it up before them in his trembling hand. Behold, Isilbane, said Elon. Boromir's eyes glinted as he gazed at the golden thing. The Huffling, he muttered, is then the tomb of Minth come at last? But why then should we seek a broken sword? The words were not the doom of Minas Tirith, said Aragorn, but doom and greater deeds are indeed at hand, for the sword that was broken is the sword of Elendil. That broke beneath him when he fell. It has been treasured by his heirs when all other heirlooms were lost, for it was spoken of old among us that it should be made again when the ring Isilbane was found. Now you have seen the sword that you have sought. What would you ask? Do you wish for the house of Elendil to return to the land of Gondor? I was not sent to beg any boon, but to seek only the meaning of a riddle, answered Boromir proudly. Yet we are hard pressed, and the sword of Elendil would be a help beyond our hope, if such a thing indeed could be returned from the shadow of the past. He looked again at Aragorn, and doubt was in his eyes. Frodo felt Bilbo stare impatiently at his side. Evidently he was annoyed on his friend's behalf. Standing up he burst out, all that is gold does not glitter, not all those who want are lost. The old that was strong does not wither, deep roots are not reached by the frost. From the ashes a fire shall be woken, a light from the shadows shall spring. Renewed shall be blade that was broken, the crownless again shall be king. Not very good perhaps, but to the point. If you need more beyond the word of Elon, if that was worth a journey 110 days to hear, you best listen to it. He sat down with a snort. I made that up myself, he whispered to Frodo, for the Dunedain a long time ago when he first told me about himself. I almost wish that my adventures were not over, and that I could go with him when his day comes. Aragorn smiled at him and then turned to Boromir again. For my part I forgive your doubt, he said. Little do I resemble the figures of Elendil and Isir as they stand carving in their majesty in the halls of Denir. I am but the heir of Isir, not Isir himself. I have had a hard life, and the leagues that lie between here and Gondor are a small part in the count of my journeys. I have crossed many mountains and many rivers, and trod many plains, even to the far countries of Run and Harad, where the stars are strange. But my home, such as I have, is in the north, for here the heirs of Bendil have ever dwelt in long line, unbroken from the father unto son for many generations. Our days have been darkened and we have dwindled, but ever the sword was passed to a new keeper, and this is why I say to you, Boromir, here I end. Lonely men we are, rangers of the wild, hunters, but hunters ever for the servants of the enemy, for they are found in many places, not in Mordor only. If Gondor, Boromir, has been a stalwart tower, we have played another part. Many evil things there are that your strong walls and bright swords do not stay. You know little of the lands beyond your bounds. Peace and freedom, do you say? The North would have known them little, but for us fear would have destroyed them. But when dark things come from the houseless hills or creep from sunless woods, they fly from us. What roads would any dare to tread? What safety would there be in quiet lands or in the homes of simple men at night, if the Dunedain were asleep or were all gone into the grave? And yet less thanks have we than you. Travelers scowl at us and countrymen give us scornful names. Strider I am to one fat man who lives within a day march of foes that would freeze his heart or lay his little town in ruin if we were not guarded ceaselessly. Yet we would not have it otherwise. If simple folk are free from care and fear, simple they will be, and we must be secret to keep them so. That has been the task of my kindred while the years have lengthened and the grass has grown. But now the world is changing once again, a new hour comes. Isildur's bane is found, battle is at hand, the sword shall be reforged. I will come to Minas Tirith, his bane is found. You say, said Boromir, I have seen a bright ring in the halfling's hand, but Isur perished here this age the world began. They say, how do the wise know that this ring is his, and how has it passed down the years until it's brought hither by so strange a messenger? That shall be told, said Elon. But not yet, I beg, master, said Bilbo. Already the sun is climbing to noon, and I feel the need to something to strengthen me. I had not named you, said Elon, smiling, but I do so now. Come, tell us your tale, and if you have not yet cast your story into verse, you may tell it in plain words. The briefer the sooner shall you be refreshed. Very well, said Bil, I will do as you bid, but I will now tell the true story, and if some here have heard me tell it otherwise. He looked sidelong at Glowing. I asked them to forget it and forgive me. I only wish to claim the treasure as my very own in those days, and to be rid of the name of thief that was put on me. But perhaps I understand things a little better now. Anyway, this is what happened to some there. Bilbo's tale was totally new, and they listened with amazement, while the old Hobbit, actually not at all displeased, recounted his adventure with Gollum at full length. He did not omit a single riddle. He would have given also an account of his party and disappearance of the Shire if he had been allowed, but Elon raised his hand. Well told, my friend, he said, but that is enough at this time. For the moment it suffices to know that the ring passed to Frodo your heir. Let him now speak. Less willingly than Bilbo, Frodo told of all his dealings with the ring from the day that it passed into his keeping, every step of his journey from Hobbiton to the ford of Bruin was questioned and considered, and everything that he could recall concerning the Black Riders was examined. At last he sat down again. Not bad, Bio said to him, you would make a good story of it. They hadn't kept on interrupting. I tried to make a few notes, but we shall have to go over it all again together sometime if I am to write it up. There are whole chapters of stuff before you even got here. Yes, it made quite a long tale, answered Frodo, but the story still does not seem complete to me. I still want to know a good deal, especially about Gandalf. Galar of the Havens, who sat nearby, overheard him. You speak for me also, he cried, and turning to Elrond he said, the wise may have good reason to believe that the halfling's strove is indeed the great ring of long debate, unlikely though that may seem to those who know less. But may we not hear some proofs? And I would ask this also, what of Saruman? He has learned in the lore of the rings, yet he is not among us. What is his counsel if he knows the things that we have heard? The question you ask, Galdor, are bound together, said Elrond. I had not overlooked them, and they shall be answered. But these things it is the part of Gondal to make clear, for it is the place of honor, and in all this matter he has been the chief. Some Galar, said Gandalf, we think the tidings of Gloin and the pursuit of Frodo proof enough that the halfling strove is a thing of great worth to the enemy. Yet it is a ring. What then? The 9 the Naz will keep, the 7 are taken or destroyed. At this Glowing stirred, but did not speak. The 3 we know of. What then is This one that he desires so much. There is indeed a wide waste of time between the river and the mountain, between the loss and the finding, but the gap in the knowledge of the wise has been filled at last, yet too slowly, for the enemy has been close behind, closer even than I feared. And well it is that not until this year, this very summer as it seems, did he learn the full truth. Some here will remember that many years ago I myself dared to pass the doors of the necromancer in Dolger and secretly explored his ways, and found thus that our fears were true. He was none other than Sauron, our enemy of old, at length taking shape and power again. Some too will remember also that Saruman dissuades us from open deeds against him, and for long we watched him only, yet at last as his shadow grew yielded, and the council put forth its strength and drove the evil out of Milkwood. And that was the very year of the finding of the ring. A strange chance, if chance it was, but we were too late, as Elon foresaw. Sauron also had watched us, and he had long prepared against J.R.R. Governing Mordor from afar through Minas Morrow, where his 9 servants dwelt, until all was ready. Then he gave way before us, but only feinted to flee, and soon after came to the Dark Tower and openly declared himself. Then for the last time the council met, for now we had learned that he was seeking ever more eagerly for the one we feared, then that he had some news of it that we knew nothing of. But Sans said nay, and repeated what he had said to us before, that the one would never again be found in Middle-earth. At the worst, said he, our enemy knows that we have it not, and that it still is lost, but what was lost may yet be found. He thinks, fear not, his hope will cheat him. Have I not earnestly studied this matter into Anduin the Great? It fell, and long ago, while Sauron slept, it was rolled down into the river to the sea. There let it lie until the end. Gondel fell silent, gazing eastward from the porch to the far peaks of the misty mountains, at whose great roots the peril of the world had so long laid hidden. He sighed, there I was at fault. He said, I was lulled by the words of Saruman the wise. We were all at fault, said Elon, and but for your vigilance the darkness maybe would already be upon us. But say on. From the first my heart misgave me against all reason that I knew, said Gondel, and I desired to know how this thing came to Gollum, and how long he had possessed it. So I set a watch for him, guessing that he would ere long come forth from his darkness to seek for his treasure. He came, but he escaped and was not found, and then alas, I let the matter rest, watching and waiting only, as we have too often done. Time passed with many cares, until my doubts were awakened again to sudden fear. Whence came the hobbit's ring? What if my fear was true? Should be done with it? Those things I must decide, but I spoke yet of my dread to none, knowing the peril of an untimely whisper if it went astray. In all the long wars with the Dark Tower, treason has ever been our greatest foe. That was 17 years ago. Soon I became aware that spies of many sorts, even beasts, birds, were gathered around the and my fear grew. I called for help from the Dunedain, and their watch was doubled, and I opened my heart to Aragorn the heir of Exeter, and I said, Aragorn, count that we should hunt for Gollum, too late though it may seem, and since it seemed fit that Isildur's heir should labor to repair Isildur's fault, I went with Gandalf under long and hopeless search. Then Gandalf told how they had explored the whole length of the land, down even to the mountains of Shadow and the fences of Mordor. There we had rumors of him, and we guessed that he dwelt here long in the dark hills, but we never found him, and at last I despaired. And then my despair I thought again of a test that might make the finding of Golem unneeded. The ring itself might tell if it were the one. The memory of words at the council came back to me, words of Saran Halfheed. At the time I heard them, now clearly in my heart. The 9, the 7 and the 3, he said, had each their proper gem. Not so the one, it was round and unadorned, as it were one of the lesser rings, but its maker set marks upon it that the skilled maybe could still see and read what Those marks were he had not said who now would know the maker and Saruman, but great though his law may be it must have a source. What hands if Sauron's ever held this thing, and it was lost the hand of Isur alone. With that thought I forsook the chase and passed swiftly to Gondor. In former days the members of my order had been well received there, but San most of all often he had been for long the guest of the lords of the city. Less welcome did the Lord Denir show me than of old, and grudgingly he permitted me to search among the hoarded scrolls and books, if indeed you look only as you say for records of ancient days and the beginnings of the city. Read on he said, for to me what was is less dark than what is to come, and that is my care. But unless you have more skill even than Saruman, who has stood here long, you will find naught that is not well known to me, who am master of the lord of the city. So said Denir, and yet there lie in his hoards many records that few now can read, even for the lawmasters, for their script and tongues have become dark to later men. And Boromir there lies in men still unread, I guess, by any say San and myself, since the kings failed a scroll that Isildur made himself. For Isildur did not march away straight from the war in Mordor, as some have told the tale. Some in the north maybe bore broke in. All I know in Gondor is that he went first to Minas Anir and dwelt a while with his nephew Melil, instructing him before he committed to him the rule of the South Kingdom, and that time he planted there the last sapling of the White Tree in memory of his brother. But in that time he also made the scroll, said Gandalf, and that is not remembered in Gondor, it would seem, for the scroll concerns the ring. And thus wrote Isur therein, the great ring shall go to be an alum of the North Kingdom, but records of it shall be left in Gondor, where also dwell the Hs of Elendil, lest a time come when the memory of these great matters shall grow dim. And after these words Isur described the ring such as he found it. It was hot when I first took it, hot as a gleed, and my hand was scorched so that I doubt if ever again I shall be free of the pain of it. Yet even as I write it is cooled, and it ceaseth to shrink, though it loseth neither its beauty nor its shape. Already the writing upon it, which at first was as clear as red flame, fadeth, and is now only barely to be read. It is fashioned in an elven script of Aryan, for they have no letters in order for such subtle work. But the language is unknown to me. I deem it to be a tongue of the Black L, since it is foul, and unc what evil it saith I do not know, but I trace here a copy of it, lest it fade beyond recall. The ring miss may be the heat of Sauron's hand, which was black and yet burned like fire, and so Gilgalad was destroyed. And maybe where the gold made hot again the writing would still be refreshed. For my part I will risk no hurt to this thing. Of all the works of Sauron the only fair, it is precious to me, though I buy it with great pain. When I read these words my quest was ended, for the trace writing was indeed as I'ld to a guest in the tongue of Mordor and the servants of the tower, and what was said therein was already known. For in the day that Sauron first put on the one, Calorie maker of the three was aware of him, and from afar he heard him speak these words, and so his evil purposes were revealed at once. I took my leave of Denir, but even as I went northwards messages came to me out of Lauon that Aragorn had passed that way, and that he had found a creature called Gollum. Therefore I went first to meet him and hear his tale, into what deadly perils he had gone alone. I dare not guess, there is little need to tell of them, said Aragorn. If a man must needs walk in sight of the Black Gate, or tread the deadly flowers of Mgo Vale, then perils he will have. I too despaired at last, and I began my homeward journey. And then by fortune I came suddenly on what I sought, the marks of soft feet beside a muddy pool. But now the trail was fresh and swift, and it led not to Mordor but away along the skirts of the dead marshes. I followed it, and then I had him lurking by a stagnant mirror, peering in the water. As the dark eve fell I called him Gollum. He was covered with green slime. He will never love me, I fear, for he bit me and I was not gentle. Nothing more did I ever get from his mouth than the marks of his teeth. I deemed it the worst part of all my journey, the road back, watching him day and night, making him walk with a halter on his neck, gagged until he was tamed by lack of drink and food, driving him ever towards Mirkwood. I brought him there at last and gave him to the elves, for we had agreed that this should be done, and I was glad to be rid of his company, for he stank. For my part, I hope never to look upon him again. But Gondal came and endured long speech with him. Yes, long and weary, said Gandalf, but not without profit. For one thing, the tale he told of his loss agreed with that which Bilbo had now told openly for the first time, but that had mattered little, since I had already guessed it. But I learned then first that Golem's ring came out of the great river nigh to the Gladen fields, and I learned also that he had possessed it long many lives of his small kind. The power of the ring had lengthened his years far beyond their span, but that power only the great rings wield. And if that is not proof enough, Galdor, there is another test that I spoke of. Upon this very ring which you have here reported may still be read, if one has the strength of will to set the golden thing in the fire. A while that I have done, and this I have read. Music. The change in the wizard's voice was astounding. Suddenly it became menacing, powerful, harsh as stone. A shadow seemed to pass over the high sun, and the porch for a moment grew dark. All trembled, and the elves stopped their ears. Never before has any voice dared to utter the words of that tongue in a Madras. Gandalf the J.R.R, said Elon as the shadow passed, and the company breathed once more. And let us hope that none will ever speak it here again, answered Gandalf. Nonetheless, I do not ask your pardon, Master Elon, for if that tongue is not soon to be heard in every corner of the West, then let all put doubt aside that this thing is indeed that what the wise have declared, the treasure of the enemy, fr with all his malice, and in it lies a great part of his strength. Of old out of the black years come the words of that smith. Sauron heard, and they knew that they had been betrayed. One ring to rule them all, one ring to find them, one ring to bring them all, and in the darkness bind them. Know also, my friends, that I learned more yet from Gollum. He was sloth to speak, and his tale was unclear, but it is beyond all doubt that he went to Mordor, and there all that he knew was forced from him. Thus the enemy knows now that the one is found, and it was long in the Shire, and since his servants have pursued it almost to our door, he soon will know. Already he may know, even as I speak, that we have it here. All sat silent for a while, until at length Boromir spoke. Here is a small thing you say, the Skullum, small but great in mischief. What became of him? To what doom did you put him? He is in prison. No worse, said Aragorn. He had suffered much. There is no doubt that he was tormented in the fear of Sauron lies black on his heart. Still I am glad that he is safely kept by the watchful elves of Mirkwood. His malice is great, and gives him a strength hardly to believe in. One so lean and withered he could work much mischief. Still, if he were free, and I do not doubt that he was allowed to leave Mordor on some evil errand. Alas, alas, cried Legolas, and in his fair elvish face there was great distress. The tidings that I was sent to bring must now be told. They are not good, but only here have I heard now how evil they may seem to this company. Small, who is now called Gollum, has escaped. Escaped, cried Aragorn. That is ill news indeed. We shall all argue it bitterly. I fear. How came the folk of Thran to fail in their trust? Not through the lack of watchfulness, said Legolas, but perhaps through over-kindness, and we fear that the prisoner had aid from others, and that more is known of our doings that we could wish. We guarded this creature day and night with Gandalf's bidding, much though we wearied of the task, but Gandalf bade us hope still of his cure, and we had not the heart to keep him ever in dungeons under the earth, where he would fall back into his old black thoughts. You are less tender to me, said Glow, with a flash of his eyes, as old memories were stirred of his imprisonment in the deep places of The elven king's halls now come, said Gandalf. Pray do not interrupt my good glowing. That was a regrettable misunderstanding, long set right. If all the grievances that stand between elves and dwarves are to be brought up here, we may as well abandon this council. Gloin rose and bowed, and Legas continued. In the days of fair weather we led Gollum through the woods, and there was a high tree standing alone far from the others, which he liked to climb. Often we let him mount up to the highest branches until he felt the free wind, but we set a guard at the tree's foot. One day he refused to come down, and the guards had no mind to climb after him. He had learned the trick of clinging to boughs with his feet as well as with his hands, so they sat by the tree far into the night. It was that very night of summer, yet moonless and starless, that orcs came on us at unawares. We drove them off after some time. They were many and fierce, but they came from over the mountains and were unused to the woods. When the battle was over, we found that Gollum was gone and his guards were slain or taken. It then seemed plain to us that the attack had been made for his rescue, and that he knew of it beforehand. How that was contrived we cannot guess, but Gollum's cunning and the spies of the enemy are many. The dark things that were driven out of the year of the dragon's fall have returned in greater numbers, and Mirrod is again an evil place, save where our realm is maintained. We have failed to recapture Gollum. We came on his trail among those of many orcs, and it plunged deep into the forest going south, but ere long it escaped our skill, and we did not continue the hunt, for we were drawing nigh to Dugulur, and that is a very evil place. We do not go that way. Well, he is gone, said Gandalf. We have now time to seek for him again. We must do what we will, but he may play a part yet that neither he nor Sauron have foreseen. And now I will answer Galdur's other questions. What of Sauron? What are his counsels to us in this need? This tale I must tell in full, for only Elon has heard it yet, and that in brief, but it will bear on all that we must resolve. It is the last chapter in the Tale of the Ring so far as it has yet gone. At the end of June I was in the show, but a cloud of anxiety was on my mind, and I rode to the southern borders of the little land, for I had a foreboding of some danger still hidden from me. But drawing near there, messages reached me telling me of war and defeat in Gondor, and when I heard of the Black Shadow a chill smote my heart. But I found nothing save a few fugitives from the south, yet it seemed to me that on them sat a fear of which they would not speak. I turned then east and north and journeyed along the greenway, and not far from Bree I came upon a traveller sitting on a bank beside the road with his grazing horse was beside him. It was Ragas the Brown, who had one time dwelt at Roscoe Bell near the borders of Milkwood. He is one of my order, but I had not seen him for many a year. Gondal, he cried, I was seeing you, but I'm a stranger in these parts. All I knew that there you might be found in the wild region with the unoath name of Shah. Your information was correct, I said, but do not put it that way. If you meet any of the inhabitants, you are near the borders of the sh now. And what do you want with me? It must be pressing. You were never a traveler unless driven by great need. I have urgent errand, he said. My news is evil. Then he looked about him as if the hedges might have ears. And school, he whispered, the N are abroad again. They have crossed a river secretly and are moving westward. They have taken the guise of riders in black. I knew then what I dreaded without knowing it. The enemy must have some great need or purpose, said Prast, but what it is that makes him look to those distant and desolate parts I cannot guess. What do you mean, said I. I have been told that wherever they go the riders ask for news of a land called Shah the sh. I said, for even the wise might fear to withstand the nine when they are gathered together under their fell chieftain, a great king and sorcerer he was of old, and now he wields a deadly fear. Who told you and who sent you? I asked. Saruman the White answered, rather gassed, and he told me to say that if you feel the need he will help, but you must Seek his aid at once or it will be too late, and that message brought me hope, for Saramanda White is the greatest of my order. Radagast is of course a worthy wizard, a master of shapes and changes of hue, and he has much ell of herbs and beasts and birds and especially his friends, but San has long studied the arts of the enemy himself, and thus we have often been able to foil him. It was by the devices of Saruman that we drove him from Dolgur. It might be that he had found some weapons that would drive back the nine. I will go to Shaman, I said. Then you must go now, said Radagast, but I have wasted time in looking for you and the days are running short. I was told to find you before midsummer, and that is now here. Even if you set out from this spot you will hardly reach him before the nine discover the land that they seek. I myself shall turn back at once. And with that he mounted and would have ridden straight off. Stay a moment, I said, we shall need your help and the help of all things that we will give it. Send out messages to all the beasts and birds that are your friends to bring news of anything that bears on this matter to Saran and Gondal. Let messages be sent to Orank. I will do that, he said, and he rode off as if the end. I could not follow him then and there. I had ridden very far already that day and I was as weary as my horse, and I needed to consider matters. I stayed the night in Bree and decided that I had no time to return to the sh. Never did I make a greater mistake, however. I wrote a message to Frodo and trusted to my friend the innkeeper to send it to him. I rode away at dawn and I came at long past to the dwelling of Saran that is far south in Isengard, in the end of the misty mountains not far from the gap of Ran. And Bamir will tell you that it is a great open vale that lies between the misty mountains and the northernmost foothills of Erednim, the white mountains of his home. The Isengard is a circle of sheer rocks that enclose a valley as if with a wall, and in the midst of that valley is a tower of stone called Orank. It was not made by Saruman but by the men of Numo long ago, and it is very tall and has many secrets. It looks not to be a work of craft. It cannot be reached save by passing the circle of Isengard, and in that circle there is only one gate. Right, one evening I came to the gate like a great arch in the wall of rock, and it was strongly guarded, but the keepers of the gate were on the watch for me and told me that Saran awaited me. I rode under the arch and the gate closed silently behind me, and suddenly I was afraid, though I knew no reason for it. But I rode to the foot of Orank and came to the stair of Saruman, and there he met me and led me up to his high chamber. He wore a ring on his finger. So you have come, Gondal, he said to me gravely, but in his eyes there seemed to be a white light as if a cold laughter was in his heart. Yes, I have come, I said, I have come for your aid, Saruman the White, and that title seemed to anger him. Have you indeed, G.R.R. the Grey, he scoffed, for aid it has seldom been heard of that Gandalf the J.R.R. sought for aid, one so cunning and so wise, wandering about the lands and concerning himself in every business whether it belongs to him or not. I looked at him and wondered, but if I am not deceived, said I, things are now moving which require the union of all our strength. That may be so, he said, but the thought is late in coming to you. How long, I wonder, have you concealed from me, the head of the council, a matter of greatest import? What brings you now from your lurking place in the Shire? The nine have come forth again, I answered. They've crossed the river. So Ras said to me. Ras the clown, laughed Saruman, and he had no longer concealed his scorn. Ragas the bird tamer, Ragas the simple, Ragas the fool, yet had just the wi to play the part that I set him. For you have come, and that was all the purpose of my message, and here you will stay, Gandalf the Grey, and rest from journeys, for I am San the wise, Saruman ringmaker, Saruman of many colors. I looked then and saw that his robes, which had seemed white, were not so, of a woven of all colors, and if he moved they shimmered in changed hue, so that the eye was bewildered. I liked white better, I said. White, he sneered, it serves as a Beginning white cloth may be dyed, the white page can be overwritten, and the white light can be broken, in which case it is no longer white, said I, and he that breaks a thing to find out what it is has left the path of wisdom. You need not speak to me as to one of the fools that you take for friends, said he. I have not brought you hither to be instructed by you, but to give you a choice. He drew himself up and then began to declaim as if he were making a speech long rehearsed. The elder days are gone. The middle days are passing, the younger days are beginning. The time of the elves is over, but our time is at hand. The world of men which we must rule, but we must have power to order all things as we will, for that good which only the wise can see and listen. Gandalf, my old friend and helper, he said, coming near and speaking now in a softer voice. I said we, for we it may be, if you will join with me. A new power is rising against it. The old allies and policies will not avail us at all. There is no hope left in elves or dying lore. This then is one choice before you. Before us, we may join with that power. It would be wise, Gundalf. There is hope that way. Its victory is at hand, and there will be rich reward for those that aided it. As the power grows, its proved friends will also grow, and the wives such as you and I may with patience come at last to direct its courses, to control it. We can bide our time, we can keep our thoughts in our hearts, deploring maybe evils done by the way, but approving the high and ultimate purpose. Knowledge, rule, order all the things that we have so far striven in vain to accomplish, hindered rather than helped by our wake or idea of friends. There need not be, there would not be any real change in our designs, only in our mise-en. I said I have heard speeches of this kind before, but only in the mouths of the emissary sent from Mordor to deceive the ignorant. I cannot think that you brought me so far only to weigh my ears. He looked sidelong and paused a while, considering. Well, I see that this wise seafor does not commend itself to you, he said. Not yet. Not if some better way can be contrived. He came and laid his long hand on my arm. And why not, gal, he whispered, why not the ruling ring? If we could command that, then the power would pass to us. That is in truth why I brought you here, for I have many eyes in my service, and I believe that you know where this precious thing now lies. Is it not? Z or why do the nine ask for the sh, and what is your business there? As he said this, a lust which he could not conceal shone suddenly in his eyes. 10 I said, standing away from him. Only one hand at a time can wield the one, and you know that well, so do not trouble to say we. But I could not give it, I would not even give news of it to you. Now that I learn your mind, you were head of the council, but you have unmasked yourself at last. Well, the choices are, it seems, to submit to honor to yourself. I will take neither. Have you others to offer? He was now cold and perilous. Yes, he said, I did not expect you to show wisdom even in your own behalf, but I gave you the chance of aiding me willingly, and so saving your much trouble and pain. The third choice is to stay here until the end. Until what then? Until you reveal to me where the one may be found. I may find means to persuade you, or until it is found in your despite, and the ruler has time to turn to larger matters, to devise, say, a fitting reward for the hindrance and insolence of Gandalf the Great. That may not prove to be one of the lighter matters, said I. He laughed at me, for my words were empty. He knew it. They took me and they sent me alone on the pinnacle of Orank, in the place where San was accustomed to water the stars. There is no descent saved by a narrow stair of many thousand steps, and the valley below seemed far away. I looked on it and saw that whereas it had once been green and fair, it was now filled with pits and forges. Wolves and orcs were housed in Isengard, for Shaman was mustering a great force on his own account, in rivalry of Sauron and not in his service. Yet over all his works a dark smoke hung and wrapped itself about the size of Orank. I stood alone on an island in the clouds, and I had no chance of escape, and my days were bitter. I was pierced with Cold I had but little room in which to pace to and fro, brooding on the coming of the riders of the north. That the nine had indeed arisen I felt assured, apart from the words of Saruman which might be lies. Long here I came to Eandered, and I had heard tidings by the way that could not be mistaken. Fear was ever in my heart for my friends in the sh, but I still had some hope. I hoped that Frodo had set forth at once, as my letter had urged, that he had reached Rivendell before the deadly pursuit began, and both my fear and my hope proved ill-founded. For my hope was founded on a fat man in Bree, and my fear was founded on the cunning of Sauron. But fat men who have many calls to answer, and the power of Sauron is still less than fear makes it. But in the circle of Isengard trapped in alone, it was not easy to think that the hunters before whom all have fled or fallen would falter in the shar. Far away I saw you, cried Frodo, you are walking backwards and forwards. The moon shone in your hair. Gondal paused astonished and looked at him. It was only a dream, said Frodo. It suddenly came back to me. I had quite forgotten it. It came some time ago after I left the Shire. I think then it was late in coming, said Gand. As you will see, I was in an evil plight, and those who know me will agree that I have seldom been in such need and do not bear such misfortune well. Gand of the J.R.R. caught like a fly in a spider's treacherous web, yet even the most subtle spiders may leave a weak thread. At first I fear that Saran no doubt intended that Radagast had also fallen, yet I had caught no hint of anything wrong in his voice or in his eye at our meeting. If I had, I should have never gone to Isengard, or I should have gone more warily. So Saran guessed, and he had concealed his mind and deceived his messenger. I would have been useless in any case to try and win over the honest Radagast to Tray. He sought me in good faith, and so persuaded me. That was the undoing of Saruman's plot, for Ragas knew no reason why he should not do as I asked, and he rode away towards Mirkwood, where he had many friends of old, and the eagles of the mountains went far and wide, and they saw many things, the gathering of wolves and the mustering of orcs, and the nine riders going hither and thither in the lands. And they heard news of the escape of Gollum, and they sent a messenger to bring these tidings to me. So it was that when summer waned there came a night of moon and goo. Here the wind lord, swiftest of the great eagles, came unlooked for to Orink, and he found me standing on the pinnacle. Then I spoke to him, and he bore me away before Shaman was aware I was far from Erd. Here the wolves and orbs issued from the gate to pursue me. How far can you bear me? Said, to many leagues, said he, but not to the ends of the earth. Were sent to their tidings or burdens, then I must have steed on land. I said, and the steeds are passingly swift, for I have never had such need of haste before. Then I will bear you to Edoras, where the Lord of Rohan sits in his he's. He said, that is not very far off. I was glad, for the rhythm of Rohan Roim the horse rose swell. There are no he's like those that are bred in that great vale between the misty mountains and the white are the men of Rohan still to be trusted. Do you think, I said to Guy here, for the treason of San had shaken my faith? They pay tribute to Horus, he answered, and send many yearly to Mordor, was said, but they are not yet under the yoke. But if San had become evil as you say, then their doom cannot be long delayed. He set me down in the land of Rohan, he adorned, and now I have lengthened my tale over long. The rest must be more brief. In Rohan I found evil already at work. The lies of Shaman and the king of the land would not listen to my warnings. He bade me take a horse and be gone, and I chose one much to my liking, but little to his. I took the best horse in his land, and I have never seen the like of him. Then he must be a noble beast indeed, said Aragorn, and it grieves me more than many tidings that might seem worse to learn that Sauron Levi is much tribute. It was not so when last I was in that land, nor is it now, I will swear, said Boromir. It is a lie that comes from the enemy. I know the men of Rohan, true and valiant, are allies, dwelling still in the lands that we gave them long ago. The shadow of Mordor lies on distant Lands answered Aragorn, Zaraman has fallen under it, Rohan is beset, who knows what you will find there if ever you return not. This at least said Boromir, for they will buy their lives with horses, they love their horses next to their kin, and not without reason, for the horses of the Remar come from the fields of the north, far from the shadow, and their race as of their masters is descended on the free days of old. True indeed, said Gandalf, and there is one among them that might have been folded in the morning of the world, the horses of the nine cannot. 6. With him tireless, swift as the flowing wind, Shadowax they called him. By day his coat glistens like silver, and by night it is like a shade, and he passes unseen. Light is his footfall, never before had any man mounted him, but I took him and I tamed him, and so speedily he bore me that I reached the sire when Frodo was on the Bat Downs, though I set out from Rohan only when he set out from Hoban. But fear grew in me as I rode, ever as I came north I heard tidings of the riders, though I gained on them day by day, they were ever before me. They had divided their forces, I learned some remained on the eastern borders not far from the Greenway, and some invaded the Shire from the south. I came to Hobbiton and Frodo had gone, but I had words with old Gamgee, many words and few to the point. He had much to say about the shortcomings of the new owners of Bajan. I can't to buy changes, said he, not at my time of life, at least of all changes for the worst, changes for the worst, he repeated many times. Worst is a bad word, I said to him, and I hope you do not live to see it. But amidst his talk I gathered at last that Frodo had left Hobbiton less than a week before, and that a black horseman had come to the hill the same evening. Then I rode on in fear. I came to Buckland and found it an uproar as busy as a hive of ants that had been stirred with a stick. I came to the house of Crick Hollow, and it was broken open and empty, but on the threshold there lay a cloak that had been froze. Then for a while hope left me, and I did not wait to gather news, or I might have been comforted, but I rode on the tail of the riders. It was hard to follow, but it went many ways, and I was at a loss. But it seemed to me that one or two had ridden towards Bree, and that way I went, for I thought of words that might be said to the innkeeper. Butterbur they call him. I thought, if this delay was his fault, I will melt all the butter in him. I will roast the old fool over a slow fire. He expected no less. When he saw my face he fell down flat and began to melt on the spot. Oh, what did you do to him? cried Frodo in alarm. He was very kind to us and did all that he could. Gandalf laughed. Don't be afraid, he said. I did not bite, and I barked very little, so overjoyed was I by the news that I got out of him when he stopped quaking that I embraced the old fellow. How it happened I could not then guess, but I learned that you had been in Bree the night before and had gotten off in that morning with Strider. Strider, I cried, shouting for joy. Yes sir, I'm afraid so sir, said Butterbar, mistaking me. He got at them in spite of all I could do, and they took up with him. They behaved very queer all the time they were here. Wilful, you might say, ass fool. Thce worthy and beloved Parman, said I, it's the best I've heard since midsummer. It's worth a gold piece at least. May your be laid under enchantment of surpassing excellence for 7 years, said I. Now I can take a night's rest, the first since I have forgotten when. So I stayed there that night, wondering much what had become of the riders, for only of 2 had there yet been any news in Bricky it seemed. But in the night we heard more. 5 at least came from the west. They fw down the gate and passed through Bree like a howarding. And the Bree folk are still shivering and expecting the end of the world. I got up before dawn and went after them. I did not know, but it seems clear to me that this was what happened. Their captain remained in secret away south of Bree, while 2 rode ahead through the village and 4 more invaded the sh. When these were foiled in Bree and at Quick Hollow, they returned to their captain with tidings, and so left the road unguarded for a while except by their spies. Is the captain then sent some eastward straight across the country, and he himself with the rest rode along the road in great wrath. I get up to Weathertop like a game, and I reached it before sundown on my second day from Bree, and they were there before me. They drew away from me, for they felt the coming of my anger, and they dared not face it while the sun was still in the sky, but they closed round at night, and I was besieged on the hilltop in the old ring of Amsu. I was hard put to it indeed. Such light and flame cannot have been seen on Weathertop since the war beacons of old. At sunrise I escaped and fled towards the north. I could not hope to do more. It was impossible to find Eufro in the wilderness, and it would have been folly to try with all the 9 at my heels, so I had to trust to Aragon. But I hoped to draw some of them off, and yet reached Rivendell ahead of you and send out help. 4 riders did indeed follow me, but they turned back after a while and made for the ford. It seemed that helped a little, for there were only 5, not 9, when your camp was attacked. I reached here at last by a long hard road up the Hallwell and through the Eater and down from the north. It took me nearly 14 days from Weathertop, for I could not ride among the rocks of the Troll Fs, and Shadowfax departed. I sent him back to his master, but a great friendship has grown between us, and if I have need he will come at my call. But so it was that I came to Rivendell only 3 days before the ring, and news of its peril had already been brought here, which proved well indeed, and that foe is the end of my account. May Elon and the others forgive the length of it, but such a thing has not happened before, that Gandalf broke tryst and did not come when he promised an account to the ring bearer. So strange an event was required. I think well, the tale is now told from first to last. Here we all are, and here is the ring, but we have not yet come any nearer to our purpose. What shall we do with it? There was a silence. At last Elon spoke again. This is grievous news concerning Saran, he said, but we trusted him, and he is deep in all our counsels. It is perilous to study too deeply the arts of the enemy for good or ill, but such fs and betrayals alas have happened before. Of the tales that we have heard this day, the tale of Frodo was most strange to me. I have known few hobbits save Bilbo here, and it seemed to me that he is perhaps not alone and singular as I thought him. The world has changed much since I last was on the westward roads. The Berites we know by many names, and of the old forest many tales have been told. All that now remains is but an outlier of its northern march. Time was when a squirrel could go from tree to tree. What now is the sh to Dunland west of Isengard. In those lands I journeyed once, and many tidings wild and strange I knew, but I had forgotten Bombadil. If indeed this is still the same that walked in the woods and hills long ago, and even was older than the old that was not then his name Ainbanad. We called him oldest and fatherless, but many another name he has since been given by older folk, forn by the wars, oral by northern men, and other names beside. He is a strange creature, but maybe I should have summoned him to our council. He would not have come, said Gondal. Could we still not send messages to him and to obtain his help? Asked J.R.R. It seems that he has power even of the ring. No, I should not put it so, said Gandalf. Say rather that the ring has no power over him. He is his own master, but he cannot alter the ring himself nor break its power over others. And now he has withdrawn into a little land within bounds that he has set, though none can see them, waiting perhaps for a change of days, and he will not step beyond them, but within those bounds nothing seems to dismay him. Said J.R.R. Would he not take the ring and keep it there forever harmless? No, said Gandalf, not willingly. He might do so if all the free folk of the world begged him, but he would not understand the need, and if he were ever given the ring he would soon forget it, or most likely throw it away. Such things have no hold on his mind. He would be a most unsafe guardian, and that alone is answered enough. But in any case, said Glorfindel, to send the ring to him would only postpone the day of evil, he is far away, we could not now take it back to him unmarked by any spy, and even if we could, soon or late the Lord of the Rings would learn of its hiding place and would all his power towards it. Could that power be defied by Bombadil alone? I think not. I think that in the end, if all else is conquered, Bombadil will fall last as he was first, and the night will come. I know little of the Arwen save the name, said Galdr, but Glorfindel I think is right. Power to defy our enemy is not in him unless that power is in the earth itself, and yet we see that Sauron cannot torture and destroy the very hills. What power still remains lies with us here in Imladris, or with Kian at the Havens, or with Lauon, but have they the strength, have we here the strength to withstand the enemy, the coming of Sauron at the last when all else is overthrown? I have not the strength, said Elon. Neither have music they then, if the ring cannot be kept from him forever by strength. Strength, said Glorfindel. Two things only remain for us to attempt: to send it over the sea or destroy it, but Gandalf has revealed to us that we cannot destroy it by any craft that we here possess, said Elon, and they who dwell beyond the sea would not receive it for good or ill. It belongs to Middle-earth, it is for us who still dwell here to deal with it then, said Glorfindel. Let us cast it into the deeps and so make the lies of Sauron come true, for it is clear now that even at the council his feet were already on crooked path, and he knew that the ring was not lost forever, but wished for us to think so, for he began to lust for it for himself. Yet of in lies truth is hidden in the sea, it would be safe, not safe forever, said Gandalf. There are many things in the deep waters, and seas and lands may change, and it is not our part here to take thought only for a reason, or for a few lives of men, or for a passing of age of the world. We should seek a final end of this menace, even if we do not hope to make one, and that we shall not find on roads to the sea, said Galar. If the return to Irwine we thought too dangerous, then flight to the sea is now fraught with gravest peril. My heart tells me that Sauron will expect us to take the western way when he learns what has befallen. He soon will. The nine have been unhorsed in indeed, but that is but a respite. Here they find new steeds and swifter. Only the waning might of Gondor stands now between him and a march in power along the coast into the north, and if he comes assailing the White Towers and the Havens hereafter, the elves may have no escape from the lengthening shadows of Middle-earth. Long yet will that march be delayed, said Boromir. Gondor wanes you say, but Gondor stands, and even the end of its strength is still very strong, and yet its vis can no longer keep back the nine, said Galdr. And other roads he may find that Gondor does not guard then, said Ars. There are about Tuxes, as Glendil already has declared, to hide the ring forever or to unmake it, but both are beyond our power. Who will read its riddle for us? None here can do so, said Elon gravely. At least none can foretell what will come to pass if we take this road or that, but it seems to me now clear which is the road that we must take. The westward road seems easiest, therefore it must be shut. It will be watched too often. The elves have fled that way now. At this last we must make a hard road, a road unforeseen. There lies our hope, if hope it be to walk into peril to Mordor. We must send the ring to the fire. Silence fell again. Frodo, even in that fair house looking upon a sunlit valley filled with the noise of clear waters, felt a dead darkness in his heart. Boromir stirred, and Frodo looked at him. He was fingering his great horn and frowning. At length he spoke. I do not understand all this, he said. Saruman is a traitor, but did he not have a glimpse of wisdom? Why do you speak ever of hiding and destroying? Why should we not think that the great ring has come into our hands to serve us in the very hour of need? Wielding it, the free lords of the free may surely defeat the enemy. That is what he most fears. I deem the men of Gondor are valiant, and they will never submit, but they may be beaten down. Vaynor needs first strength and then a weapon. Let the ring be your weapon. If it has much power, as you say, take it and go Fourth to victory alas no said Eland we cannot use the ruling ring that we now know too well it belongs to Sauron and was made by him alone and is altogether evil save only those who have already a great power of their own before them it holds an even deadlier peril the very desire of it corrupts the heart consider Sarah if any of the wise should with this ring overthrow the Lord of Mordor using his own arts he would then set himself on Sauron's throne and yet another dark lord would appear and that is another reason why the ring should be destroyed as long as it is in the world it will be a danger even to the wise for nothing is evil in the beginning even Sauron was not so I fear to take the ring to hide it I will not take the ring to wield it oh I said Gandalf Borm looked at them doubtfully but he bowed his head so be it he said then in Gondo we must trust to such weapons as we have and at least while the wise ones guard this ring we will fight on Mayap the sword that was broken may still stem the tide but the hand that wields it has inherited not at Alum only but the sinew of the kings of men who can tell said Aragorn but we will put it to the test one day may the day not be too long delayed said Boromir for though I do not ask for aid we need it would comfort us to know that others fought also with all the means that they have then be comforted said Eland for there are other powers and realms that you know not and they are hidden from you Andu in the great flows past many shores here it comes to Arano and the gates of Gondor still it might be well for all. Said Gloin the dwarf if all these strengths were joined and the powers of each were used in league other rings there may be less treacherous that might be used in our need the sever are lost to us if Ben has not found the ring of Thor which was the last all has been heard of its perished in Moria indeed I may now reveal that it was partly in hope to find that ring that Beren went away Beren will find no ring in Moria said Gandalf Thor gave it to Thrain his son but not Thrain to Thorin it was taken with torment from Thin in the dungeons of Dulur I came too late alas cried Glóin when will the day come of our revenge but still there are the three what of the three rings of the elves very mighty rings it is said do not the elf lords keep them yet they too were made by the Dark Lord long ago are they idle I see elf lords here will they not say the elves returned no answer did you not hear glowing said Elend the three were not made by Sauron nor did he ever touch them but of them it is not permitted to speak so much only. In this hour of doubt, I may now say they are not idle but they were not made as weapons of war or conquest that is not their power those who made them did not desire strength or domination or hoarded wealth but understanding making and healing to preserve all things unstained these things the elves of Middle-earth have in some measure gained though with sorrow but all that has been wrought by those who wield the three will turn to their undoing and their minds and hearts will become revealed to Sauron if he regains the one it would be better if the three had never been that is his purpose but what that would happen if the ruling ring were destroyed as your counsel asked Glyn we do not know for certain answered Elon sadly some hope that the three rings which Sauron has never touched would then become free and their rulers might heal the hurts of the world that he has wrought but maybe when the one has gone the three will fail and maybe fair things will fade and be forgotten that is my belief yet all the elves are willing to endure this chance said Lindell if by the power of Sauron may be broken and the fear of its dominion be taken away forever thus we return once more to the destroying of the ring said Aristo and yet we come no nearer what strength have we for the finding of the fire in which it was made that is the path of despair of folly I would say if the long wisdom of Elon did not forbid me despair or fly said Gondal it is not despair for despair is only for those who see the end beyond all doubt we do not it is wisdom to recognize necessity when all other courses have been weighed. Though as folly it may appear to those who cling to false hope yet let folly be our cloak isle before the eyes of the enemy for he is very wise and weighs all things to unicity in the scales of his bice but the only measure that he knows is desire for power and so he judges all hearts into his heart the thought will not enter that any will refuse it that having the ring we may seek to destroy it if we seek this we shall put him out of reckoning at least for a while said Elend the road must be trod but it will be very hard, and neither strength nor wisdom will carry us far upon it. This quest may be attempted by the weak with as much hope as a strong, yet such is of the course of deeds that move the wheels of the world. Small hands do them because they must, while the eyes of the great are elsewhere. Very well, Master L, said Bilbo suddenly. Say no more, it is plain enough what you are pointing at. Bilbo the silly hobbit started this affair, and Bilo better finish it or himself. It was very comfortable here, and getting on with my book if you want to. No, I was just writing an ending for it I had thought of putting, and he lived happily ever afterwards to the end of his days. It is a good ending, and none the worse for having been used before. Now I shall have to alter that. It does not look like coming true, and anyway there will evidently have to be several more chapters if I live to write them. It is a frightful nuisance. When ought I to start? Boromir looked in surprise at Bilbo, but the laughter died on his lips when he saw that all the others regarded the old hobbit with grave respect. Only Glowing smiled, but his smile came from old memories. Of course, my dear Bilo, said Gandalf, if you had really started this affair you might be expected to finish it, but you know well enough now that starting is too great a claim for any, and that only a small part is played in great deeds by any hero. You need not bow, though the word was meant, and we do not doubt that under justice you are making a valiant offer, but one beyond your strength. Bilbo, you cannot take this thing back. It has passed on. If you need my advice any longer, I should say that your part is ended, unless as a recorder finish your book and leave the ending unaltered. There is still hope for it, but get ready to write a sequel when they come back. Bilbo laughed. I have never known you give me pleasant advice before, he said, as all your unpleasant advice had been good. I wonder if this advice is not bad. Still, I don't suppose I have the strength or luck left to deal with the ring. It has grown and I have not. But tell me, what do you mean by they? The messengers who are sent with the ring exactly, and who are they to be? That seems to me what this council has to decide, and all that it has to decide. Elves may thrive on speech alone, and dwarves endure great weariness, but I only an old hobbit, and I miss my meal at noon. Can't you think some names now, or put it off till after dinner? No one answered. The noon bell rang. Still no one spoke. Frodo glanced at all the faces, but they were not turned to him. All the council sat with downcast eyes, as if in deep thought. A great dread fell on him, as if he was awaiting the pronouncement of some doom that he had long foreseen and vainly hoped might after all never be spoken. An overwhelming longing to rest and remain at peace by Bilbo's side in Rivendell filled all his heart. At last with an effort he spoke, and wondered to hear his own words, as if some other will was using his small voice. I will take the ring, he said, though I do not know the way. Elon raised his eyes and looked at him, and Fro felt his heart pierced by the sudden keenness of the glance. If I understand all right, all that I have heard, he said, I think that this task is appointed for you, Frodo, and that if you do not find a way, no one will. This is the hour of the folk when they arise from their quiet fields to shake the towers and councils of the great. Who of all the wise could have foreseen it? Or if they are wise, why should they expect to know it until the hour has struck? But it is a heavy burden, so heavy that none could lay it on another. I do not lay it on you, but if you take it freely, I will say that your choice is right. And though all the mighty elf friends of old Hadar and Hurin and Turin and Benin himself were assembled together, your seed should be among them. But you won't send him off alone, surely, master, cried Sam, unable to contain himself any longer, and jumping up from the corner where he had been quietly sitting on the floor. No indeed, said Elon, turning towards him with a smile, you at least shall go with him. It is hardly possible to separate you from him even when he is summoned to a secret council, and you are not. Sam sat down, blushing and muttering, a nice pickle we have landed ourselves in, Mr. Frodo, he said, shaking His head music. Later that day the hobbits held a meeting of their own in Bilbo's room. Merry and Pippin were indignant that they heard that Sam had crept into the council and had been chosen as Frodo's companion. It's most unfair, said Pippin. Instead of throwing him out and clapping him in the chains, Elon goes and rewards him of his cheek. Rewards, said Frodo. I can't imagine a more fair punishment. You are not thinking what you're saying. Condemned to go on this hopeless journey. A reward. Yesterday I dreamed that my task was done and I could rest here a long while, perhaps for good. I don't wonder, said Merry, and I wish you could, but we are envying Sam, not you. If you have to go, then it will be a punishment for any of us to be left behind. Even in Rivendell we have come a long way with you and been through some stiff times. We want to go on. That's what I meant, said Pippin. We hobbits ought to stick together, and we will. I shall go unless they chain me up. There must be someone with intelligence in the party. Then you certainly will not be chosen. Perk, said Gandalf, looking in through the window which was near the ground. But you are all worrying yourselves unnecessarily. Nothing is decided yet. Nothing decided, cried Pippin. Then what were you all doing? You were all shut up for hours talking, said Bilbo. There was a deal of talk and everyone had an eye-opener, even old Gandalf. I think Lega's bit of news about Golem caught even him on the hop, though he passed it off. Are you were wrong, said Gandalf. You are inattentive. I had already heard of it from Goo. Here, if you are to know, the only real eye-openers, as you put it, were you and Frodo, and I was the only one that was not surprised. Well, anyway, said Bilbo, nothing was decided beyond choosing poor Frodo in Sam. I was afraid all the time that it might come to that if I was let off, but if you asked me, Helen will send out a fair number when the reports come in. Have they started yet, Gandalf? Yes, said the wizard, some of the scouts has been sent out already. More will go tomorrow. Elon is sending elves and they will get in touch with the rangers and maybe with Th's folk, and Milkwood and Aragorn has gone with Elon's sons. We shall have to scour the lands all around for many long leagues before any move is made, so cheer up, Frodo. You will probably make quite a long stay here. Said Sam gloomily. We'll just wait long enough for winter to come. That can't be helped, said Bilbo. It's your fault partly, fra my lad, insisting on waiting for my birthday. A funny way of honoring it. I can't help thinking not the day I would have chosen for letting the SBS into back end, but there it is. You can't wait now till spring, and you can't go till the reports come back when winter first begins to bite and stones crack in the frosty night, when pools are black and trees are bare. Is evil in the wild to fare, but that I am afraid will be just your luck. I am afraid it will, said Gond. We can't start until we have found out about the riders. I thought they were all destroyed in the flood, said Merry. You cannot destroy Ringrat like that, said Gandalf. The power of their master is in them and they stand or fall by him. We hope that they were all unhorsed and unmasked and so made for a while less dangerous, but we must find out for certain. In the meantime you should try and forget your troubles, Frodo. I do not know if I can do anything to help you, but I will whisper this in your ears. Someone said that intelligence should be needed in your party. He was right. I think I shall come with you. So great was Frodo's delight at this announcement that Gondal left the window sill where he had been sitting and took off his hat and bowed. I only said I think I shall come. Do not count on anything yet in this matter. R will have much to say, and your friend the Strider, which reminds me I want to see Elon. I must be off. How long do you think I shall have here, said Frodo to Bilbo when Gandalf had gone. Oh, I don't know. I can't count days in Rivendell, said Bilbo, but quite long. I should think we can have many a good talk. What about helping me with my book and making a start on the next? Have you thought of an ending? Yes, several, and all are dark and unpleasant, said Frodo. Oh, that won't do, said Bilbo. Books to have good endings How would this do? And they all settled down and lived together happily ever after. It will do well if it ever comes to that, said Frodo. Ah, and where will they live? That's what I always wonder. For a while the hobbits continued to talk and think of the past journey and of the perils that lay ahead, but such was the virtue of the land of Rendell that soon all fear and anxiety was lifted from their minds. The future good or ill was not forgotten, but ceased to have any power over the present health. And hope grew strong in them, and they were content with each good day as it came, taking pleasure in every meal and in every word and song. So the day slipped away as each morning dawned bright and fair, and each evening followed cool and clear. But autumn was waning fast. Slowly the golden light faded to pale silver, and the lingering leaves fell from the naked trees. A wind began to blow chill from the misty mountains to the east. The hunter's moon waxed round in the night sky and put to flight all lesser stars. But low in the south one star shone red. Every night as the moon waned again it shone brighter and brighter. Frodo could see it from his window deep in the heavens, burning like a watchful eye that glared above the trees on the brink of the valley. The hobbits had been nearly 2 months in the house of Elon, and November had gone by with the last shreds of autumn, and December was passing when the scouts began to return. Some had gone north beyond the springs of the Horwell into the Eton moors, and others had gone west with the help of Aragorn. And the rangers had searched the lands far down the J.R.R flood as far as Darbad. There the old north road crossed the river by a ruined town. Many had gone east and south, and some of these had crossed the mountains and entered Mirkwood, while others had climbed the pass at the source of the Gladen River and had come down into the Wilderland and over the Gladen fields, and so at length had reached the old home of Radagast at Rosal. Radagast was not there, and they had returned over the high path that was called the Dim Reel Stair. The sons of Elon, El-Adon and El-Roer, were the last to return. They had made a great journey, passing down the Silver Lode into a strange country, but of their errand they would not speak to any save to Elon. In no region had the messengers discovered any signs of tidings of the riders or other servants of the enemy. Even from the eagles of the misty mountains they had learned no fresh news. Nothing had been seen or heard of Gollum, but the wild wolves were still gathering, and there were hunting again far up the great river. 3 of the black horses had been found at once drowned in the flooded ford on the rocks of the rapids below it. Searchers discovered the bodies of 5 more, and also a long black cloak slashed and tattered of the black riders. No other trace was to be seen, and nowhere was their presence to be felt. It seemed that they had vanished from the north. 8 out of 9 are accounted for at the least, said Gandalf. It is rash to be too sure, yet I think that we may hope now that the ring race was scattered and have been obliged to return as best they could to their master in Mordor, empty and shapeless. If that is so, it will be some time before they can begin the hunt again. Of course the enemy has other servants, but they will have to journey all the way up to the borders of Rivendell before they can pick up our trail, and if we are careful that will be hard to find. But we must delay no longer. Elon summoned the hobbits to him. He looked gravely at Frodo. The time has come, he said. If the ring is to set out it must go soon, but those who go with it must not count on their errand being aided by war or force. They must pass into the domain of the enemy far from aid. Do you still hold to your words, Frodo, that you will be the ring bearer? I do, said Frodo. I will go with Sam. Then I cannot help you much, not even with counsel, said Elend. I can foresee very little of your road and how your task is to be achieved. I do not know. The shadow has crept now to the feet of the mountains and draws nigh even to the borders of the J.R.R flood, and under the shadow all is dark to me. You will meet many foes, some open and some disguised, and you may find friends upon your way. When you least look for it I will send out messages such as I can contrive to those whom I know in the wide world, but so peril are the lands now become that some may well miscarry or come no quicker than yourself, and I will choose you companions to go with you as far as they will or fortune allows. The number must be few, since your hope is in speed and secrecy. Had I a host of elves and armor of the elder days it would avail little save to arouse the power of Mordor. The company of The ring shall be 9 and the 9 walkers shall be set against the 9 riders that are evil with you, and your faithful servant Vant Gandalf will go, for this shall be his great task and may be the end of his labors. For the rest they shall represent the other 3 peoples of the world, elves, dwarves and men. Legolas shall be for the elves, and Jimmy son of Glow for the dwarves. They are willing to go at least to the passes of the mountains and maybe beyond. For men you shall have Aragorn son of Aaron for the ring of Isildur. Conern turns him closely. Strider cried. Frodo, yes, he said with a smile. I ask leave once again to be your companion. Frodo, oh, I would have begged you to come, said Frodo, only I thought you were going to Mist Tithe with Gorir. I am, said Aragorn, and the sword that was broken shall be reforged here. I set out to war, but your road and our road lie together for many hundreds of miles, therefore will also be in the company. He is a valiant man. There remain 2 more to be found, said Elend. These I will consider of my household. I may find some that it seems good to me to send, but that will leave no place for us, cried Pippin in dismay. We do not want to be left behind. We want to go with Frodo. That is because you do not understand and cannot imagine what lies ahead, said Elon. Neither does Frodo, said Gandalf unexpectedly, supporting Pippin, nor do any of us see clearly. It is true that if these hobbits understood the danger they would not dare to go, but they would still wish to go, or wish that they dared, and be ashamed and unhappy. I think, Helen, that in this matter it would be well to trust rather to the friendship than to great wisdom. Even if you chose for us an elf lord such as Glorfindel, he could not storm the dark tar nor open the road to the fire by the power that is in him. You speak gravely, said, but I am in doubt. The shi forebode is not free now from peril, and these 2 I had thought to send back there as messengers to do what they could according to their fashion of their country, to warn the people of their danger. In any case I judge that the younger of these 2, Peregrine Tuck, should remain. My heart is against his going. Then, Master Elon, you'll have to lock me in prison or send me home tied in a sack, said Pippin, for otherwise I shall follow the company. Let it be so, then you shall go, said Eland, and he sighed. Now the tale of 9 is filled. In 7 days the company must depart. The sword of Eleanor was forged anew by elder smiths, and on its blade was traced a device of 7 stars set between the crescent moon and the rayed sun, and about them was written many runes. For Aragorn son of Artan was going to war upon the marches of Lord. Very bright was that sword when it was made whole again. The light of the sun shone rly in it, and the light of the moon shone cold, and its edge was hard and keen. And Aragorn gave it a new name and called it Andúril, flame of the west. Aragorn and Gandalf walked together, or sat speaking of their road and the perils they would meet, and they pondered the story and figured maps and books of lore that were in the house of Elon. Sometimes Frodo was with them, but he was content to lean on their guidance, and he spent as much time as he could with Bilbo. In those last days the hobbits sat together in the evening in the Hall of Fire, and there, among many tales they had told in full, the lay of Beren and Lúthien and the winning of the great jewel. But in the day while Merry and Pippin were out and about, Prue and Sam were to be found with Bilbo in his own small room. Then Bilbo would read passages from his book which still seemed very incomplete, or scraps of his verses, or would take notes of Frodo's adventures. On the morning of the last day Frodo was alone with Bilbo, and the old hobbit pulled out from under his bed a wooden box. He lifted the lid and fumbled inside. Here is your sword, he said, but it was broken. You know, I took it to keep it safe, but I forgotten to ask if the smiths could mend it. No time now, so I thought perhaps you would care to have this. Don't you know? He took from the box a small sword in an old shabby leather scabbard. Then he drew it, and its polished and well-tended blade glittered suddenly cold and bright. This is Sting, he said, and thrust it with little effort deep into a wooden beam. Take it if you like. Want it again? I expect. Frodo accepted it Gratefully, oh so here is this, said Bilbo, bringing out a parcel which seemed to be rather heavy for its size. He unwound several folds of old cloth and held up a small shirt of mail. It was close woven of many rings, as subtle almost as linen, cold as ice and harder than steel. It shone like moonlit silver and was studded with white gems. It was a belt of pearl in crystal. It's a pretty thing, isn't it, said Bilbo, moving it in the light. Unusual. It is my dwarf mail that Thorin gave me. I got it back from Meldilik before I started and packed it. With my luggage I brought all the mementos of my journey away with me except the ring, but I did not expect to use this, and I don't need it now except to look at it. Sometimes you hardly feel any weight when you put it on. I should look well. I don't think I should look right in it, said Frodo. Just what I said myself, said Bilbo, but never mind about looks. You can wear it under your outer clothes. Come on, you must share the secret with me. Don't tell anybody else, but I should feel happier if I knew you were wearing it. I have a fancy it would turn even the knives of the black-back riders, he ended in a low voice. Very well, I will take it, said Frodo. Bilbo put it on him and fastened Sing upon the glittering belt, and then Frodo put over the top his old weather-stained breeches, tunic and jacket. Just a plain hobbit you look, said Bilbo, but there is more about you now that appears on the surface. Good luck to you. He turned away and looked out of the window, trying to hummer. Too soon. I cannot thank you as I should, Bilbo, for this and for all your past kindness, said Frodo. Don't try, said the old hobbit, turning around and slapping him on the back. Ow, he cried. Oh, you are too hard now to slap, but there you are. Hobbits must stick together, and especially Baggins. All I ask in return is take as much care of yourself as you can and bring back all the news you can and any old songs and tales you can come by. I'll do my best to finish my book before you return. I should like to write the second book if I am spared. He broke off and turned to the window again, sinking softly. I sit by the fire and think of all that I have seen of meal flowers and butterflies in summers that have been, of yellow leaves and gossamer in autumns that there were, with morning mist and silver sun and wind upon my hair. I sit beside the fire and think of how the world will be when winter comes, without a spring that I shall ever see. For still there are so many things that I have never seen. In every wood, in every spring, there is a different green. The first sit by the fire and think of people long ago and people who will see a world that I will never know, but all the while I sit and think of times there were before. I listen of returning feet and voices at the door. It was a cold grey day near the end of December. The east wind was streaming through the bare branches of the trees and seething in the dark pines on the hills. Ragged clouds were hurrying overhead, dark and low as the cheerless shadows of the early evening began to fall. The company made ready to set out. They were to start at dusk, for Elon counseled them to journey under cover of night as often as they could until they were far from Rivendell. You should fear the many eyes of the servants of Sauron, he said. I do not doubt that the news of the discomfort of the riders has already reached him, and he will be filled with wrath soon. Now his spies on foot and wing will be abroad in the northern lands. Even of the sky above you must beware as you go on your way. The company took little gear of war, for their hope was in secrecy, not in battle. Aragorn had Anduril but no other weapon, and he went forth clad only in rusty green and brown as a ranger of the wilderness. Boromir had a long sword in fashion like Anduril, but of less lineage, and he bore also a shield, and his war horror loud and clear it sounds in the valley of the hills, he said, and then let all the foes of Gondor flee. Putting it to his lip he blew a blast, and the echoes leapt from rock to rock, and all that heard that voice in Rivendell sprang to their feet. Slow should you be to win that horn again, Boromir said Elon, until you stand once more on the borders of your land, and dire need is on you. Maybe, said Boromir, but always I have Let my horn cry at setting forth, and though thereafter we may walk in the shadows, I will not go forth as a thief in the night. Jimmy the dwarf alone wore openly a short shirt of steel rings, for dwarves make light of burdens, and in his belt was a broad-bladed axe. Legolas had a bow and a quiver, and at his belt a long white knife. The younger hobbits wore the swords that they had taken from the barrow, but Frodo took only Sting, and his mail coat, as Bilbo wished, remained hidden. Gandalf bore his staff, but girt at his side was the elven store-glam ring. The Maid of Orist that lay now upon the breast of Thorin under the lonely mountain. All were furnished by Elon with thick warm clothes, and they had jackets and cloaks lined with fur. Spare food and clothes and blankets and other needs were laden on a pony. None other than the poor beast that they had brought from Bree. The stay in Rivendell had worked a great wonder of change on him. He was glossy and seemed to have the vigor of youth. It was Sam who had insisted on choosing him, declaring that Bill, as he called him, would pine if he did not come. That animal can nearly talk, he said, and would talk if he stayed here much longer. He gave me a look as plain as Mr. Pippin could speak it. If you don't let me go with you, Sam, I'll follow you on my own. So Bill was going as the beast of burden, yet he was the only member of the company that did not seem depressed. Their farewells had been said in the great hall by the fire, and they were only waiting now for Gandalf, who had not yet come out of the house. A gleam of fire light came from the open doors, and soft lights were glowing in many windows. Bilbo, huddled in a cloak, stood silent on the doorstep beside Frodo. Aragorn sat with his head bowed to his knees. Only Elon knew fully what this hour meant to him. The others could be seen as grey shapes in the darkness. Sam was standing by the pony, sucking his teeth and staring moodily into the gloom where the river roared stonily below. His desire for adventure was at its lowest. Bill, my lad," he said, "you oughtn't to have took up with us. You could have stayed here and at the best hay till the new grass comes." Bill switched his tail and said nothing. Sam eased the pack on his shoulders and went over anxiously in his mind all the things that he had stowed it in, wondering if he had forgotten anything. His chief treasure, his cooking gear, and the little box of salt that he always carried and refilled when he could. A good supply of pipeweed, but not near enough, I'll warrant. Flint and tinder, woolen hose, linen, various small belongings of his master's that Fru had forgotten and Sam had stowed to bring them out in triumph when they were called for. He went through them all. "Rope," he muttered, "and only last night you said to yourself, Sam, what about a bit of rope? You want it? Well, I'll want it. Can't get it now." At that moment Elon came out with Gandalf, and he called the company to him. "This is my last word," he said in a low voice. "The ring-bearer is setting out on the quest of Mount Doom. On him alone is any charge laid, neither to cast away the ring, nor to deliver it to any of the servant of the enemy, nor indeed to let any handle it save members of the company and the council, and only then in greatest need the others go with him as free companions to help him on his way. You may T.R. or come back or turn aside to other paths as chance allows. The further you go, the less easy it will be to withdraw, yet no oath, no bond is laid to go further than you will, for you do not yet know the strength of your hearts, and you cannot foresee what each may meet upon the road. Faithless is he that says farewell when the road darkens," said Jimmy. "Maybe," said Eland, "but let him not vow to walk in the dark who has not seen nightfall." "It's word make strengthen quaking heart," said Jimmy. "Oh, break it," said Eland. "Look not too far ahead, but go now with good hearts. Farewell, and may the blessing of elves and men and all free folk go with you. May the stars shine upon your faces. Good luck," cried Bilbo, stuttering in the cold. "I don't suppose you will be able to keep a diary, Freyr, my lad, but I shall expect a full account when you get back, and don't be too long. Farewell." Many others of Elon's household stood in the shadows and watched them go, bidding them farewell with soft voices. There was no laughter and no song or music. At last they turned away and faded silently into the dusk. They crossed the bridge and wound slowly up the long steep paths that led out to the cloven vale of Rivendell, and they came at length to the high Emma where the wind hissed through the hither. Then with one glance at the last homely house twinkling below them, they strode away far into the night. At the ford of Bruin they left the road and turning southwards went on by narrow paths among the folded lands. Their purpose was to hold this course west of the mountains for many miles and days. The country was much rougher and more barren than the green vale of the great river in Wilderland on the other side of the range, and their going would be slow, but they hoped in this way to escape the notice of unfriendly eyes. The spies of Seon had hitherto seldom been seen in this empty country, and the paths were little known except to the people of Rivendell. Gondel walked in front, and with him went Aragorn, who knew this land even in the dark. The others were in file behind, and Legolas, whose eyes were keen, was the rear guard. The first part of their journey was hard and dreary, and Frodo remembered little of it save the wind, for many sunless days an icy blast came from the mountains in the east, and no garment seemed able to keep out its searching fingers. Though the company was well clad, they seldom felt warm, either moving or at rest. They slept uneasily during the middle of the day in some hollow of the land, or hidden under the tangled thorn bushes that grew in thickets in many places. In the late afternoon they were roused by the watch and took their chief meal cold and cheerless as a rule, but they could seldom risk the lighting of a fire. In the evening they went on again, always as nearly southward as they could find. A way at first seemed to the hobbits, although they walked and stumbled until they were weary. They were creeping forwards like snails and getting nowhere. Each day the land looked much the same as it had the day before, yet steadily the mountains were drawing nearer. South of Rivendell they rose ever higher and bent westwards, and about the feet of the main range there was tumbled an ever wider land of bleak hills and deep valleys filled with turbulent waters. Paths were few and winding, and led them often only to the edge of some sheer fall or down into treacherous swamps. They had been a fortnight on the way when the weather changed. The wind suddenly fell and then veered round to the south. The shift-flowing clouds lifted and melted away, and the sun came out pale and bright. There came a cold, clear dawn at the end of a long stumbling night march. The travelers reached a slow ridge crowded with ancient holly trees whose gray-green trunks seemed to have been built out of the very stone of the hills. Their dark leaves shone and their berries glowed red in the light of the rising sun. Away in the south Frodo could see the dim shapes of lofty mountains that seemed now to stand across the paths that the company was taking. At the left of this high range rose three peaks. The tallest and nearest stood up like a tooth tipped with snow. Its great bare northern precipice was still largely in the shadow, but where the sunlight slanted upon it, it glowed red. Gandalf stood at Frodo's side and looked out under his hand. "We have done well," he said. "We have reached the borders of the country that men call Holland. Many elves lived here in happier days when Aeon was its name. 45 leagues as a crow. Fes we have come, though many long miles further our feet have walked the land, and the weather will be wilder now, but perhaps all the more dangerous. Dangerous or not, a real sunrise is mighty welcome," said Frodo, throwing back his hood and letting the morning light fall in his face. "But the mountains are ahead of us," said Pippin. "We must have turned eastwards in the night." "No," said Gandalf, "but you see further ahead in the clear light beyond those peaks the range bends round southwest. There are many maps in Elrond's house, but I suppose you never thought to look at them." "Yes, I did sometimes," said Pippin, "but I don't remember them." "Frodo has a better head for that sort of thing." "I need no map," said Jimmy, who had come up with Legolas and was gazing out before him with a strange light in his deep eyes. "There is the land where our fathers worked to mold, and we have wrought the image of those mountains into many works of metal and of stone, and into many songs and tales. They stand tall in our dreams. Bezakshathur only once before I have seen them from afar in waking life, but I know them and their names. But under them lies Khazad Dûm, the Dwodel that is now called the Black Pit. Moria in the Elish top yonder stands Barer, the Red Horn, Cruel Cadras, and beyond beyond him are silver time and cloudy. Head spill the white and full the grey that we call Zirikzil and Bundus Shaur. There the misty mountains divide, and between their arms lies the deep shadowed valley which we cannot forget as Isar the Dial Dale, which the elves call Nanduhiran. It is for the Dimmel Dale that we are making, said Gandalf. If we climb the path that is called Red Horn Gate under the far side of Cadras, we shall come down by the Dial there into the deep vale of the dwarves. There lies the Mirror Mere, and there the river Silver Lode rises in his icy springs. Dark is the water of Kazaram, said Jimmy, and cold are the springs of Kibble Nala. My heart trembles at the thought that I may see them soon. May you have joy in the sight, my good wolf, said Gandalf. But whatever you may do, we at least cannot stay in that valley. We must go down the Silver Lode into the secret woods, and so to the great river. And then he paused. Yes, and where then, asked Merry. To the end of the journey. In the end, said Gandalf, we cannot look too far ahead. Let us be glad that the first stage is safely over. I think we will rest here. Not only today but tonight as well. There is a wholesome he about Holland. Much evil must befall a country before it wholly forgets the elves, if once they dwelt there. That is true, said Legolas, but the elves of this land were of a race strange to us. In the Silvaran folk and the trees and grass do not now remember them. Only I hear the stones lament them. Deep they delve us, fair they wrought us, high they builded us, but they are gone, they are gone. They sought the havens long ago, that morning they lit a fire in a deep hollow shrouded by great bushes of holly, and their supper breakfast was merrier than it had been since they set out. They did not hurry to bed afterwards, for they expected to have all the night to sleep in, and they did not mean to go on again until the evening of the next day. Only Aragorn was silent and restless. After a while he left the company and wandered onto the ridge. There he stood in the shadow of a tree, looking out southwards and westwards with his head posed as if he was listening. Then he returned to the brink of the dell and looked down at the others, laughing and talking. What's the matter, Strider? Merry called up. What are you looking for? Do you miss the east wind? No indeed, he answered, but I miss something. I've been in the country of Holland for many reasons. No folk dwell here now, but many other creatures live here at all times, especially birds. Yet now all things but you are silent. I can feel it. There is no sound for miles about us, and your voices seem to make the ground echo. I do not understand it. Gandalf looked up with a sudden interest. But what do you guess is the reason, he asked. Is there more in it? That surprise at seeing four hobbits, not to mention the rest of us, where people are so seldom seen or heard? I hope that it is, answered Aragorn, but I have a sense of watchfulness and a fear that I have never had here before. Then we must be more careful, said Gandalf. If you bring a ranger with you, it is well to pay attention to him, especially if the ranger is Aragorn. We must stop talking aloud, rest quietly, and set the watch. It was Sam's turn that day to take the first watch, but Aragorn joined him. The others fell asleep. Then the silence grew until even Sam felt it. The breathing of the sleepers could be plainly heard. The swish of the pony's tail and the occasional movements of his feet became loud noises. Sam could hear his own joints creaking if he stirred. Dead silence was around him, and over all hung a clear blue sky. As a sun rode up to the east, away in the south a dark patch appeared and grew and drove north like flying smoke in the wind. What's that, Strether? They don't look like a cloud, said Sam in a whisper to Aragorn. He made no answer. He was gazing intently at the sky, but before long Sam could see for himself what was approaching. Flocks of birds flying at great speed were wheeling and circling and traversing all the land as if they were searching for something, and they were steadily drawing nearer. Life, flight, and still is their on, putting Sam down into the shade of a holly bush, for a whole regiment of birds had broken away suddenly from the main host and came flying low straight towards the ridge. Sam thought they were a kind of crow of large size as they passed overhead in so dense a throng that their shadow followed them darkly over the ground below. One harsh croak was heard not until they had dwindled into the distance north and west and the sky was again clear would Aragorn rise. Then he sprang up and went and wakened Gandalf. Regiments of the Black Crows are flying over all the land between the mountains and the J.R.R flood, he said, and they have passed over Holland. They are not natives here, they are crying out of Fangorn and Dunland. I do not know what they are about. Possibly there is some travel away south from which they are fleeing, but I think they are spying out the land. I've also glimpsed many HWKs flying high up in the sky. I think we ought to move again this evening. Hewling is no longer wholesome for us, it is being watched, and in that case is the Red Horn Gate, said Gandalf, and how we can get over that without being seen I cannot imagine, but we will think of what when we must. As for moving as soon as it is dark, I am afraid that you are right. Luckily our fire made little smoke and had burned low before the Khan came, said Aragorn. It must be put out and not lit again. Well, if that isn't a plague in a nuisance, said Pippin. The news no fire and a move again by night had been broken to him as soon as he woke in the late afternoon, all because a pack of crows. I had looked forward to a real good meal tonight, something hot. Well, you can go on looking forward, said Gandalf. There may be many unexpected feasts ahead for you. For myself, I would like a pipe to smoke in comfort and warmer feet. However, we are certain for one thing, at any rate it will get warmer as we get south. Too warm, I shouldn't wonder, muttered Sam to Frodo, but I'm beginning to think it's time we got a sight of that fiery mountain and saw the end of the road, so to speak. I thought at first that this here Red Horn, or whatever its name is, might be it, till Jimmy spoke his piece of fair jaw-cracker dwarf language. Must be maps conveyed nothing to Sam's mind, and all distances in these strange lands seemed so vast that he was quite out of his reckoning. All that day the company remained in hiding. The dark birds passed over now and again, but as the westering sun grew red they disappeared southwards. At dusk the company set out, and turning now half east they steered their course towards Cadras, which far away still glowed faintly red in the last light of the vanishing sun. One by one white stars sprang forth as the sky faded. Guided by Aragorn they struck a good path. It looked to Frodo like the remains of an ancient road that had once been broad and well planned from Holland to the mountain pass. The moon now at the full rose over the mountains and cast a pale light in which the shadows of stones were black. Many of them looked to have been worked by hands, though now they lay tumbled in roots in a bleak barren land. It was the cold chill hour before the first stir of dawn, and the moon was low. Frodo looked up at the sky. Suddenly he saw or felt a shadow pass over the high stars. As if for a moment they faded and then flashed out again. He shivered. Did you see anything pass over? He whispered to Gandalf, who was just ahead. No, but I felt it. Whatever it was, he answered, it may be nothing, only a wisp of cloud. It was moving fast then, and not with the wind. Nothing further happened that night, but the next morning dawned even brighter than before, but the air was chill again. Already the wind was turning back towards the east. For 2 more nights they marched on, climbing steadily but ever more slowly as their road wound up into the hills and the mountains towered up nearer and nearer. On the 3rd morning Cadras rose before them, a mighty peak tipped with snow like silver, but with sheer naked sides dull red as if stained with blood. There was a black look in the sky and the sun was one. The wind had gone now around to the northeast. Gandalf snuffed the air and looked back. Witur deepens behind us, he said quietly to Aragorn. The heights away north are whiter than they were. Snow is lying far down their shoulders. Tonight we shall be on our way high up towards the Red Horn Gate. We may well be seen by watchers on that row path and waylaid by some evil, but the weather may prove a more deadly enemy. Then what do you think of your course now? Aragorn Frodo overheard these words and understood that Gandalf and Aragorn were continuing some debate that had begun long before. He listened anxiously. I think no good of our course from beginning to end, as you know well, Gandalf answered Aragorn, and perils known and unknown will grow as we go on, but we must go on, and it is no good our delaying the passage of the mountains further south. There no passes till one comes to the gap of Rohan. I do not trust that way, since your news of Saran, who knows which side now the marshals of the horse lords serve? Who knows indeed, said Gandalf, but there is another way, and not by the pass of Cadras, a dark and secret way that we have spoken of. But let us not speak of it again, not yet, say nothing to the others, I beg, not until it is plain that there is no other way. We must decide before we go further, answered Gandalf. Let us weigh the matter in our minds while the others rest and sleep, said Aragorn. In the late afternoon, while the others were finishing their breakfast, Gandalf and Aragorn were aside together, and stood looking at Cadras. Its sides were now dark and sullen, and its head was in grey cloud. Frodo watched them, wondering which way the debate would go. When they returned to the company, Gandalf spoke, and he knew that it had been decided to face the way weather and the high pass. He was relieved. He could not guess what was the other dark and secret way, but the very mention of it had seemed to fill Aragorn with dismay, and Frodo was glad that it had been abandoned. From signs that we have seen lately, said Gandalf, I fear that the Red Horn Gate may be watched, and also I have doubts of the weather that is coming up behind. Snow may come. We must go with all the speed that we can, even so it will take us more than marches before we reach the top of the pass. Dark will come early this evening. We must leave as soon as you can. Get ready. I will add a word of advice, if I may, said Boromir. I was born under the shadow of the White Mountains. I know something of the journey in the high places. We shall meet bitter cold, if no worse, before we come down on the other side. It will not help us to keep so secret that we are frozen to death when we leave here, where there are still a few trees and bushes. Each of us should carry a of wood as large as he can bear, and Bill could take a bit more, couldn't you, lad, said Sam the pony. Looked at him mournfully. Very well, said Gandalf, but we must not use the wood, not unless it is a choice between fire and death. The company set out again with good speed at first, but soon their way became steep and difficult. The twisting and climbing road had in many places almost disappeared, and was blocked with many fallen stones. The night grew deadly dark under great clouds. A bitter wind swirled among the rocks. By midnight they had climbed to the knees of the great mountains. The narrow path now wound under a sheer wall of cliffs to the left, above which the grim flanks of Cadras towered up invisible in the gloom. On the right was a gulf of darkness where the land fell suddenly into a deep ravine. Laboriously they climbed the sharp slope and halted for a moment. At the top, Frodo felt a soft touch on his face. He put up his arm and saw the dim white flakes of snow settling on his sleeve. They went on, but before long the snow was falling fast, filling all the air and swirling into Frodo's eyes the dark bent shapes of Gandalf and Aragorn. Only a pace or two ahead could hardly be seen. I don't like this at all, punted Sam just behind. Snow's all right on a fine morning, but I like to be in bed while he's folding. I wish this lot would go off to Hobon. Folk might welcome it there, except on the high mess of the North Faring. A heavy fall was rare in the Shire, and was regarded as a pleasant event and a chance for fun. No living hobbit save Bilbo could remember the fell winter of 1311, where white wolves invaded the Shire over the frozen brandy wine. Gandalf halted. Snow was thick on his hood and shoulders. It was already ankle deeper about his boots. It is as I feared, he said. What do you say now, Aragorn? That I feared it too, Aragorn answered, but less than other things. I knew the risk of snow, though it seldom falls heavily so far south save high up in the mountains, but we are not high yet. We are still far down. There are paths that are usually open all the winter. I wonder if this is the contrivance of the enemy, said Boromir. They say in my land he can gather the storms in the mountains of shadow that stand upon the borders of Mordor. He has strange powers and many allies. His arm has grown long indeed, said Jimmy. If you can draw snow down from the north to trouble us here 300 leagues away. His arm has grown long, said G. While they were halted, the wind died down and the snow slackened until it almost ceased. They stamped on again, but they had not gone more than a few wrong when the storm returned with fresh fuel. The wind whistled and the snow became a blinding blizzard. Soon even Boromir found it hard to keep going. The hobbits bent nearly double, toiled along behind the taller folk, but it was plain that they could not go much further if the snow continued. Frodo's feet felt like lead. Pippin was dragging behind. Even Gimli, stout as any dwarf could be, was grumbling as he crunched. The company halted suddenly as if they had come to an agreement without any words being spoken. They heard eerie noises in the darkness around them. It may have been only a trick of the wind and the cracks and gullies of the rocky ball, but the sounds were those of shrill cries and wild howls of laughter. Stones began to fall from the mountainside, whistling over their heads or crashing into the pavement. Them every now then again they heard a dull rumble as a great burr rolled down from hidden heights above. We cannot go further tonight, B, and those call it the wind. Who will? There are ST4s on the air and these stones are aimed at us. I do call it the wind, said out G, but that does not make what you say untrue. There are many evil and unfriendly things in the world that have little love for those that go on two legs and yet are not in league with Sauron but have purposes of their own. Some have been in this world longer than he. Cadras was called the Cruel and had an ill name, said Jimmy. Long years ago, when rumor of Shaon had not been heard in these lands. It matters little who is the enemy if we cannot beat off the attack, said Gand. But what can we do? Cried Pippin miserably. He was leaning on Mar and Frodo and he was shivering. Either stop where we are or go back, said Gandalf. It is no good going on only a little higher. If I remember rightly, this path leaves the cliffs and runs into the wide shallow through the bottom of a long hard slope. We should have no shelter here from now, or stones or anything else, and it is no good going back by the storm. We have passed no place on the way up that offered more shelter than this cliff that we are under. Now shelter, muttered Sam. If this is shelter, then one wall and no roof make a house. The company now gathered together as close to the cliff as they could. It faced southwards and near the bottom it leaned out a little so that they hoped it would give them more protection from the northerly wind and from the falling stones. But eddying blasts swirled round them from every side and the snow flowed down in ever denser clouds. They huddled together with their backs to the wall. Bill the pony stood patiently but dejectedly in front of the hobbits and screamed them a little, but before long the drifting snow was above his hocks and it went on mounting. If they had no larger companions, the hobbits would soon have been entirely buried. A great sleepiness came over Frodo. He felt himself sinking fast into a warm and hazy dream. He thought a fire was heating his toes, and out of the shadow on the other side of the he heard Bilbo's voice speaking. I don't take much of your diary, he said. No storms on January the 12th. There was no need to come back and report that, but I wanted to rest and sleep. Fro answered with an effort. When he felt himself shaken, he came back painfully to wake. Bamir had lifted him off the ground out of a nest of snow. This will be the death of the HG said, for it is useless to sit here until the snow goes over our heads. We must do something to save ourselves. Give them this. It's a Gandalf searching for his pack and drawing out a liven flask, just a mouthful each for all of us. It is very precious. It is for of the cordial of I am Blades. Harold gave it to me at our parting. Pass it round. As soon as Frodo had swallowed a little of the warm and fragrant liquor he felt a new strength of heart and the heavy drowsiness left his limbs. The others also revived and found fresh hope and vigor, but the snow did not relent. It whed about them thicker than ever and the wind blew louder. "What do you say to fire?" asked Bia. "Suddenly the choice seems near now between fire and death, Gandalf. Doubtless we have hidden from all unfriendly eyes when the snow has covered us, but that will not help us. You may make a fire if you can," answered G. "If there are any watchers that endure this storm, then they can see us fire and know." Though they had brought wood and kindlings by the advice of J.R.R, it passed the skill of elf or even dwarf to strike a flame that would hold amid the swirling wind to catch the wet pe. At last reluctantly Gandalf himself took a hand, picking up he held it to loft for a moment, and then with a word of command now he thrust the end of his staff into the midst of it. At once a great sprout of green and blue flames sprang out and the wood flared and sputtered. "If there are any to see, then I at least am revealed to them," he said. "I have written Gandalf is here in signs that all can read from Rivendell to the mouths of Andu." But the company cared no longer for the watchers or unfriendly eyes. Their hearts would rejoice to see the light of the fire. The wood burned merrily, though all around it the snow hissed and pools of slush crept under their feet. They warmed their hands gladly at the blaze. There they stood in a circle around the little dancing and blowing flames. A red light was on their tired and anxious faces. Behind them the night was like a black W, but the wood was burning fast and the snow still fell. The fire burned low and the last was thrown on. "The night is getting old," said Aragorn. "The dawn is not far off. If any dawn can pierce these clouds," said Jimmy. Gamir stepped out of the circle and stared up into the blackness. "The snow is growing less," he said, "and the wind is quieter." Frodo gazed wearily at the flakes still falling out of the dark to be revealed white for a moment in the light of the dying fire, but for a long time he could see no sign of their slackening. Then suddenly, as sleep was beginning to creep over him again, he was aware that the wind had indeed fallen and the flakes were becoming larger and fewer. Very slowly a dim light began to grow. At last the snow stopped altogether. As the light grew stronger it showed a silent shrouded world. Below their refuge were white humps and domes and shapeless deeps beneath which the path that they had trodden was altogether lost, but the heights above were hidden in great clouds still heavy with the threat of snow. Jimmy looked up and shook his head. "Cadras has not forgiven us," he said. "He has more snow yet to fling at us. If we go on, the sooner we go back and down the better." To this all agreed, but their retreat was now difficult. It might well prove impossible. Only a few paces from the ashes of their fire the snow lay many feet deep, higher than the heads of the hobbits. In places it has been scooped and piled by the wind into great drifts against the cliff. If Gandalf would go before us with a bright flame, he might melt a path for you," said Legolas. The storm had troubled him little, and he alone of the company remained still light of heart. "If elves could fly over mountains, they might fetch the sun and to save us," answered Gandalf. "But I must have something to work on. I cannot burn snow." "Well," said Boromir, "when heads are at a loss, bodies must serve. As we say in my country, the strongest of us must seek a way. See, though all is snow-clad, our path as we came up turned about that shoulder of rocks down yonder. It was where the first snow began to burden us. If we could reach that point, maybe it would prove easier. Beyond it is no more than a few wrong off, I guess." "Then let us force a path hither, you and I," said Aragorn. Aragorn was the tallest of the company, but Boromir, little less in height, was broader and heavier in build. He led the way and Aragorn followed him. Slowly they moved off and they were soon toiling heavily. In places the snow was breast high and often Boromir seemed to be swimming or burrowing in his great arms rather than walking. Legolas watched them for a while, with a smile upon his lips, and then he turned to the others. The strongest must seek a way, say you, but I say let a ploughman plough, but choose an otter for swimming and for running, light over grass and leaf or over snow. And with that he sprang forth nimbly, and then Frodo noticed, as if for the first time, though he had long known it, that the elf had no boots but wore only light shoes as he always did, and his feet made little imprint in the snow. Farewell, he said to Gandalf, I go to find the sun. Then, swift as a runner over a firm sand, he shot away, and quickly overtaken the toiling men, with a wave of his hand he passed them and sped into the distance and vanished round the rocky turn. The others waited huddled together, watching until Boromir and Aragorn dwindled into black specks in the whiteness. At length they too passed from sight. The time dragged on, the clouds lowered, and now a few flakes of snow came curling down again. An hour maybe went by there, it seemed far longer, and then at last they saw Legolas coming back. At the same time Boromir and Aragorn reappeared around the bend far behind him and came laboring up the slope. Well, cried Legolas as he ran up, I have not brought the sun. She is walking in the blue fields in the south, and a little wreath of snow under this red horn hillock troubles her not at all. But I have brought back a gleam of good hope for those who are doomed to go on feet. There is the greatest midrift of all just beyond the turn, and there are strong men were almost buried. They despaired until I returned and told them that the drift was a little wider than a wall, and on the other side the snow suddenly grows less, while further down it is no more than a white coverlet to cool a hobbit's toes. Ah, it is as I said, growled Gimli. It was no ordinary storm, it is the ill will of Cadras. He does not love elves and dves, and that drift was laid to cut a far escape. But happily your Candace has forgotten that you have been with you, said Boromir. Came up at the moment, and dy men too, if I may say it, though lesser men with spades might have served you better. Still we have thrust a lane through the drift, and for that all here may be grateful who cannot run as light as elves. But how are we to get down there, even if you have cut through the drift, said Pippin, voicing the thoughts of all the hobbits. Have hope, said Boromir. I am weary, but I still have some strength left, and Aragorn too. We will bear the little folk, the others no doubt will make shift to thread the path behind us. Come, Master Page, and I will begin with you. He lifted up the hobbit. Cling to my back, I shall need my arms. Right, he said, and strode forward. Aragorn with Merry came behind. Pippin marveled at his strength, seeing the passage that he already forced with no other tool than his great limbs. Even now, burdened as he was widening the track for those who followed, thrusting the snow aside as he went. They came at length to the great drift. It was flung across the mountain path like a sheer and sudden wall, and its crest, sharp as if shaped with knives, reared up more than twice the height of Boromir. But through the middle a passage had been beaten, rising and falling like a bridge. On the far side Merry and Pippin were set down, and there they waited with Legis for the rest of the company to arrive. After a while Boromir returned, carrying Sam behind. In the narrow but now well-shod track came Gandalf, leading Bill with Gimli perched among the baggage. Last came Aragorn carrying Frodo. They passed through the lane, but hardly had Frodo touched the ground when with a deep rumble they rolled down of stones and slithering snow. Spread half blind of that, they crouched against the cliff. When the air cleared again, they saw that the path was blocked behind them. Enough, cried Jimmy, we are departing as quickly as we. And indeed with the last stroke the malice of the mountain seemed to be expended, as if Cadras was satisfied that the invaders had been beaten off and would not dare to return. The threat of snow lifted, the clouds began to break, and the light grew broader. As Legolas had reported, they found that the snow became steadily more shallow as they went down, so that even the hobbits could trudge along. Soon they all stood once more on the flat shelf at the head of the steep slope where they had felt the first flakes of snow the night before. The morning was now far advanced from the high place. They looked back westwards over the lower lands. Far away in the tumble of country that lay at the foot of the mountain was the dell from which they had started to climb the path. Frodo's legs ached, he was chilled to the bone and hungry, and his head was dizzy, and he thought of the long and painful march downhill. Black specks swam before his eyes. He rubbed them, but the black specks remained in the distance below him, but still high above the lower foothills. Dark dots were circling in the air. The birds again, said Aragorn, pointing down. That cannot be helped now, said Gandalf. Whether they are good or evil or have nothing to do with us at all, we must go down at once. Not even on the knees of Cadas will we wait for another nightfall. A cold wind flowed down behind them as they turned their back on the Red Horn Gate and stumbled wearily down the slope. Cadras had defeated them. Thank you for listening to the Fellowship of the Ring from the Lord of the Rings audiobook series by Soulspeak Story. We hope you enjoyed the journey through Middle-earth as much as we did. Stay tuned for the next part of the adventure, as Frodo and his companions face greater challenges ahead. Don't forget to like, share, and subscribe for more epic tales from J.R.R. Tolkien's world. Until next time, may the road go ever on and on.